Oh, what a silly morning it has been around here, my goodness, but nothing silly going on the highways, and that's good. That's good news in that respect. It's all looking good, and as far as your forecast goes, not looking shabby either. One more day of kinda dry conditions, 95 for the high, then the thunderstorms roll in tomorrow, 84 is the high we're looking for, rain on Friday, 81, currently 77.
Hour number 2 of day 3 of the early games coverage here at SEC Media Days starts right now, live from Tampa, Florida, at the JW Marriott. I'm Elijah Campbell. He's Preston Thorne. She's Jen Jensen. We're rocking and rolling, and we've got 4 teams talking today, too. We'll continue talking about what we heard from Shane Beamer and the 3 players, Nick Harbor, Lenore Sellers, Pete Williams. We'll continue to hear what they had to say yesterday. We'll do that later on, but we'll get to the teams that are here today, right? We're covering the entire league here at SEC Media Days, and we've got a pretty loaded list of teams here, Preston Thorne. If you want to take each day, right, all 4 days of SEC Media Days and the 4 teams that are participating in them each day, and you just want to find the day that's got the most loaded lineup in terms of how they're going to be on the football field with the most knowns, today is your day.
Yeah, probably the top two and the best group of teams. But also, Elijah, when you say that, I think you're doing a little bit of the thing that I'm accusing the national media of, and you are assuming a lot of Pete Golden and John Summerall.
I'm assuming a lot of Pete Golding for sure, for sure. But I don't have to assume much of Trinidad Chambliss.
There you go.
I don't have to assume much of Kawan Lacey.
There you go.
Kawan Lacey is, now that, the Ahmad Hardy's availability, that guy may be the best running back in the SEC. He's one of the best running backs in the country, right? I was watching Jordan Reed on from ESPN put up on Twitter 2 days ago or whatever. It was an all 22 cut up of Kawan Lacey and some of the the moves he makes in between the tackles. And that guy is one of the more elusive runners you will find in college football. Now, Alabama, there's an unknown at quarterback, but they have a lot of knowns on that defense. I'm a firm believer that if Alabama is going to make life easy on their freshman quarterback, it's going to be because that defense is good. That part is known. Now, Florida is the team, the one with the most question marks, right? I do like their talent. We can start with Florida too because of that intrigue. I think John Summerall is a really good football coach. I think it's a really good hire. And out of all the candidates they had available to them, that may be the one with the highest upside long term. But in the short term, what really matters, because we're talking 2026 here, this is 2026 media days, not 2027. With Florida this year, it's how good is Aaron Philo going to be as the full-time starter, assuming Aaron Philo, the Georgia Tech transfer, is the full-time starter. How good will the pieces be around him? They've got a decent amount returning on the defensive side of the ball. That's the big question right there. I do love getting Eric Singleton from the transfer portal too, from Auburn, another kind of like Cam Coleman, who's now underutilized in Hugh Freeze's offense and a very dysfunctional offensive operation there at Auburn last season. How is he going to be in a functional offense this year? Because if Philo is, even 75% of what Haynes King was at Georgia Tech, who he backed up, then they can be interesting. You know, I find Florida to be interesting, and that their range of possibilities for me is anywhere from 5-7 to 8-4.
Well, that's a huge range, and it really you can go back to this idea because you're talking about this year, and it was really intriguing to me how Alex Golich was on the stand. Not the poll. He wasn't testified. He wasn't
He is
testified.
on Southeastern Conference trial.
But he did really make a point of effort to say that this year was about laying a foundation about the future of Auburn football. And I think in a bygone era, that might have sounded really good, but I don't know how that sounds today. And I don't think, here's what I know. The folks from Florida are not willing to accept the year zero from John Summerall.
No. They probably felt like they had enough year zeros with Billy Napier, right? In terms of trying to build something towards success, and they could consider resembling success. I wouldn't blame them for not being patient, right? Florida's that program that, you know, it demands winning, right? They've won national championships here this century. You know, since the turn of the 21st century, they've, you know, up until the last days of Urban Meyer, they've always been dominant. And then, of course, Urban Meyer leaves, and then they kind of went through the wilderness a little bit. We know how the Will Muschamp thing ended. We know the Jim McElwain era, him and his friend, his pet shark, how that ended, that whole debacle ended. And
I mean,
that came after.
The Dan Mullen era ended here in Williams-Brice with the Jason Brown performance from Flashback Performance. So, yes, we're very familiar with ending Florida coaches' tenures.
South Carolina, Florida coach killers.
Yes, absolutely.
The exception of Billy Napier.
Well, he did that to himself.
Yeah, that was more him. You know, South Carolina didn't have to contribute in that regard. But this is a program with a rich history of winning. And do I think it's still that program anymore? No. Napoleon rule satisfied here. The last big year, you know, just thinking back on it, the last dominant year they had was when they went to the SEC title game in 2020 in the weird COVID season that had Kyle Trask tossing the ball to Kyle Pitts. That offense was humming. But then that 2021 season that got Dan Mullen fired was just that next year, Preston Thorne. It changed so fast, and they've been wondering in the wilderness ever since. Right? You go to the Napier era, and you look at 6-7, 5-7, 8-5, 4-8. If 8-5 is your best year since 2020, since COVID, that's not going to fly over in games.
Not there for sure. It doesn't work there because they have high expectations for all the resources and athletes that they have in the area. And expectations. That's not going to fly.
No, absolutely not. I'm not necessarily pro or anti Florida, right? I like some of the pieces. The offensive line's interesting. They have to replace a lot, but I love the running back. Jaden Ball is going to be one of the more productive runners in the SEC if the offensive line holds up. Philo is a running quarterback himself, so he could put up good numbers on the ground. And in Buster Faulkner's offense, they can put up a lot of numbers when it comes to running the ball, right? So they're interesting. I'm more Florida curious. I'm not pro or anti-Florida. I'm Florida curious. And that's why maybe the most intriguing speaker today for me is going to be John Summerall. When it comes to Alabama, though, Preston Thorne, why does no one fear them anymore?
Because the dude that they feared is now talking about games and wearing cowboy hats with Pat McAfee. That once that left the building, I don't think Alabama has always been a cult of personality, from the Bear to Nick Saban. Other than those two, there's not much. Can I go back to what Paul Feinbaum just said about who our OC was? Mike Shula was their head coach at one moment in time. Nobody was scared of Alabama at that moment. Again, I would point to 2-0 against them. Nobody's nervous about playing the Mike DuBois Alabama squads, right? So it's only when they have this cult of personality at the head coach that people get nervous about him. And Kalen DeBoer is not that guy. A very solid coach. I would say even an excellent coach. But he's not that type of dude to command the fear around the rest of the league.
And I think that is the reason I threw that lob up there for you.
Thank you, sir.
Preston,
I appreciate it.
I feel like Chris Paul throwing one up to Blake Griffin there. But the reason I did so is because the more I study Alabama's teams, the more I really like it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I love the wide receiver group they have. I love what they have on defense. Defensively, that might be the best defensive unit in the SEC. And that's even considering Georgia in the mix, right? We know what all Kirby Smart's Georgia defenses do. Even last year when they were down in almost every normal defensive category, still didn't stop them from winning an SEC title. But I look at what Alabama's got. That, to me, pound for pound, the best secondary in college football. They've got some good edge rushers. They bring a lot of dudes back. That defense is going to be really good. But my hang-up is, too, maybe it is the Nick Saban's not here anymore still effect. And Kalen DeBoer is a great coach. But running the football is really important for any offense, especially if you're going to have a first-time starting quarterback. Like Keelan Russell, I think we've already penciled in as the starter. When you're redshirt freshman, like, he needs a running game to help him out a little bit. And last year, they just quit running the ball. Not that they couldn't, because they couldn't, but B, at the back end of the year, they just quit trying to run the football. And I don't know if I'm fully convinced, Preston, that the running back room is back and that the offensive line is going to be filled with good run blockers, because the pieces they have there right now aren't necessarily ace run blockers. That's really, if you want to boil down Alabama's season to one big question mark, are you able to run the football? First year starting quarterback aside, can you run the football well enough to help that guy out and be able to avoid the drops that you had last season in the receiver group? As talented as they are, Ryan Williams-Coleman,
There you go.
he had the drop season. Is he cured of those ills, and can you actually run the football?
Well, you talk about helping a first-year quarterback out, and drops are the thing that absolutely destroys a first-year quarterback. And Ryan Williams, I think, very much similar to the Nick Harbor category, where we're going to need his production to match his potential. He's been very good. He's been very hyped. He's been Valley Blued. I know he was 17 3 years ago. That doesn't matter anymore. We need to see what the production is going to be for Ryan Williams if this rookie or if this freshman quarterback is going to be able to produce.
And that's the big thing too. And then if you're able to just run the ball and you're able to help that quarterback out, and say Keelan Russell pops this year, then you can fear Alabama once again, right? I think then there is a legitimate fear that you can have of them, and then the brand takes over when the production's fully there too. Last year, you just never got that because all of Nick Saban's teams ran the ball so well, and it was, hey, you're tasked with having to tackle Mark Ingram one year and Derrick Henry the next and Trent Richardson the next, right? Not fun. Not a fun proposition, especially with a NFL offensive line. But the other teams talking today too, Ole Miss, you mentioned it earlier, right? That you think the national media is buying a little too much into Pete Golding. I'm not a buyer into Pete Golding. I'm a buyer of Trinidad Chambliss and Kawan Lacey and just the raw talent they have on this roster. This will be an inverse of John Sumrall, right? I think Pete Golding is maybe the right hire in the short term. I don't think it's going to be the answer long term.
Yes, I wonder if they just got caught up in the emotion and they had to do something, because let me be very mindful of everybody that the reason why Pete Golding is the head coach of Ole Miss, because Lane Kiffin left his team in the middle of a historic playoff run. I do not want that to ever not be mentioned when we talk about this job.
Yes, in the middle of the school's first ever trip to the college football playoff, their head coach pieces out. The thing that you played the whole season for, head coach pieces out. A very important part of this. And lucky for Pete Golding, he got a lot of players to return. I think that's the big thing too, is they're able to get a lot of guys back on this team for next year. And the reason I buy it is because I do love the continuity, at least with the players too, right? Defensively, I thought Suntarine Perkins was their best defensive player last year. Will Eccles, one of their best defensive players last year. Able to get both of them back too. Are they as deep as they might have been last year? I don't think so. But are the most important players back on this team? The answer is yes. And I like the addition of the offensive coordinator, John David Baker, who they got from East Carolina. I think that's an offense that he ran there that can fit what Chambliss and Lacey do really well as a quarterback and explosive running back. I like it well enough to be really good this year. Do I think they're going to be playing in Atlanta in the SEC title game? No. But do I still consider them a team that is going to be playing in a Florida Bowl game in January or late December? Probably.
Well, here's what the crux of the issue is for me with Ole Miss is those players and those coaches were trauma bonded with each other, right? They were in a crisis and they trauma bonded to each other. After the trauma is over, after the crisis is moved on, and they get a little bit of a clear eye, will this still continue to work now that they don't have the enemy of Lane Kiffin to unite against. And so that is to me, that is the question. And Pete's going to have to perform in a regular setting. He might, I don't know. I'm not saying he won't, but this is a different coaching job than the one he took over.
Now, Texas A&M, they finally get to the college football playoff. They have the best year they have had in a long, long time. Usually, all roads for A&M lead to 8-4. Quick question before we get out of here, Preston Thorne. Can they at least beat Texas? Can they beat Texas this year? Because even the best year they've had in decades still ended with a loss in Austin.
Yes, they can beat Texas. Will they beat Texas? That depends on whether or not they're going to beat Texas up. I think Texas is a pretty team, and they're going to have to get dirty with it.
Yeah, A&M lost a lot in the trenches. That's going to be a big replacement for them. But if you want to know why college football is the way college football is, just look at how those two fan bases look at their seasons, despite one having a historically great one and the other one disappointing, and how they feel about their seasons based off that one game. College football still has that rivalry feel. But coming up next, though, those 4 teams we mentioned, we're going to do another fantasy draft, SEC Media Day fantasy draft, coming up next for the early game morning meeting.
No accidents reported currently. Good. We'll keep it that way. Partly cloudy, 95 for the high today. Good. See a heat index of about 100. And then it cools down for several days, but we do have thunderstorms coming in tomorrow. 84 will be our high. Some rain on Friday, 81. Showers on Saturday, 85. Maybe some morning showers on Sunday, 91. Then we start getting back into the low 90s as we start next week. But currently, it's fair, and we are looking at 77.
It's maybe my favorite thing that we've done this week, and it's for every day of the morning meeting. We've been doing fantasy draft based off the 4 teams that are speaking here at meeting each individual day. I'll explain more of the rules, and Preston and I will pick some teams here for the meeting.
Good morning. Repeat after me. Today will be an awesome day.
Always is.
Let's go. Good morning, great today. Today will be an awesome day. Good morning, good morning.
All right, time to reset the rules here. We have only 4 schools to choose from in this draft, which will be Florida, Alabama, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, and we can use a player pool from 2000 on, and we'll be drafting quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, tight ends, and a defense. Stipulation: you can't have a school represented more than once with that quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. So if I choose Kirsten Irvin, then I can't take a Florida quarterback, I can't take a Florida running back or a tight end. Defense is the free for all because there are 5 positions to fill here and only 4 teams speaking. So defense is the one that we have kind of designated as pick whoever. So Preston Thorne, I picked first yesterday. That means you get to pick first today.
Well, it's very difficult to not just say I want all of the Alabama squads, right? Because we could actually just do a fantasy draft and fill out the roster based only on Alabama players. So I'm not going to do that, but I am going to take an Alabama player first, and I'm going to go with Derrick Henry at running back.
Good call. Good call. Any of those running backs. Very good decision. I'm going to go value here. I mean, Derrick Henry, man. You're going to talk about maybe the most untackleable running back I've ever seen in my life, and then proceed to do it in the NFL. Maybe the only guy that, is the exception to the curse of 370 rule for NFL running backs. The guy's out of this world. I think to this day, my football watching era started this century. Greatest running back that I have ever seen, that I was alive to see.
And he played single A football in Florida. Single A.
Oh, and you want to talk about records that, statistical benchmarks that no one will ever touch at any level of football ever, something that seems impossible. Just Google Derrick Henry high school football stats at Yulee High School, right? I drove past the Yulee exit actually on my way here.
Okay.
I got someone nodding to me right now. The most absurd thing you will ever see. You can't even recreate that in a video game on easy mode. Promise you you can't. I'm going to go and take a value pick here because I think our tight end room might be a little bit slim. So I'm just going to take the best one available, and I'll take my Florida card out of the way. Give me Kyle Pitts.
Ooh. Okay. Good thing you didn't do the other thing there.
There is another Florida tight end who was really, 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 really good. And for reasons,
Yeah.
we can't. I didn't know if I could pick him on here, but I was prepared to defend it if I had to.
Just win, baby, huh?
If I had to,
Well,
I was going to get so Machiavellian so quickly.
that would make you and Urban Meyer the same. You want me to
I am no better than Urban.
I defend it.
I defend it. When Urban Meyer does it, it is no good. When I do it, I defend it.
Well, I'm gonna stay with Florida. And I'm gonna pick a guy that I think was wildly underrated, one of my favorite college football players, and a precursor to, I would say maybe a precursor to Debo. And if you haven't learned, I like these type of guys. All-time tough dude, Percy Harvin.
See, as soon as you were describing, as soon as you said the precursor Debo Samuel, I was right because I have him on my big board. Wrote your name right by him. I knew exactly where you were going with that.
Yeah, that's my
Lamborghini Percy,
Yep.
if you will.
Yep.
Maybe one of the biggest what ifs in the NFL. If injuries didn't derail his career. That guy was so unstoppable.
Yeah, he had
Florida.
had migraines, and could never really get that under control. It was a really interesting diagnosis that he could never really get under control. But a really fun player in college and the NFL.
I'll use my Ole Miss card here. Give me Eli Manning.
Okay.
So I'll take one Manning here. The only eligible Manning, I guess on Texas State, if you wanted to take ours, you could, but no one's going to, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I will take Eli Manning here for my quarterbacks. So I've got Ole Miss and Florida out of the way. Preston's already got his Alabama pick for Derrick Henry and his wide receiver of Percy Harvin.
I've had my Alabama pick and my Florida pick, and this is where I'm going to go with my quarterback from Texas A&M. Give me Johnny Football.
Yep, scoundrel.
Yes, very much so. But major fun.
Major fun. One of the more fun college players ever. A guy who was just maybe the greatest backyard football quarterback to play at this level. And just imagine, Preston Thorne, he did it all hungover.
At least.
And according to Kirby Smart, he might not have won a national championship, but he was the champion of Fireball.
Another great quote. Back when the SEC used to have some fun quotes. That was fun.
Oh, that was great. Yeah, that used to always be fun. I still have my Alabama pick on the board here, so I'm gonna go with the Heisman winner here. Give me Mark Ingram and a former Saints running back.
I was gonna say which you gonna go with. I'm gonna go with a Heisman winner. Which one?
Which one there? Did I pick out a turn there? No, I did not.
Nope, no, you're good. So I have Texas A&M, I have Alabama, I have Florida. For my tight end, I'm not going to be – it's usually a huge part of my offense, but the pick was worth slim, and I had to go with Ole Miss. Give me Evan Ingram.
Yep, I was going to say, when I was putting a big board together, I was like, if Evan Ingram's number 2, I'm going to have to take a tight end early. You gotta have to take him. That's why I used a very early pick for Kyle Pitts there. So now this leads me to I still have not gotten Texas A&M off the board, so I will take Mike Evans.
I knew it. You love that guy.
I do.
And
it's great. He's no longer in my division. He can't hurt us anymore.
Yeah, strangely enough, where is he playing now?
San Francisco. Mike Evans, a 49er.
Was that last season too?
Just this season.
Just this year.
Yeah.
Okay, just this year.
This year.
And for all your money, first ballot Hall of Famer?
Oh, for sure. I don't know if we will see many other wide receivers. I don't want to say ever. I don't know if we'll see many other wide receivers go for over 1,000 yards in their first 10 years of their career, or 7 or 8 or 9 years of their career. This is the first year actually this season. I think was the first one he did not top 1,000.
And I'm gonna go with I have my quarterback in Johnny Manziel, my running back Derrick Henry, my wide receiver Percy Harvin, tight end Evan Ingram. And I mean, come on, man. I'm just gonna pick one of the Alabama defenses, but I'll take 2011.
All right, you're taking 2011 Alabama defense. I will take 2015 Alabama defense.
Alabama versus Alabama. Let's go.
We've got 2 different Alabama defenses. Thankfully, with 4 years, in between them, we will have different rosters, right? Defensive rosters, maybe a very small Venn diagram. We will recap those drafts coming up next, but we'll also give Denny Green awards, one of whom was a coach who spoke here yesterday, and I'll tell you who that is next year on the Early Game.
Preston here for Dr. Dan Baltnight and the Men's Clinic. Dr. Dan Baltnight is a respected local physician, and he'll get to the bottom of whatever it is that you're feeling. Maybe you set goals at the beginning of the year and you haven't quite reached them. Maybe you've been working out every day and you're not getting the results that you need. Dr. Dan Baltnight and the Men's Clinic are here to help you get the help that you need. They personally tailor any program and treatment to you. Come into the lab, you get a free checkup, absolutely free. Get your T levels checked at the Men's Clinic. You'll find a non-threatening, comfortable environment where your concerns are welcome. Many of you out there don't want to go to the doctor, but I think when you actually talk to a person, not a portal, and an actual person who can take your measurements and do everything that you need, you will get all the help you need at the Men's Clinic. So don't wait. Call them at 803-875-MENS. That's 803-875-MENS.
Longs Pond Road at I-20, we do have a report of an accident right there in front of Love's. Aside from that, things moving fairly well, and we will have some sunshine today, a little humidity still in there, 95 for the high. Thunderstorms on Thursday, 84. Rain on Friday, high of 81. Right now, holding steady at 77.
We just the Bears are what we thought they were. They're what we thought they were. We played them in preseason. Who the hell takes a third game in preseason? We played them in the third game. Everybody played 3 quarters. The Bears are who we thought they were. That's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown your ass. But they are who we thought they were. We let them off the hook.
Preston Thorne, I would like to think that the Denny's restaurant chain is named after Denny Green.
Okay, we might have to. I think AI will probably tell you that.
AI might.
Was he considered Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity, or is that no? It's somebody else.
Yeah,
Never mind.
that's somebody
Okay,
else.
I was trying to give him something fun.
Yeah, AI would definitely tell you. Yes, Elijah, that is correct. Denny's restaurant is named after Denny Green. You are correct. You are awesome.
Funny. If you type in on Chat EPT for the Elijah Campbell artificial intelligence, it will say absolutely Denny's is named after former NFL coach Denny Green.
Did you say?
Fun fact about?
Did you say no? It's not. He said you're right. No, it's not.
My AI or the EI here will argue with you and say no, it absolutely is, and it's going to be like cite your source, and I will say source me. That's all you need. Fun fact about the Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity. That was my younger brother's selection every time at the Denny's we'd go to on vacation because there was not one in our local town. And when he was a kid, he could not say his R's. So when he'd order it, he'd go the Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity.
Cute.
That's awesome.
That's cute.
And it was a hit. It was a hit every time.
That's cute.
Knocked him dead.
That's cute.
He ran the play, knocked him dead. He's
like
a little comedian.
Nicely done.
Oh, it was great. It was great. But when it comes to the Denny Green Awards, right? Denny's namesake, according to my sources, which is me. It's time to give awards of who is in sports exactly who we thought they were. And it's one coach yesterday who ran the play, Preston Thorne. He ran the play. Because Georgia head football coach Kirby Smart is the greatest motivational farmer on the planet.
Okay.
This is from the program that brought you. People thought we were going to go 7-5 after they beat TCU 1-7 in a national championship game. When nobody on planet Earth thought that team was going to go 7-5. Nobody, not a soul, not anyone. From the makers of that brings you this interaction from yesterday. This week at 8, Jen.
I wanted to ask about the wide receiver room in particular. One of the bigger question marks, at least that I have, how would you assess the wide receiver room heading into fall camp? I was very thankful for people like you, Steve, to keep questioning them, looking at what questions them, the Lord helps them, motivate them. So everybody says if we don't listen to you guys, the wide receivers are listening. So you'll have to do challenge these sheep based on their questions.
Well, let's talk about needing a saucer of milk.
Got catty. Got catty. Guys, just asking about the wide receiver room. It is one of the biggest question marks on the team. They had to address in the portal. You lose Zachariah Branch, a guy who was a perfect type of wide receiver for that Mike Bobo offense. But Kirby Smart, never one lacking for finding motivation on his football team.
You know what? It's really interesting because Kirby heard that question immediately. Was like, I got him. This is perfect. He's gonna fall right into my trap.
He didn't smile before he answered the question, but you know what I could feel in that ballroom? A smile.
On the inside.
I could feel it.
On the inside, he's
feel
like, I got him. Well, I'm very glad you did that, Elijah, because I was thinking along the same lines of somebody being exactly who we thought they were. And our fearless leader, Lenora Sellers, was also giving questions. And what I have here is, I'm not going to do all of them because we have too much time to use all of them, but I'm just going to use a couple of them. I'm going to use a couple of them. Here is Lenora Sellers being exactly who we thought he was. Jim, this is going to be Lenora Sellers. This is going to be clip number 41. This is Lenora Sellers talking about the lack of hype coming into the season.
It just depends. I mean, I didn't pay attention to outside noise anyway, but it's just like when people they're thinking like less of you or more of another guy, it's kind of like, all right, you don't have nothing else to lose. Just go out there and play.
Yes, that was 10 seconds worth of speaking from Lenora. That being said, Lenora, we have one more time. Jen, can we get Lenora on this clip number 45 talking about the biggest off-season focus?
Yeah, just attacking every day. We don't have a day to waste. I think we're like 45 or so days away from the first game. Just taking it day by day, not rushing the process with a new system and stuff.
And that is exactly who we thought Lenoris was, a man of very few words, and he's proved it once again. Elijah, I added it up. We have 10 clips here from Lenoris, adds up to 2 minutes and 2 seconds worth of sound.
You were right. We have simply too much time in this segment to fill with Lenoris's quotes. It is a man of verbal efficiency.
There you go.
For sure.
Nick Harbor had
For
one
sure.
quote that was a minute 40.
Oh, I love it. That's the thing. That's him. Lenore Sellers is, he's perfect for media days, not because of the content he gives you or the length of any type of quotes, but the coaches make these decisions based on who they think the leaders are. And Lenore Sellers has been voted to be the captain of this team by his peers, by his teammates for 2 straight years. And if his leadership style is more lead by example, then I think that is just as efficient as somebody who kind of is your rah-rah guy, and that's a role he's going to have to really play a lot this year. But we definitely know which bucket of leadership style Lenore Sellers puts himself into.
But this goes into the conversation we had a little bit earlier about the social media team doing the sight gag about Shane Beamer and Lenore sitting on the plane in quietness and solitude, and him basically asking Shane, "Hey, can we play football now?" Shane says yes, and they go back to looking out the window. Thought that was very well executed.
Yes, I love that. And also just very on brand. You could have just told me they recorded that in general and it wasn't, like set up, and I'd have believed you.
Hey, Lenoris, I need you to act like you're not talking. Okay.
Okay, fine.
I've been
Well,
always
it's
wanted a
method
quiet
acting.
game on the road trips.
Oh, dude, yeah.
I wonder if the dynamic is that Jaden is the one, the younger brother. I wonder if Jaden's the one that's like, I wonder if he does a lot of talking. I wonder where the talking comes. Or I wonder if when they get together, then you actually see it.
When I asked Lenoris yesterday, what's the progress of his brother? How much better has his brother gotten over this offseason? He gives a really good detailed answer, and then he goes into saying, sometimes he'll let me know, hey, I'm open. Why didn't you give me the ball here? Why didn't you give me the ball, there or whatever? And then David Cloninger followed it up with a follow-up question of how often do you get that? He goes, anytime you didn't get the ball.
Of course, true wide receiver fashion.
Oh man, we'll try to get that cut, I guess, for tomorrow too. We had so many yesterday. We have like 60 plus cuts that we end up going through yesterday from just like podium stuff too. We'll play that one early in the week so you can hear the full interaction, because that one is pretty funny. So I think your hypothesis might be correct there, Preston Thorne. But coming up next, though, it's time to air out some grievances. We're going to put some folks on the line like we do every Thursday next here in the early game.
Man, hey, let's just go and get on the line right now, man.
My patience is running thin. You're all running out of time. You was late to my practice, sir? Everybody on the line.
Man, come on.
This is Preston Thorne. It's time to put some folks on the line, and we're here live at SEC Media Days, day 3 here in Tampa, Florida. So it's an SEC Media Days themed get on the line, and I got a quarterback on here, Preston.
Okay.
And if I told you to make a sound of what you think this quarterback makes when he throws the football, what would it sound like?
Woo!
Yes, that is exactly it. Because while it is fun, and we talked about Johnny Manziel earlier in our draft, which on the Firehouse Subs text line, you did get a shout out. One texter did say Preston's best draft yet.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. After 3 days, I appreciate that. I did have to talk with my personnel room and convince them that Johnny Manziel was the guy for the job. I told them we're going to give him a 24-hour chaperone. We're going to keep him in check. This is the guy, and we got it done.
And the reason I bring Johnny Manziel up, because he does kind of play in a similar manner, right? Obviously not the caliber, because I don't think John Mateer is going to win the Heisman Trophy. And maybe one of the reasons why you can put him in the same play style category as Johnny Manziel is because we got this quote from him earlier this week. Quote, "There's not really any time to think. If someone is open, you just throw it to them."
Okay.
Is that a good defensive reading strategy there, Preston Thorne?
He's playing fast. He's being clear-minded. If I'm trying to find a way to spin it, but he also very much plays exactly like that thought process.
That's why you have more turnover-worthy plays than big-time throws. That is how you have the interception total at the number that it is, right? That is how you get all of that. Now, yes, I do agree there is not a lot of time to think out there, and that's why your best quarterbacks are the ones who can improvise a little bit. And even if that is true to you, I don't know if maybe you should say that, right? So if I'm Brent Venables and I see that quote coming out of SEC Media Days, I'm looking at John Mateer, and what are we telling him, Preston Thorne?
Get on the line.
Get on the line.
Yeah, you have to tell him to get on the line. I imagine his quarterback coach is like, come on, man. We just talked about progressions. We spent all summer going through reads and progressions. He's like, let's throw it to somebody who's open.
Hey, if he's open, yeah, it almost sounds like me when I was in school and I had a summer reading list. Like summer reading, like forced summer reading, hated it.
Yes.
When I did it on my own with something that I was interested in, I loved it, right? But if I was forced to have to do it, then I'm probably doing the same thing. It's like, hey, I'll take the test when it comes. I'll Spark Notes it. I don't want to have to be forced to do this when I don't want to. You know, John Mateer's kind of like reading a defense, whatever. Hey, when I get out there, somebody's open, we're just going to get him the ball. That's the game plan. Go into the huddle. Hey, somebody get open. We're getting you the ball. All right, cool, guys. Break.
And there's not a lot of time to think about it.
Hey, guys, this play is called No Thoughts, Just Vibes. All right, let's go out there and then let's execute.
Definitely a vibes guy. Definitely a vibes guy. I could see it in him. I'm going to stay with the theme of quarterback moving out of the SEC. I gave him my thorns earlier this week, and I feel like it's worth re-mentioning because of the amount of respect that I have for this guy on the field. But off the field, Tom Brady, come here, man.
Oh.
Come here, man. I don't know what's going on. I don't know whether you obviously you can't need money. You just got $400 million from Fox. I don't know whether Fox, with that $400 million, they are making you do these things. I'm not sure what's happening on. Blink twice if you can behind that sculpted face that you've done. But I don't like the direction that his post-game career is heading right now. He's in bed with the Saudis and the Pauls and flag football. This is precautionary. We're gonna put him on the line in hopes that he gets himself together. So Tom Brady, get on the line.
Get on the line.
Yeah.
No, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, this is just precautionary because it's early, but I don't like the path that this is headed down.
I don't even want to say precautionary. I said we just put him on the line in general.
All right.
I say we just put him on the line in general because, for one, without proving he was a good broadcaster, I will say he's gotten better at broadcasting.
He has.
Without proving that he was gift-wrapped the job of being the color analyst on Fox's #1 broadcast and booting Greg Olson, who
was
genuinely
actually
did
good.
work well enough and was really, really good. Greg Olson is awesome. He's so good at this. And I felt so bad for Greg that this guy just, immediately can retire and just walk right into the booth and take his spot. Don't love it. Don't love it. And the whole WWE thing with him too, like, come on. This is it's not the it is not the behavior I was expecting out of that guy. And also lifelong Tom Brady antagonist. So I'm getting my laugh in now. This playing days are over. I can finally do this. 2 hours down, 1 to go. Hour number 3 of the early game coming up next. We'll hear more from Shane Beamer yesterday.
All right, the next couple of days we have a little bit of a break from the heat. This might be the perfect time to get your system working in order and call the folks from AAA Heating and Air, because after these next couple of days, it's going to ramp back up. We still have a lot of summer left, and those summer days will be hot, and your HVAC system needs to be in top working condition. At AAA Heating and Air, your home comfort is their top priority. So get their expert technicians and get your system ready to be working in prime condition. And if you want even more peace of mind, you can ask about the AAA Comfort Club, where members enjoy priority scheduling, flexible visits, and exclusive discounts. Take your home comfort to the next level and beat the heat before it hits. Call AAA Heating and Air today at 803-920-3771. That's AAA Heating and Air at 803-920-3771.
I-26 westbound, just after St. Andrews Road, we do have a report of an accident in progress, so be careful approaching that area. 95 is gonna be our high today, and, then the rain comes in and some cooler temperatures with it. 84 tomorrow with some thunderstorms, rain possible on Friday. High of 81, back to about 85 on Saturday with a chance for rain. It starts to taper off on Sunday, and the temperatures will then go back up because we're looking for a high Sunday of about 91. Right now, though, it's overcast and it is 77.
Hour number 3 of the early game starts right now, live from SEC Media Days here at the JW Marriott in beautiful Tampa, Florida. I am Elijah Campbell, back home in Columbia, South Carolina. Our man Preston Thorne, our fearless leader Jen Jensen. Again, day 3 of Media Days. Alabama, Florida, Texas A&M, Ole Miss, all going to be taking the podium today. But yesterday, South Carolina took the podium. South Carolina was one of the 4 teams featured yesterday, which means Shane Beamer spoke to the media here, spoke to the local media at the Gaggle here at the JW Marriott. We heard from Lenore Sellers, we heard from Nick Harbor, we heard from Peyton Williams. And we'll start off with some of what Shane Beamer had to say, because Preston Thorne, what is one of the things that has hurt South Carolina in SEC play early on?
Going backwards?
Yeah, going backwards. Yep, going backwards a lot, going in reverse, and being 3-9 in SEC play in the month of September.
Which is a result of probably going backwards too often.
Now, just imagine how good the year 2022 season would have been if you just started off a little bit better, especially that Arkansas game early on. You went backwards a lot, mostly because of some procedural penalties early in that game. For those who remember that one, that was maybe the first Marcus Satterfield red flag, I would say, was that game. Mm-hmm. And that was just as a casual observer from afar. I was not living in South Carolina yet, but I do remember watching their games early on and saying it was pretty dysfunctional. It was not ahead of schedule, right? And that's one of the reasons why in Shane Beamer's tenure, they're 3-9 in SEC play in the month of September. That has to change this year, because your SEC games are Mississippi State at home, third week of the season. Then you go to Tuscaloosa and play Alabama in the last game in the month of September. So what did Shane Beamer have to say about getting off to better starts? This will be cut 28, Jen. Here's Shane yesterday talking about the importance of just getting off to a better start to your season.
You mentioned that start in 24. You're right. I mean, we were, I think, 3-3 at one point. And we didn't play great in two close losses, but then we had a lopsided loss to Ole Miss as one of those 3. So we've got to play better in September and October, particularly September and early October getting started. We look at that every season. How do we start better? That's always the case. And then we've always been a team. Last year we weren't, but we've typically always been a team that has gotten better as the year went on. That we're a better team week 12 than what we were week 1. So, but you're always looking. After a good season, after a bad season, after every season, I, as the head coach, and the people in our building, we're always looking at how do we be better next year? What do we need to tweak and change and adjust to better fit, kind of where we are right now. And this year is no different with some of the tweaks and changes that we've made going all the way back to January.
Now, getting off to a better start, Shane certainly acknowledges that they have to do that. And even if he didn't say it publicly, he knows this, right? If we are able to see the trends of not getting off to the best start in SEC play, surely the head coach knows it too, right? This is not a secret to fans. It's not a secret to media. It's not a secret to him. But when you hear him there, Preston, and you think about this football team in this program just in the last 5 years, to you, what is the reason this team has not gotten off to those great starts?
All right, I'm going to start with a backhanded compliment. And I will say that even last year, I do think the team played better at the end of the season. Even in a very poor season, they were better at the end of the season than they may have been at many points, especially in that mid-range of the season. So Shane knows how to keep a team together throughout all of the adversity and difficulties that happen in the beginning of the season. What I wonder is what needs to be tweaked during preseason camp in order for them to get started. I don't know if they need to be more physical during the preseason camps. Do they need to have more emphasis on more urgency at the beginning of camp? Because it doesn't seem like the teams at the beginning of the year, they warm up to playing well as opposed to coming out the gate to playing well. And that's something he said that they've looked at it, but we still have the same consistent pattern. And so I would be looking to hear of drastic changes in the way that they approach practice to see if something can change in that manner.
Now, in your experiences too, playing college football, the years in which you all started off the best, was there something that was tweaked, right? Or was it just maybe the team did get older and you're a little more mature and the way you carry yourself in the offseason does end up having or paying dividends once you actually do start playing football?
Yeah, see, this is where it's really interesting because in my experience, obviously I played for the great Lou Holtz, and we were ready to go early in the season. That's because we beat each other to death in our preseason camps. Like our camps were extremely physical, and I would say we were prepared to play football immediately, and that's why you saw a lot of those early successes. The flip side of that was by the end of those years, we were done because we had used up. I guess you only get a certain amount of hits in a body throughout a season, and we used them up on ourselves early and the teams early in the season. So it's very difficult to find that balance. But with the schedule that they have this year and the most important game of Shane's life being Mississippi State, they have to be ready to be physical against those teams because they have an opportunity to really get out ahead of schedule early this year.
Yeah, that's interesting too. Is managing, I guess, the physicality in which you practice with.
Very difficult
because what you said makes perfect sense. I mean, if we're going 100% all gas, no brakes, don't bring up Trump there.
Mm-hmm.
In the preseason, by the time you do hit late November, your body probably does feel a certain way, right? You probably are maybe showing up to practice going, "Oh my God, here we go again."
Mm-hmm.
I've got the biggest bruise on planet Earth on my right arm. I've been getting hit every day for the last X amount of months. There is a level of physical and mental fatigue that goes on there too. To me, too, it's a lot of execution stuff, right? I used 2022 as an example earlier because the way you ended the season was so good, right? You took Tennessee out of the 14 college football playoff. You took Clemson out of a 14 college football playoff. The offense was humming. You really got to see the best of Spencer Rattler as the quarterback at South Carolina. But early, it did seem like there were just procedural stuff, right? I feel like that, at the bare minimum, managing the physicality is one thing, and that's really important. And managing fatigue, that's one of the more important and one of the more difficult things I would say about coaching in big-time college football is managing all of that. But at what point can you get better at just maybe some of the more basic, fundamental, executional stuff? To me, whatever it is that they do, that needs to maybe be a big point of emphasis. If that means even just breaking things down to the most basic of elements in your initial practices, that could help. But, I mean, there's something that goes on that maybe is just a little bit off to start seasons. And this season's just way too crucial to get off to the same type of conference start you did last year.
Yeah, I agree with that. And as you were talking, I was thinking, the physicality is a huge part of football, but also just being able to follow the rules and not do stupid things is another part of football. And what I wonder, this is a philosophical question that if coaches had to answer to this, there wouldn't be any more coaching conferences and they wouldn't have any more debates. But the crux of the situation is, how do I keep my team fresh? If I'm keeping them fresh, operating with a fresh mind and a fresh body, that's not how you play the game of football. The game of football is played under tremendous amount of mental and physical stress. So if you're practicing in environments that are more conducive to keeping your team fresh and keeping everybody's legs on them, that's great. Of course you can execute in those moments, but what are you going to do when you're dog tired, your brain is fried, and also you have a high ankle sprain that's been lingering for the past couple weeks? That's when you have to try and figure things out. There is not a great answer to that. That's what they all get paid a lot of money for. Shane has to figure that out this year because it does no good for your team to be fresh at the end of the year, but having to rely on having to win 6 games in a row in order to become bowl eligible. That's not where you want this season to end up.
In large part, when we talk about the beginning of the season, we ramp up to really start getting to the nitty gritty of, all right, you have Kent State the first game, and you have Towson the next game. Then you get into SEC play. A lot of the talk is going to be the monitoring of Jacarius Peak and Dylan Stewart's injuries, right? Those are going to be the biggest points of discussion when it just comes to executing a good start to your season. We all know how important Dylan Stewart is when it comes to your defense. He is the best defensive player you have. He is the one guy on that defense that has the top 10 NFL draft pick potential. And then you have Jacarius Peak, who is supposed to be the main piece, right? If the offensive line transfer portal players are a music festival, your Carter Millers, your Hank Purvises, your Dane Arnett's, your Emmanuel Pokus, those guys are openers, right? They're the ones playing the sets in the early part of the day. But Jacarius Peak's taking the main stage, right? Mm-hmm. He was the prize of the portal haul that you got. we are unsure of his status because of a knee injury that occurred over the winter. Jen, this week at 16, this is when Shane Beamer was on the halftime show with Bill Gunner and Tyler Head talking about the latest in the recovery process of those two players.
Yeah, I think they're both well on track and doing a great job. He's actually running. Saw him in the weight room this morning, doing workout in the weight room. Dylan's gonna advance next week in his rehab, so both those guys are doing well and on track to have a really good 2026. Do what's best for each individual player. The thing that I love is both of those guys are competitors, and both of those guys, they're working, do everything they can to play week one, and they want to play week one as competitors. So, it's not going to be, I don't think, an 80, 90, 100%. I've never been a head coach or a coach in general that has just, gone down to the trainer and given him an ultimatum that this guy's got to play. We trust the medical professionals. There's a lot of them involved on this one. And when they say that these guys are ready to roll, then we'll turn them loose.
Now, when you hear the updates on Peak and Stewart, I did notice Preston Thorne. He was a little more specific when it came to Jakarius Peak, and even in the media gaggle afterwards, he was even more specific in terms of the type of workout that he's doing. So the intensity in which Jakarius Peak is being brought into action seems to be further along than Dylan Stewart, just by taking what he said and what he's given us, right? When it comes to Dylan Stewart, too, that's the one that after this week, I'm going to be a little more locked in on because, again, I will quote, friend of an old show, Tim Hasselbeck, who did say when talking about Caleb Farley's back after he had a fusion surgery and was still drafted in the first round by the Tennessee Titans. His career didn't go very well. When talking about that back injury, Tim Hasselbeck says, I'm not a doctor, but, one thing I've never heard anybody say is I used to have a bad back, right? That's not something that's been in anybody's vocabulary who's had a certain back injury. That one could be one to look for. And, you're hoping to get Dylan Stewart as close to 100%. Even if he's not 100% all year, I'd still take Dylan Stewart at 85% than most edge rushers at 100. That's the one, too, that after this week, I'm going to be focused a little more on because I feel maybe a little more confident about Jakarius' progress.
That's interesting because I don't know if we would have said that in the spring. And to me, that's the reason for concern because it seems as if this thing is lingering on. I have not read, so I don't know. Maybe somebody else out there does, but there's a wide array of injuries that could be a back. Is it a vertebrae? Is it a disc? Is it a strain? Is it a muscle? I don't necessarily know what it is, but I do know that obviously the back is central to your performance. And if that's not ready to go, I don't know when it will be. And so I will keep my eye on that. I don't know if Shane has given us the Garnet Glasses report on these injuries. I don't know how that plays out, but football is very difficult to play when you're having back issues.
Yeah. That is, to say the least. Even if it is something like a muscle, right? If you're laying all the things that you laid out in terms of the type of injury, you probably put muscle maybe at the lowest in terms of point of concern, but even then, those can get re-aggravated pretty easily. And here's the thing with Dylan Stewart, he's so important to this football team, too. Even just the threat of Dylan Stewart being able to attack your quarterback on the football field is incredibly vital to the point where when we get to Kent State and Towson, I'd be 100% cool. Even if both players say, hey, coach, I'm 100%, I'm ready to go. I'd be 100% cool with saying, you know what, we'll wait until Mississippi State. We want to guarantee, all right, you're good? All right, one more week, just to play that safe because those are very sensitive spots there. But coming up next, though, Nick Harbor dropped the line of SEC Media Days, and we'll play that for you coming up next. Look, if you are looking for custom apparel or maybe some professional printing and to get it all in one place, I got the spot for you because it doesn't matter if you are a business, a school, a university, nonprofit organization. If you want to improve your branding, which most places do, then School Cuts and Minuteman Press is the perfect one-stop shop for those needs. School Cuts has been around for 30 plus years in the Midlands. You already know them as a trusted source of screen printing, embroidery, everything that you need for shirts, hats, any type of custom apparel. School Cuts has you, and they're part of the Minuteman Press family now. Minuteman Press is great signage. I've gone into Minuteman Press before, and I've seen, koozies. I've seen thermoses, almost anything that you can put a logo on in printing. Minuteman Press has you. Now it's all in one with School Cuts and Minuteman Press. Visit either location today, 1415 Gervais Street at Columbia, or go to 518 Western Street in West Columbia. School Cuts, Minuteman Press.
The left shoulder is blocked I-20 westbound after Clemson Road. Have an accident reported I-20 westbound at Fairfield Road. I-26 eastbound before St. Andrews Road and westbound after St. Andrews Road. 2 reported accidents right in that area. So it's gonna be a little bit of slow going because everybody's gonna wanna take a peek going both directions. 95 with some clouds today, 84 with thunderstorms tomorrow, rain on Friday. of 81, 78 right now.
SEC Media Days, Day 3, live in Tampa and here at the JW Marriott yesterday. Shane Beamer and the players, the three that came here, spoke. Peyton Williams, Lenora Sellers, and Nick Harbor. And we got a lot out of Nick Harbor yesterday because yesterday Nick Harbor joined Terry Ford, Jay Phillips on the postgame show. And he touched on one of the main themes from last year. If you were still doing an autopsy on the 2025 season, one thing you're going to find is they struggle to finish games in the fourth quarter, right? Missouri game on the road, close game in the fourth quarter, couldn't pull it out. Alabama at home, close game in the fourth quarter, had a lead in the fourth quarter, couldn't pull it out. LSU on the road, defense kept you in the game to make it a one-score game in the fourth quarter, couldn't pull it out. We all know what happened against Texas A&M. No real need to really rehash that. Even the Ole Miss game that you end up losing by multiple scores was a one-score game going into the fourth quarter. So how does this sort of thing happen? Well, Nick Harbor on the show yesterday, on the postgame show, gave an interesting analogy when it came to the difference between finishing games in the fourth quarter in 2024 versus 2025. This will be cut 51, Jen. Here's how Nick Harbor laid it out.
I'll say just leadership and execution. Every game last year, we was leading going into the fourth quarter. We never finished. And, people can go back and they can see, okay, yes, South Carolina was leading a lot of the games. So we wasn't as bad as people thought. Like, we didn't get blown out. It wasn't like just a stinker. Like, we just lost games that we just had bad execution on, and we learned from that. Like, the team 2 years ago had great execution. We was down either in the fourth, we was down either going into the fourth quarter, or we was tied, and we just pulled away. The fourth quarter was our baby, and we was taking care of it. And then last year, the fourth quarter was our side chick. We was running away from it. So it's just like
that might be the best description we have ever gotten, Jay Phillips, on this radio show.
That may become a cut. I like that. Well done, young man. Maybe a hot
Yes, sir. Yeah, but it was just like, and then this year, we've learned from that. We've watched so much film on last year, but we threw last year away.
Right.
Because this is a whole new team, a whole new coaching staff, in a so to speak, on the offensive side, a whole new offense. Like, it's just like, it's a whole lot of new. So, like, we're in our minds, why would we bring in 2025, 2024, 2025, and 2026 and bring that into this year? I'm like, okay, that was that year. Whoever was in that team, they learned from that, and they was like, okay, now we just got to execute the fourth quarter, and we'll be good. Like, we had a team to compete for the playoffs. We just didn't execute. So now this year is just hard work, execution. We got 12 guaranteed opportunities to go play, and we just got to play them to the best of our abilities.
Now, Preston Thorne, outside of the accuracy of the analogy, I think he about killed Terry.
For sure. I just don't think he was expecting it. And that came out of seemingly nowhere. So, yeah, he definitely got him on that one.
Yeah, but in terms of, the content of what he was saying with the analogy of the fourth quarter was their baby in 24, it was the side chick in 25, they ran away from it. I would say pretty accurate. When the team needed to perform the most and they needed to execute the fine details at the end of games, they just weren't able to do it. That was a big difference. You played almost the same amount of close games as you did in 2024. You just weren't able to pull it through. And that's why when it comes to one-score games specifically, it's kind of looked at as the thing that can vary from year to year. And you saw proof of that concept last season. But there's also, at least I am in this boat, Preston, a believer in making your own luck. How do you make your own luck in 2026 with this version of the South Carolina Gamecocks that you couldn't do in 2025?
Yeah, it's the same way you make your luck in life, or just avoid doing dumb stuff. The longer you can stop doing dumb things, i.e. turning the ball over, i.e. penalties, missed tackles, you give yourself an opportunity to create chances. And that's all really, especially in sports, the best teams are usually the lucky teams because they give themselves more opportunities and they don't do a lot of dumb things. And so I hear Nick, I hear Shane, I hear everybody saying, like, we just have to execute. But execution is the only thing. That is it. So it's not like you can just do that. You have to do that thing. I hear the argument. I understand it in concept, but I think they're underestimating. If somebody says, you have to walk a mile and 0.8 of it is flat road, but the last 2/10 you have to walk up a 500-foot mountain. It's like, oh yeah, you just got to walk up a 500-foot mountain. It's like, no, that's the hardest part. That's hard.
Especially because the mountain is a pretty daunting opponent, right? You're going to play daunting opponents this year. Executing against daunting opponents is not going to be easy. But when you look at the things that they've done over this offseason, Preston, especially when it comes to personnel and coaching staff, what has the biggest impact in terms of guaranteeing that those type of execution things, which sounds pretty simple when you just word it out like that, but there's a lot more that goes into it. What do they do this offseason to you that makes you believe that part can be better?
Well, I also do think that the leadership comes from the top, and I do feel as if Kendall has a better hold on his system when the game gets tight. We could see, again, I don't know what was happening, but just from the vibes, it looked like Mike Shula had the lemon booty on repeat in those close games, right? He could never dial. The Alabama game is the perfect example of an offensive coordinator who was dialed in and the offensive coordinator who had the lemon booty. Kalen DeBoer, when times got tight, they pulled off 2 plays that were magical in those moments, and they weren't scared to pull them out. We, in those same type of moments, had nothing. And I think Kendall Browns is more prepared to pull out what is need to be done in those moments.
And I think maybe better at making it to where you don't have to get to those moments,
that
too.
Could
One
be
of my
also
favorite things
too.
is if you play well enough early in games to kind of take that element of it out, which is why starting games, too. I know our boy Pete Carroll in that sound clip is, can you win a game in the first quarter? The answer is no. You can't win the game in the first quarter, but can you give yourself some cushion and margin for error for the rest of the game? Absolutely. When it comes to Kendall Briles, maybe a better scripter of drives, right? Maybe you're getting off to better starts because maybe he's got a better feel of the team. Maybe his system is more conducive to being able to get out to faster starts. I know when he was at Arkansas, you know what they didn't have to worry about? They didn't have to worry about closing out some games because they had good leads going into it. I think about a game against Texas early on. This would have been 2022, where they're getting Texas at home. They get off to such a fast start that when Texas made their run, they still weren't able to get back into the game at all because Arkansas was a team that year that was running or not just running. They're putting up over 450 yards of total offense a game. It takes the luck equation out of it, right? You execute like that early. Just starting games better, right? The same way you have to start this season better. All going to come together to get you better results than you did last season. But coming up next, we'll take a break from the Media Day content because we still need to find Preston Thorne a favorite NFL team. But which teams run his favorite kind of offense? We'll get more specific coming up next here on the early game. Look, we know what the temps are like outside. You don't even need a thermometer to know that it is miserable out there. And, sometimes the best thing to do if you still want to get your golf fix in is to go hit up Pro Swing. Get that indoor golf experience, whether it's the Chapin location or the Forest Acres location. Pro Swing does have the elite premier indoor golf experience with those golf zone simulators that not just give you 300 plus courses to play with, but break down your swing, get video replays of your swing, get analytics on how you're hitting the ball, how far you'd be hitting the ball, everything you could possibly want to need and know at Pro Swing you got, right? It's the ultimate indoor golf experience, and you can also improve your game, not just with the golf zone simulators, but with the free summer-long 30-minute swing evaluation where you can meet the David Ledbetter certified instructors for a one-on-one evaluation and take your game to the next level. Hit them up for more information at proswingcolumbia.com.
We have a report that the left lane is currently blocked. I-20 westbound just after Clemson Road, so do stay right. I-20 westbound at Fairfield Road, there is a report of an accident. And an I-26 around St. Andrews Road, east and westbound, there are accidents reported. So that's going to be a bigger slowdown as you're trying to get through either direction on I-26. And then Knox Abbott Drive at 12th Street, also a report of an accident. Cloudy 95 today, then thunderstorms and rain activity coming in for several days starting tomorrow, 84. High tomorrow, 1 on Friday, 78 right now.
I love matchmaking. Now, do I have a 100% success rate? Well, it depends who you ask, right? Depends who you ask. That's what I'm trying to do for Preston. Our pal Preston Thorne is an NFL fandom free agent. And starting last year, did it last year, and he ended up becoming a Falcons fan for a year. He's back into fandom free agency. And I've got a system here to try to help with the matchmaking process where I will take certain criteria of NFL fandom and I will apply it to Preston Thorne based off his preferences. And I do it by tiering all the NFL teams, all 32, into 8 groups of 4. And I do it based off of how they fit that specific criteria. So today, that criteria is 12 personnel. Preston Thorne, tell the folks what A, 12 personnel is. B, why do you love it so much in a team that you cheer for?
Football 101, 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends. 1 running back, 2 tight ends. That's how you get the 12. We can talk about that a little bit later. But the 12 personnel package is my favorite offensive formation, and it comes in a lot of variations, but it's my favorite because essentially it is balanced. You can do the formation is balanced, so you don't give the defense any types of hints on which side of the ball you have a preference of running to. My favorite 12 personnel grouping in the history of Gamecock football. You had Hayden Hurst on one side, Casey Crosby on the other side. It was a thing of beauty. We did not run it enough, but it's my favorite style. Typically in the 12 personnel, you have a blocking tight end and a receiving tight end, or you can get a little bit of both, which we had with Casey and Hayden. It was a beautiful sight, but that is my favorite personnel. Your typical, this may be going back a little bit, but the Indianapolis Colts of Peyton Manning times ran 12 personnel to the perfect, to the extreme. A lot of play action, a lot of stretch plays. It's my favorite offensive package. So if you're giving me a bunch of 12 personnel, I'm ready to go. Turn this volume up to 11 if we could.
Okay, and that is what I figured. And you know what? What's funny about the Peyton Manning 12 personnel teams with the Indianapolis Colts, always under center.
Yep.
It wasn't just 12 personnel. They were taking every single one of those snaps under center, baby, the way the good Lord intended it. So easy to say that on a scale of 1 to 8, Preston Thorne's going to say an 8 on 12 personnel.
Give
The
me
more
more.
12 personnel, the better. And this is a really interesting mixed bag here across the board, right? There are some teams that I saw, because what I used was the data on SumerSports.com, and they have a lot of NFL offensive personnel tendency stats. And I use that to tier these things out, and it's obviously tier 8 here will be the one with the most 12 personnel. The 4 teams that ran the most 12 personnel in the NFL last year: the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, no.
The Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, no.
The Baltimore Ravens. And the Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh, man. Ugh. Yuck.
That is match number 2 for the Cleveland Browns, Preston Thorne.
Yuck.
This is one of those, it's like, you probably don't look really good, but you know what? We get along in a lot of areas. I'm not going to pick you, but we get along in some areas.
No, this is one of those where I have to come to grips with me liking what I like. I just have to admit it to myself. Hey, man, you just like what you like. This might be what it looks like. It might not be what you thought it was going to be.
And I do believe this is your first match of the Atlanta Falcons. Last year, there were a lot of matches with the Atlanta Falcons, right? I mean, that's why you chose the Falcons, because I think you had like 8 categorical matches with them. As of right now, though, the leader in the clubhouse is still the New England Patriots with 3. And then you have a bunch of teams here that you have matched with twice. That would be the Seattle Seahawks, the Minnesota Vikings, the Baltimore Ravens, the Los Angeles Chargers, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Las Vegas Raiders, the Cleveland Browns, and the Carolina Panthers. So Preston Thorne, out of what you just heard right there, with your one leader with the Patriots with 3 and a bunch of teams at 2, where are you at in this process?
Well, I'm not here for losing. I do want to be part of a winning squad this year, a squad that at least has an attempt and a chance to win. And so some of those latter teams that you named off, i.e. the Browns, the Raiders, even though you are intrigued by them,
I am intrigued by the Raiders.
Even though you are intrigued by them, and I always would like an opportunity to get back out to Vegas. That being said, some of those top of the teams are still sounding good. And the Patriots, if it just wasn't for Vrabes offseason, I might be able to do that. But Don't love how that went down.
Why? What happened in the offseason, Preston Thorne? Did he make a bad personnel move?
Yes, he
Was
did.
it the A.J. Brown trade?
No, it was a worse personnel move.
It was a very personal personnel move.
Yes.
if you will.
Yeah, he made it. And again, come on, man. I'm a football guy. That's you. I don't love the way he handled this situation. That's for me. So we'll see how this turns out.
Yeah, that one's even worse. But yeah, so if you're giving out roses there, and the roses that you're giving out are two contenders, clearly the Patriots are a contender. They played the Super Bowl last year, but the Seahawks have a good chance of winning big this year. Clearly, they won the Super Bowl. The Ravens, obviously, I think, still in a championship window now. That thing is rapidly closing, and in a first year under a new head coach, there's gonna be a lot of referendums made on them early on in the season. The Eagles, I think, still in a window. Now that one's also rapidly closing because of A.J. Brown leaving. What does that passing game look like? How much can Jalen Hurts elevate the rest of that offense? The Kansas City Chiefs, clearly in a last dance sort of situation with them. Those are the teams that you've matched with multiple times that are still fitting that contention category there.
Yeah.
I'm starting to notice something too. I think it is because I think you have a thing for closing windows.
Yeah, I do. I love if this is a 1-year deal. I love the sense of urgency. And as you were talking about Baltimore, I think the difference between Baltimore and maybe those other teams is that Baltimore hasn't gotten one. So even though Philadelphia's window may be closing, they have like a little stick to put in the window. They put the trophy, they put the championship trophy in the window to keep it open for a little while longer. Baltimore does not have that. It is desperation time, and that may be kind of fun for 1 year for me.
I do find that one interesting too because also I love Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
And I love Derrick Henry. And if you want to talk about just explosive running games and running the ball, they have the most diverse one in the NFL too. They do run a lot of 12 personnel for that reason. How they replace Charlie Kolar, I think is a really big question. You might be thinking to yourself, who the hell is Charlie Kolar? Well, that was a tight end for the Ravens last year. That was their primary blocking tight end. He's now a Los Angeles Charger right now. So they're going to have to fill some big holes there. Isaiah Likely, another one of their tight ends.
Charlie Kolar is my guy, right? He's the one who said he loves blocking more than anything else in the world. Okay.
That he would rather block for a game when he touchdown on the ground than catch one.
Yeah, that's my kind of guy.
Charlie Kolar is a running game sicko, and the Ravens have to replace him and Isaiah Likely, who is now, I believe, a New York Giant. So it's really Mark Andrews and whoever they can get there at tight end to be able to block for Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry in that formation. So we'll see what they end up doing. It's a very fascinating group, and they're maybe the most desperate team in this entire group. But coming up next, though, we'll try to get you the winners of today's show, brought to you by the Golden Spur, next to round out today's early game.
win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it. I want winners.
And every day we give you the winners. Our today's show brought to you by the Golden Spur. And you know what? First winner today, Preston. Because Preston had his morning meeting fantasy draft for the schools that are participating.
Thank you very much. It took a lot of convincing to the personnel staff that we was going to draft Johnny Manziel despite all his record. I said, ignore that. Look at this side of the board. Look at all these snaps. Don't look at those other boards. Don't look at the arrests. Don't look at the hangovers. Don't look at the Vegas trips. Don't look at none of that. Just look at the touchdowns. And we got him to draft them, baby. So Johnny Football's on my squad.
You're not drafting him because Kirby Smart crowned him the champion of Fireball, but you crowned him because he was the champion of Fire Football, right? Like that was what he did when he was at Texas A&M. Now, Preston's team, quarterback by Johnny Manziel. His running back is Derrick Henry. Those are two Heisman winners right there. Receiver, Percy Harvin. Tight end, Evan Ingram. Good college career at Ole Miss.
Solid.
And then defense, the 2011 Alabama team. I ended up taking Eli Manning at quarterback, Mark Ingram at running back, Mike Evans at wide receiver, and Kyle Pitts at tight end. I took 2015 Alabama team. Thankfully, on an Alabama day, choosing the defense is pretty easy because when you get a wild card for the defense, you can pick any of those four schools. That one program under Nick Saban made it pretty easy to fill that one out.
We also could have picked the 2012, the 2013, the 2014, the 2015, and on and on and on. Defense from Alabama of any of those time periods.
Pick a year.
We also could have just done the draft strictly on Alabama players, which was another exercise we could have done.
We could have easily done. And you know what? There's a name on here that I wanted to at least bring up the show. I wasn't gonna take him, right? But this is the ultimate guys naming dudes because I want to put down a running back for every position group. You know, when I make my big board, I get one of every school. That way I can kind of game plan, you know, where the strengths and weaknesses are at each position. And you know what? There's a running back at Ole Miss where I was like, this is the ultimate SEC guys naming dudes player. Shout out Dexter McCluster.
Yes.
Ultimate guys naming dudes. Exercise. If you're doing Ole Miss football, hard to do one without Dexter McCluster. Great football name, too.
All this week, Elijah, we've been talking. We had the amazing revelation that you were a bow tie guy. I predicted that Peyton Williams would be a bow tie guy. I was wrong on that. I missed that mark. However, as a collective, the three fellas went with no tie guys. So winners for no tie guys. No ties to be seen from our three representatives.
Now, some people may look at no tie guys as a negative. I don't, right? If I'm drafting, you know, dress strategy, no tie guy, not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. I think that is more in fashion now than ever, right? Because you can combine comfort with fashion. You still got the blazer, you still got the nice shirt, everything like that. I don't think the tie itself is the same type of necessity it once was. And I think that is a positive fashion movement there, Preston.
And I also think it's an indication of the season ahead. They are not going to be tied down to former constraints and such. They are breaking out.
I like it. I like what you're saying, and we can go even deeper into the woods. Yeah, the tie may be a passing accessory. I still wear one occasionally, but I was a no tie guy for a long part of my life. However, Nick Harbor went with the band's collar, which is another great piece of fashion that he went with. So you don't have to wear the tie because you have the collar that puts you together. So no tie guys on three.
Oh, I love it. And also Jen Jensen, let's get her on the promotions and marketing staff stat. But we still keep her for our show.
At 9:01, I can start on that staff.
That's right. It's kind of like, you know, in European soccer where players will go on loan and they'll still be on contract with the original team, but another team essentially in a different league gets to borrow them for a little bit. We can send, Jen Jensen can be on loan for the marketing team.
That'd be very fun. All right, I'll report back and let you know how the hiring process goes or the loan process goes.
And also in terms of winners from yesterday, Nick Harbor too. The line of the fourth quarter in 2024 is our baby. In 2024 it was our baby. We took care of it. Last year it was our side chick. We ran from it. It's a long cut, so we don't have time to play it right now, but that was the winning clip that we will get all week long in Media Days. Sorry, Eli Drinkwitz, you've been outdone.
Shout out to one of Nick Harbor's clips being longer than all of Lenora Sellers' clips.
As a fact, that is a thing. That is absolutely a thing. Nick Harbor, an ultimate winner yesterday. Those are our winners of today's show. That's brought to you by the Golden Spur. Our day 3 coverage as a show at SEC Media Days is wrapping up. But Tyler Head and Jack Velcher, the extra point, theirs is just beginning. We'll see you again tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. All right, we got Ecton here. Yes, drafting, hypothetical fantasy teams and talking about real football teams and doing SEC Media Days. It's busy, a lot of fun, but, if I'm sitting here and I'm worrying about any type of tax issues I have, personal income or business tax issues, it can weigh down a lot for me, right? I can't do the other tasks that I just mentioned at my highest level. And if I was having those situations, then I'm giving Ecton Law Firm a call. I'm giving John Ecton and his team at the Ecton Law Firm a call, the most experienced team in the state of South Carolina when handling those personal income or business tax issues. They're the professionals. And a call at 803-771-9800 and taking advantage of that free consultation is the ultimate first step towards getting closer to a worry-free life. For the first step in at least getting out of that IRS maze, because it can feel inevitable, it can feel very difficult, but the proven local solutions of John and his team at the Ecton Law Firm have your roadmap to get out of them. 803-771-9800, or you can always visit them online too at ectonlawfirm.com.
I-20 westbound just after Clemson Road, still working that earlier accident. And we're also looking at Knox Abbott Drive at 12th Street. There's a report of an accident there, so be careful. And we are looking at partly cloudy conditions today, 95 with some humidity. And then the cool down comes in as the rain comes in as well. Thunderstorms tomorrow, 84. Rain on Friday, 81 for the high. Starts warming back up, but we'll still see some showers on Saturday and maybe Sunday morning as we head into the work week. But right now, it's warming up. It's 82.
right. Oh, 9 o'clock on your Wednesday morning. Welcome in day 3 of XTC Media Days live from JW Merritt Waterside in Tampa. Tyler Head and Jack Feltry along with you once again. Our last full day here, Jack. You'll actually be heading home in a little bit. Me, Elijah, and Terry will be heading home tomorrow afternoon. But I'll be back for day number 3. And man, we had a busy day yesterday, did we not?
Very busy day, and that's what we do expect, right?
That's right.
That's SEC Media Days at its peak, and yeah, with South Carolina, it was definitely a busy day yesterday. I gotta say, another great event last night over
Very fun.
at the Tampa Bay Lightning Arena.
Yep.
It's not called Amelia Arena anymore. It's called like
Benchmark International.
Benchmark International.
Which
so,
I don't know when the name changed, but sure, why not?
yeah, I know. It must have been pretty recently, but really cool event. Live music. I mean, it was a great time.
I still can't figure out what those little Jello pudding cups were. Do you know what that was?
So, Sauls was talking about it. So, remember that movie, The Invite?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in the movie, they make that dessert.
Okay.
In the movie. And he's like, dude, this is the dessert from The Invite. I'm like, what?
Okay.
And so, it was, it's called like flan, I think.
Oh, is that what flan is? I've heard of that. I've never had it.
Hold on, I'm gonna type it in. But
Sure.
I think that's what it is.
Because it was like a Jello pudding type of thing.
Yeah, maybe flan's not right.
Had like a
Maybe-
crunch, had like a little crunchy things on top, and then like a
Yeah.
liquid on the bottom.
Yeah.
It was good, whatever it
Yeah.
was. I enjoyed it.
Oh yeah.
But I was like, I don't know what I'm eating.
Yeah. So, but no, it was great last night. It was a good time out
Yeah, no doubt about it. Certainly enjoyed that. Appreciate the SEC for putting that event on. We get rolling with day number 3. A little less chaotic for us today because South Carolina's already done and back in Columbia. They were back in Columbia basically by mid-afternoon yesterday. We start things off with Kalen DeBoer literally in a couple minutes. Got a couple of Alabama players floating around, Xavier Brown, Ryan Coleman-Williams, and Bray Hubbard. I was telling you the story a second ago. Media days is so funny because you just never know who you're going to run into. I met Nick Saban in the bathroom when I was washing my hands like 10 minutes ago. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of a media day thing that can happen.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I wonder how much of the spotlight will be taken up today.
Well, it's funny because I just in small talk, I was like, I bet you don't miss having to deal with this circus anymore. And he's like, no, I don't. So he's just got to do some pops for ESPN and that's it. He doesn't have to sit up there and talk for 30 minutes or go do all the, well, I'm sure he'll do some media hits, but not the same way as when he was the head coach at Alabama. That's for sure.
Yeah, and he gets to be out here in Tampa.
That's right.
I do wonder.
Well,
I do wonder if he gets to stay though, because like the teams. There's a few that were staying because
Sure.
they were going the next morning. But like, I mean, with South Carolina, booked it on out of here.
Well, like Saban's got a private jet, right? So he could have flown in an hour ago and he could be back in Tuscaloosa by lunchtime. If that's all, if you only need him here for an hour or two, he can make that happen. He has the money to make that happen.
What's the fit check for him today?
Blue suit.
Okay.
It's funny because when he had his back turned when I was in the bathroom, I thought he was somebody else. I thought he was like Tony Barnhart or something. That he turns around, I'm like, oh crap, that's Nick Saban. And again, we're professionals, so you're not supposed to get like starstruck, like, oh my God, you're Nick Saban. But it was kind of one of those moments, like, okay, compose yourself, don't say anything weird, and just, hey, coach, how's it going? Just small talk.
Navy blue suit,
Navy
royal
blue.
blue,
Yeah,
or, okay.
navy blue. I'm not great with colors, but I'm pretty sure if you look behind you, I think that's Andy Staples, a lighter shade than that.
I didn't know if it was gonna be like the Aflac blue suit that he would
No.
wear, like that really
the sponsored blue suit. Yeah, not quite the same there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was cool, and obviously tons of really neat people walk around. Kalen DeBoer making his rounds right now, and or making his rounds earlier, and get set to talk here coming up in a couple minutes at the stage on the SEC Network. And we got a ton of stuff to get in with Beamer and the players that talked yesterday, including quote of the week, not just for South Carolina, maybe for all of media days when Nick Harbor sat down with Terry and Jay yesterday. We'll get to that a little bit later on the hour. But Jack, we're 45 days away from kickoff. Let's hit our 45 really quick. And I don't know why. When I was thinking about 45 last night, now again, it was like 11 o'clock as I was putting this together, and I just kept thinking of scoring 45 points. Do you know the last time South Carolina scored 45 or more points against an FBS team?
Well, the easy answer would be Tennessee at 22.
It was not that.
But I know it's
more
not
recent.
That. I know it's not that because it's been 4 years. So let's see. Oh my gosh. No, it's a good question. I'm trying to think. I don't know.
47 points against Vanderbilt back in 2023.
I do
You know,
remember
back
that
when
now.
Vanderbilt was actually awful.
Yeah, it was
And they were the doormat, which they aren't anymore.
disgusting weather that day.
Oh, it was nasty. That was the day so Terry left right before somebody blocked the punt, and we gave away all the money for the Lawyer Lisa special teams contest that we've been waiting all season for. Yeah, that was the last time.
Back when Vanderbilt was good.
Yeah. Now, again, I just said they blocked punts. Not all 45 of those points did come from offense, but as we talk about the excitement for this upcoming season, a lot of that stemming from the hire of Kendall Briles. I really hope. Now, again, you're not going to do this every single week against the Georgias and Texas A&Ms and stuff like that. But man, I'd love to see this team be able to put up at least 45 a couple times this year against quality competition, not just against Kent State and Towson. And again, I know that's asking a lot, especially for an offense that's going to be going up against so many good defenses. But you tell me they're able to score 45 points a couple times this year against the teams they're playing, I would feel pretty good about this offense.
I'm looking at the schedule. I'm not sure who it would be against. I'd like to say Arkansas, but I'm going to be straight up. I really feel like that's a trap game because Arkansas is not going to be good this year, right? Spoiler alert, I'm going to pick them to be last in the SEC preseason.
That was an easy pick for me in my poll, too. I was like, well, I'm just going to go Arkansas last.
Yeah. Maybe, you would think maybe Mississippi State, Kentucky. I think those are going to be tough games, especially early in the year. That I think South Carolina will win those games, but I'm not expecting them to put 45. I don't know. Maybe they get into a shootout with the team.
Sure.
That is just really bad defensively. Like maybe that Tennessee game, they'll get into a shootout. But yeah, if we're setting the over under at like 1.5 games this year, FBS games, if they're gonna score more than 45 points, I think the under.
Yeah, I'd probably go at least one. Arkansas maybe is your best opportunity at that, but you are right where that falls on the schedule between A&M and Georgia. Bit of a trap game type thing. You are going on the road. Again, we think that's the easiest game on the schedule, but who knows what shape you're going to be in at that point in time. Obviously, injuries and all that kind of stuff can run rampant. I'm more apprehensive of saying Kentucky because as this week's gone along, and maybe I'm just kind of caught up in Will Stein really kind of winning people over the other day. But I look at that roster as we talked about the other day. I'm very impressed with what he's put together at Kentucky. And, I don't know if they're going to go out there and win 9 or 10 games, but that's going to be a tricky little game there, a game in a week number 5 for South Carolina.
Yeah, this schedule, I think it could be tougher. After seeing some of these other SEC teams this week, after hearing some thoughts from other people, I think the schedule, it's not easy. I think it's manageable, but there's definitely some tricky games on there. And don't discount those games against Florida, Kentucky, Mississippi State. Those are the ones that could be tough at the beginning of the year.
Maybe here's a better question. And look, Beamer would say I'd win a game 1-0 right now if possible. What way do you think Beamer likes to win games? Do you think he wants high offensive output, or do you think he wants dominant defense?
I don't know. I think you take dominant defense.
Yeah, because he was never a coordinator.
Yeah.
So we can't say, oh, well, he was a defensive coordinator, so that means he's going to go more defense. Like, he's really can kind of be in the middle a little bit.
Yeah, you hope you have a good balance of both. Now that you have Briles at OC, like this is his 4th offensive coordinator. You're really hoping that this can finally work out to where the hire's right. You're able to score a ton of points. Hopefully, you average more than 30 points a game.
Yep.
That would be big for South Carolina. It's not even about 45 points. If they could put 30 points a game, they're going to have a decent chance to win a lot of football games this season.
Yeah, I think we talked about this the other week. Like, if you can guarantee me they're scoring around 30 to 35 every week in conference play, I feel pretty good about their chances. And that's assuming the defense doesn't just completely fall apart and start giving up 40 or something along those lines, which we don't think they will, considering what they have coming back and the fact that Clayton White routinely puts out at least a good defense every single year. But I don't know why, when thinking about the number 45, I just kept getting hung up on scoring 45 points, which is something, again, against quality competition, we just haven't seen a lot of in the Beamer era.
Definitely not. So it's going to be different seeing this offense go out there and do they hang 50 points in the first 2 games each?
I don't know if they will. I hope so, because while Kent State and Towson can't alleviate concerns, you can't make say, okay, well, that's kind of what the offense is supposed to look like, right? Like if they're going out there, there's different ways to beat those type of teams, right? You can beat them 70-0. you can beat them, kind of the more routine, like 42-7 type of thing.
Yeah.
Like where does that kind of fall? And either one of them would be fine. If you're in the neighborhood of covering the spread, then that's obviously great. Last year against like Coastal, you scored 51 points in an offense that wasn't great. So I'm hoping with the steps forwards that we're hoping this offense is going to be taking, that 60 to 70 points shouldn't be impossible. You don't have to score that, but it'd be nice to see.
Totally. Look, especially if the defense does what it's been pretty capable of over the last 5 years under Clayton White. Yeah, you're hoping that the offense could really take a big step forward, because if the defense plays like they have, especially with Torian Gray, that was something I meant to ask yesterday. Like, what is the addition of like Torian Gray being the co-DC gonna mean for this defense? That'll be a bigger question, I guess, to ask when we talk to those guys next week at Birdies with Beamer. But yeah, I think this offense paired with a good defense, it create more balance for South Carolina this year.
Yeah, certainly. It's what we're hoping for, and one of many things that we hope lead South Carolina to a better season in 2026 to, quite frankly, save Coach Beamer's job. I was listening to Andy and Ari on their podcast from yesterday, and they, to no surprise, have Coach Beamer on their hot list. Though they said he has got one of the best opportunities to win his way out of it, alongside Lincoln Riley. Like, hey, as we talked about, you win 6, 7, 8 games, you're probably fine.
Yeah, the more I think about it, I think getting to a bowl game is going. I don't think you're firing him if they win 6 games. Now, if they start out the year like 5-1 and then they end up just tanking at the end of the year and lose like 5 straight to close out the year, which is definitely on the table, I think, then maybe you have the discussion. I think it just depends on how winning 6 games or winning 7 games look. Anything more than that, I think he's safe for sure.
Yeah, so obviously 45 days to kickoff, and there's your number 45. Beamer talked a lot yesterday. We'll dive into that coming up next as we continue on with the extra points. I've had Jack Felch live at SEC Media Days, day number 3 here on the game. Do we have let me look at the text message.
Everyone, as we're here in Tampa, let me tell you about our good friends back home at AAA Heating and Air, where home comfort is their top priority. Give them a call today at 803-677-1500 to schedule a seasonal maintenance appointment. The AAA Heating and Air's qualified technicians put your mind at ease with a thorough inspection and cleaning of your heating and cooling system. Join their popular AAA Comfort Club to take advantage of special extras such as flexible visits, added discounts, and priority scheduling, and so much more. AAA Heating and Air also offers indoor air quality products that work with your HVAC system to improve your home's air quality. Clean the air eliminates common household odors, removes allergens, pollutants, and can even improve sleep and reduce the spread of some viruses. So go to call3AAA.com for more info. Again, call 3AsToday.com for more info. Tell them Jack 107.5 The Game sent you on over.
All right, welcome back in. Extra Point, Tyler Head, Jack Veltri, day 3 of SEC Media Days here in Tampa. Again, Kalen DeVore speaking right now in the main room just behind us where Beamer was yesterday afternoon to close out the day at 2:55. But before he went in to the main room, we had the opportunity to talk to him quite literally fresh off the plane as they were driving over here before you guys got the little media gaggle off to the side. And, well, I took the opportunity, cut number 16 here, Jen. I had to ask him the pressing question about where things stand with both Jacarius Peak and Dylan Stewart and their injuries.
Yeah, I think they're both well on track and doing a great job. Teak he's actually running. Saw him in the weight room this morning, doing workout in the weight room. Dylan's gonna advance next week in his rehab, so both those guys are doing well and on track to have a really good 2026. Best for each individual player. The thing that I love is both of those guys are competitors, and both of those guys, they're working, do everything they can to play week 1, and they want to play week 1 as competitors. So, it's not going to be 80, 90, 100%. I've never been a head coach or a coach in general that has just, gone down to the trainer and given him an ultimatum that this guy's got to play. We trust the medical professionals. There's a lot of them involved on this one. And when they say that these guys are ready to roll, then we'll turn them loose.
So there's 2 parts to that. Let's focus on the first part, and that is where those guys stand as of right now. And if you tell me Jacarius Peak's running around, I feel like that's a pretty good sign, considering where the injury was and the weight that he'd be putting, on that lower leg knee area. That sounds very positive to me in terms of his recovery.
No, I would definitely say so. Beamer also added he local media gaggle. He said he watched with his own eyes. Peak did 40 reps of what they call walk-in press in the weight room. And if you ask any of the players, it's god-awful and horrible. So he did 40 reps of that yesterday. So that's good to see. Look, he didn't say when exactly they're going to be back. He was eventually asked later, like, is there any potential chance you guys would hold them out for the first 2 games of the year until Mississippi State? And they said they're going to treat every game the same, and that when they're ready to go, they'll be out there. And I think we talked about it yesterday, maybe off there. Like, I think it is. If those guys are ready to go for week 1, even if you're not going to have them play, you're going to have them on a snap count probably.
Sure.
I think it's good to get those guys in the game if you can. Limited snap count. That way they are able to, because those game reps are going to be big.
Yeah.
You can only stimulate so much in practice.
Yeah, it'd be most ideal if they're not going into the Mississippi State game completely cold. And look, both these guys have played a lot of college football. I don't doubt their ability to get up to speed pretty quickly, even if that is the case. But yeah, if you can get out there and give, I don't know, for Dylan Stewart, let's say 20 snaps or something like that in each of those games, Jacarius Peak, give him a handful of drives to, if nothing else, work with the other 4 guys that he's going to be starting with as the season goes along on the offensive line. That's obviously a good thing. Now, again, the Peak injury is something that sounds like he's in a really good place right now. When you talk about a back with Dylan Stewart, and we're still not completely privy to everything about this injury. We just know it's something that was nagging last year that he was able to play through in the last couple games. But back injuries are very tricky, man, and those kind of things can compound on each other. And you can be in a good space right now, but when you start getting hit game in and game out, that's something that can obviously flare up. So knock on wood, I hope we're not having to deal with this, but that's something that I think we're going to kind of have to keep one eye on as the season goes along. Is okay, how is Stewart? Is this back thing? Is it getting worse? Is he okay? How's that going to hang through 12 plus games this year?
The table actually would.
I don't know. I've not seen it without the cover on it, and I can't see any other tables without them.
I'm guessing this is a table from the Marriott.
It's heavy. It feels like wood.
It's not gonna be like
yeah.
plastic. Okay. Yeah. I didn't know if you guys brought a table or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, this is probably wood.
See if I can get a little corner up. Yeah, that's wood.
All right.
We got a wood
All right,
table,
good.
so we're good.
So you're actually
Yep.
knock on wood extra hard. Back injuries could be tricky, right? I feel like anywhere in that area, like spinal cord, back, vertebrae, like whatever, it can be. I mean, that's a little bit of a tricky situation there. Now, we don't know like the full degree of like when it happened, what specifically is up with his back, but all we do know is it impacted him last season for the better part of the second half of the year. So, yeah, you're hoping that rest and time were able to do enough to get him back to full strength. I don't know. You hope it's not one of those things that he has to deal with moving forward for like the rest of his career. I mean, that would stink before he even gets to the pros.
Right.
But hopefully with rest time, he'll be doing pretty well.
I keep going back to the thing that Elijah talked about this morning where I believe he said it was Matt Hasselback came on one of their shows when he was in Nashville, and he said, I've never met somebody that says, I used to have a bad back, right? Like those are the injuries that do persist for a long time, throughout your career and stuff like that. I will say it's encouraging to me that he played with it last year, right? Because especially as the season was coming to an end and they knew they weren't playing for anything, while Dylan Stewart may not have wanted to shut himself down, if it was super serious enough, I feel like Beamer and company would be like, hey, man, we're looking out for the future of not only you, but this program. Let's sit out the last couple games, get you the surgery and all that kind of stuff, and we'll be good. So the fact that he was allowed to play gives me some optimism, like, okay, maybe it's not insanely severe.
It must not be like incredibly, like it's probably painful, but it's probably not to the point where it's like if he was able to play a handful of games, it probably wasn't to the point where it's like, man, I can't play. Like it's physically impossible to play because the pain is so severe. So yeah, I mean, look, Dylan's a tough guy, obviously playing through stuff like that. You hope he's going to be ready to go and be 100% healthy, but even if he's 95%, you're still getting a very good version of Dylan Stewart.
Dylan Stewart at 95%.
Like not even 95. Let's say it's like
80.
80.
And Dylan Stewart at 80 is still better than
any edge rusher
vast majority of edge rushers in college football.
Yeah.
Right? Like even at 80%, I would still take him over a large chunk of people at that same position.
I would agree. Just because of what he can do, that jump he gets off the line of scrimmage, it's going to be critical. But yeah, and speaking of the edge position,
yes,
Beamer did. Yeah, I did ask him about that edge position.
Yep.
Who the other guy could be at that spot? I mean, look, I think they have a handful of options. I don't know if I couldn't tell you who's going to start right now.
Right.
I think there's definitely some transfers, some newcomers, young guys, but a lot of options to pick from there.
And let's hit that. This is from the local media gaggle, cut number 63 here, Jen. Here is Beamer expanding on the depth of that edge spot. We have a lot of cuts this week, so
yeah,
a lot of things to filter through.
Holy.
So yeah,
That's the list?
This is the list just from yesterday. Now again, when it's South Carolina, again we try and pull as much as we possibly can. So I tried not to leave any stone unturned.
68.
68 in total yesterday when you count everything with all the other coaches and stuff like that. We have that one ready to go. No, not quite. Okay. Anyway, you heard from Beamer yesterday talking about the depth at the edge spot. So what did he say?
So like I just mentioned there, I asked him okay, what are you looking for in terms of competition in that edge room? Like what are the qualities that are going to give a guy, no pun intended, a literal edge in that room to start this year? And one of the main things he talked about is just guys who can make plays. But the other thing that he kind of pointed out, and this is no surprise to anyone, is that, look, they need someone that's going to help take a little bit of the pressure off of Dylan Stewart to where, look, Brian Thomas was great last year. 7 sacks. He held his own. But a lot of that had to do with the fact that Dylan was always getting double teamed to where their offenses weren't as concerned about BT. Even though he was having a great year, teams were double teaming Stewart, and Stewart still had a solid season, but not the same level of productivity that he had when Kyle Kennard was his running mate. Where you had to pick and choose which one can you block. You can't double team both. Otherwise, you're going to create free lanes for the D tackles on the inside. So finding someone that can make plays, but also hand in hand kind of be that guy that is like it doesn't have to be Kyle Kennard, but someone that can kind of take a little bit of the pressure off of Dylan.
Well, and we look at sack totals so much when it comes to the edge spot. And again, Brian Thomas Jr. did have more than Dylan Stewart had a year ago, but this is another one of those spots where the stats don't always tell the whole story. I do like to look at what Pro Football Focus registers as pressures and hurries and like that throughout the game. Are you affecting the quarterback? Are you moving him off his spot? Are you making him throw earlier? I go back to 2 years ago when Cade Klubnik threw the interception to Demetrius Knight in the Clemson game. Well, guess what? Dylan Stewart is the one that forced him to get that ball out quicker than he wanted to, and that's what ended up getting it tipped off, film off his hands into the hands of Demetrius Knight. So it's those kind of things, not just getting sacks and bringing the quarterback to the ground, that tell you how good an edge pass rusher is. And again, we look at the Caleb Herrings and these other guys in the room, George Wilson, that we didn't get to see a year ago. Is, hey, that guy's got the potential to do that. We just got to see it on the field when the season starts.
And I ask a follow-up to Beamer. Is it possible that young guys end up playing a lot at that position? Because there's a lot of unproven with the guys that are returning as well as the guys that are transferring in. He did say, quote, it is certainly possible that you do see some of the young guys like a Julian Walker, maybe some of the returners that are in their second year, like an Anthony Addison, players like that, Jaquavius Dodd. There's definitely a chance that we see a lot of young flavor making an impact at the edge spot early on this year.
Hopefully it's a good group of guys that can have an effect on quarterbacks all season long. Real quick, want to shout out more of our sponsors allowing us to be out here this week, to include AAA Heating and Air, Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union, and Westco Brew and Bowl. We'll get into more of what Beamer and the players had to say yesterday when speaking to the media at SEC Media Days as we roll along with the Extra Point here on your Wednesday on the Game. All right, welcome back in. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head and Jack Veltri live at SEC Media Days. Day number 3. Things just got out with Kalen DeBoer there in the main room. John Summerall with Florida coming up in a little under an hour. Again, a couple more teams in South Carolina is obviously going to see on their schedule, and we'll have time to dive into them a little bit more coming up tomorrow once we get all that sound and stuff cut up from what they do end up saying today. And we'll get into what Kirby Smart and Alex Bullish and Clarkley said coming up a little bit more in the 10 o'clock hour. But right now we're focused on what Coach Beamer and the players had to say yesterday here at SEC Media Days. One thing that surprised me, Jack, listening in the main room, Beamer, I don't think he took any direct questions about his job being on the line. Now he obviously had to make reference a lot last year being bad and this year needing to be better, but nobody directly asked hey, Coach, you're on the hot seat. How does that feel? Which did surprise me a little bit.
Yeah, I think with the national focus, actually, that's been the biggest storyline all offseason. Everyone talks about it. The guys from On 3 talk about it.
Right.
He's on the hot seat, right? There's no denying that. A bad season, you move on from him. He has a good season, you keep him. It's pretty simple here. So yeah, I'm a little surprised that I was not in the main room when he was speaking because we did the local media gaggle, and that's more than enough. But
sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised knowing that. Yeah, it wasn't really brought up.
Well, one thing he did talk about in the main room was losing those close games like a year ago. And let's be cut number 21 here, Jen. Here's Beamer once again discussing coming up short multiple times a season ago.
Certainly, in this league, games come down to the fourth quarter. And, to answer your question, I think you probably go back to experience and not to make excuses, but we have more experience in 2026 and more older guys that have been in those environments than maybe what we had last year in those moments. So you point to that, you look at, decisions that I made throughout the game that could have helped us play better. But I think that's just what it is. Every year is different. And in 2024, we also had those close games in the fourth quarter. We beat Missouri in the fourth quarter. The Clemson game came down to the final possession. So those are games that we won in the fourth quarter in 24. And last year when we got to the fourth quarter, we just didn't coach well enough or play well enough. But, you're always looking at, do you do things differently in practice? Is it conditioning? Is it play calling? Is it execution? Whatever it is. And I think you could, look at everything last year and say that we need to be better. But you just know that in the SEC, you're going to play a lot of close games. Every week, typically, it's going to come down to the last 15 minutes, and confident that when we get in those games this year, which we're going to get into them, that we'll be much better than what we were last year.
And that was him joining us yesterday on the halftime show. We heard him on the phone there when he was driving over to the hotel, but also in the main room. The A&M game got brought up once again like this, and I've said this multiple times. This is kind of part of his identity right now. And unfortunately, it's hey, those Coach Beamer teams, they just can't seem to close a game out. You can watch them. They'll be playing Georgia, and they'll be up by 7 points. They'll find a way to screw it up or something along those lines. You have to get that reputation off you by winning a lot of those games this year. You're going to have ample opportunity against a lot of really good teams. Of course, that A&M game was obviously the most glaring example last year that I've also said he's going to have to do something significant to shake that off. But yeah, that's kind of what a lot of the questions seem to be stemming around was, hey, why can't you guys get this done in the fourth quarter? And again, you got to go out there and do something to make people forget about that.
There are no moral victories to going into the fourth quarter in a one-score game. You still lost a handful of those games. Heck, you had leads in some of those games, and you ended up blowing it. So, yeah, South Carolina's got to figure out how, number one, how to get back to that point where you are in tight games heading into the fourth quarter, because he could say a lot of the team is going to be the same, but there's a lot of differences too.
Sure.
So number one, get back to those games being tight. You don't want to be in blowouts in the fourth quarter unless you're winning them. Number two, you got to figure out how to prevail in the fourth quarter. Those final 15 minutes are the most important of a game. And for South Carolina, they were nowhere near good enough to win those games last year, as evidenced by the season that they had last year.
And we'll get into a moment what the players had to say about the offseason conditioning, because I like what I'm hearing in terms of what might translate into the fourth quarter. But quote of the week, as I said a little bit earlier, definitely goes to Nick Harper. Have you heard this yet, by the way? And I told you about it yesterday.
You were telling me about it. So do you have the cut?
I have the cut here.
Oh,
when you hear it, it's going to be great. Cut number 66. Nick Harper, when talking with Jay and Terry yesterday on the post-game show, gave his own assessment on why things didn't go well for this team in the fourth quarter last year compared to 2024.
I'll say just the leadership and execution. Every game last year, we was leading going into the fourth quarter. We never finished. And, people can go back and they can see, okay, yes, South Carolina was leading a lot of the games. So we wasn't as bad as people thought. Like, we didn't get blown out. It wasn't like just a stinker. Like, we just lost games that we just had bad execution on, and we learned from that. Like, the team 2 years ago had great execution. We was down either going into the fourth quarter or we was tied, and we just pulled away. And the fourth quarter was our baby, and we was taking care of it. And then last year, the fourth quarter was our side chick. We was running away from it. So
quarter was the side chick, and they were running away from it. And nobody told him that. He said that came to him in the moment in his mind. That is a Nick Barber original thought.
You asked him that like after, or like,
Or they were talking about it, like, hey, did somebody get in your ear about that? Like, no, I came up with that in the moment. So according to Nick Harbor, last year the fourth quarter was their side chick, and they were going the other. Which I'm assuming. So if you're going the other way from your side chick, that relationship's not going well, right? Either you've already gotten caught. Your main is on you about, hey, don't see her again. So when you see her coming, you turn the other way. That's kind of how I read that.
Yeah, I read like that too. So yeah, with the bar that he dropped there, yeah, that was. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, no,
that's funny.
Again, that might be quote of the week, not only for South Carolina, but for everybody. But again, it goes back to what we talked about, where you're in these games, and again, they're not in uncharted territory because they were in plenty of those games 2 years ago, but you found a way to finish against Missouri. You found a way to finish against Clemson when the chips were down and you had your back up against the wall. And last year, for a multitude of reasons, not helped by the fact that you had a horrible offense, you weren't able to get it done. Again, we give a lot of credit to the defense for keeping that team in so many of those games. You can only ask them to hold you up for so long. You got to go out there and score points just at a higher clip and when it matters, which, again, we hope will be better this year.
Man, if they just had a halfway decent offense last year, they probably make a bowl game.
At least.
Now, you could fault the defense for the Texas A&M game, right? Your offense did more than enough it goes both ways.
There's a balance.
The first half was great offensively. Second half, there were no shows, right? That's obviously part of why they lost. But the defense collapsed, right? But beyond that game, I think the defense did its job more times than not to give you a chance of, hey, offense, score 20-plus points, you have a chance to win. But we know that did not happen under the Mike Shula brand of offense.
No, it did not, and it feels good to be able to continue to take shots at him now, knowing that we believe things are going to be a whole lot better.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. The bar to clear is going to be pretty low for this offense.
You can. Again, it took half the season for them to score more than 17 points offensively in a game. So if you can come out of the gate doing better than that, then we're off to a good start. Yesterday, when the players were talking, they discussed the offseason, and I like what I heard because I do believe that's something that can potentially help you late in games this upcoming season. We'll let you hear what that is coming up next. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head and Jack Beltry wrapping up hour number 1 at SEC Media Days here on The Game. All right, welcome back in. Wrapping up hour number 1. Extra point on your Wednesday, Tyler Head and Jack Veltri here on the game. Watch us on the live stream. Guys, up in the background, we got players, we got coaches, we got media personalities all walking around, and you just never know who you're going to spot there in the background. Greg Sankey's walked by us a couple times as he's doing his media rounds. He'll be on, by the way, with Jay and Terry today at 3:30. As I've never seen a man so busy. He goes from one thing to the next thing to the next thing. He has his PR lady that's just kind of guiding him along like a dog on a leash from one interview to the next. It is kind of funny to watch.
That guy's day never stops. It's always busy.
I wonder how much sleep he gets this week because he's getting pulled in every single direction and probably getting asked the same like 5 questions over and over again, like basketball playoff, the future of the SC championship game, or is he going to break away? Like he's probably said the same thing over and over again.
You guys need a good icebreaker question for him today. Like something that he has not been asked.
I think we were talking about last night, the event, Elijah's crafting some things to go off the beaten path a little bit so as to not, again, hit him with the same 3 or 4 things he's been talking
He'll
about.
probably appreciate it even more.
Probably so. I heard what they did with him last year. They're asking about like books and stuff like that. I think he probably did appreciate that for breaking up the monotony of the same 5 questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're talking about South Carolina and its inability to close games a season ago. We heard from some of the players yesterday about what this offseason's been like, and I won't lie to you, it gave a little bit of optimism. Here's Lenore Sellers talking about this offseason.
I think it's great for a certain part of our state. We're one of the most unique states in the country in terms of our conference. I don't know that you could find another program that has.
Let us do. Where did I put that? That's 67. 68. Can I get 67, please?
Yeah, definitely.
There we go.
I'll say it's the first one. I told him this like last week. It's the only offseason I've had that's gotten harder as the weeks have gone on. Usually, like you get accustomed to them and all that. It's the only one that's gotten harder as we've gone on.
So that's Lenore Sellers talking about the offseason. Nick Harbor also talking about the offseason getting progressively harder as it went along yesterday.
Yeah, Nick was the one to bring it up first yesterday, and then we asked Lenore about it afterwards. Yeah, look, it makes sense, right? From a standpoint of you went 4-8 last season, things have got to be better this year. And the way I understood it yesterday was like, in terms of hardness, like it's part of it is that last year. Part of it also is just holding guys accountable and the summer workouts being pretty tough. So
sure.
Yeah, like Nick made it clear, like guys, young, old, Sellers did the same thing. Like everyone is holding each other accountable, pushing each other really hard. And so yeah, those workouts, they don't know all the fine details of it, but it sounds like it's pretty strenuous.
Well, I go back to the little video they put out, I think it was in December or January, where Luke Day was talking about, hey, the things that, everybody on this team collectively kind of agreed they weren't doing well. And I think one of them was just not being in the right condition, the right shape late in the season. And I go back to 2 years ago when they came off the 5-7 and, Beamer talked about, hey, we changed a lot of things from our, approach to stretching, to conditioning and all that kind of stuff. And it sounds like they did something similar this year, which, hey, when, again, you have a bad season, there's no stone that should be left unturned in terms of what you can possibly change and what you can potentially make better. So, yeah, if they're making this harder, if they're putting these guys in better shape, be better and later in games, I'm all for it. Now, again, it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it, but hopefully that works.
Yeah, totally. I'm interested in hearing more when we get back to Columbia, talking to the coaches, talking to the players at Team Media Day, like about what made the summer actually so hard. Because I think it was a little vague of like, yeah, it was just really hard. Okay, what specifically like made it hard? Was it literally like the day by day workouts? What was it? But it's good to hear because stuff like that. Look, it's cliche, but it's like you work hard now, it's going to pay off later, like that sort of stuff. So yeah, for South Carolina, these days may be tough right now, but guess what? It's a long season. You're gonna be thankful that you went through the tough grind of the summer in the heat of Columbia to get ready for that first game on September 5th.
Yeah, if anything, as you get into these games, certainly late in the season, just having the mental sharpness, right? Because how many times that blow up in South Carolina's face last year when on the first snap of the game against LSU, you're having a snap infraction. Like, it's those little things that you have to iron out in the offseason to make your team better when the season gets. You can't correct that in the middle of October, saying, man, we're just not mentally sharp. Like, that's something that's done in the 7, 8, 9 months of the offseason.
And Luke Day, the strength and conditioning coach for South Carolina, is going to push those guys to their limits and then some, right? So yeah, I think it goes both ways of, yes, the players are doing what they can to hold each other accountable, but it's also Day, his staff, they're pushing those guys as far as they can to get the most out of them.
He seems like a pretty intense guy.
I would say so. I don't think I've ever interacted with him yet, but he definitely seems to be a little bit more intense, but a cool guy nonetheless.
Yeah, well, hopefully he's got this team whipped into shape for this upcoming season. You're about to head out of here in a little bit, so safe travels back, and who knows what we're going to hear from today and be able to talk about tomorrow.
Yeah, no, looking forward to it. I was just telling you during the break, like, I think today might be the most loaded day because you got Bama here, you got Texas A&M, you got Florida, and you got Ole Miss. I mean, that's 3 playoff teams from last year. And you have Florida, who obviously is John Summerall. So today is definitely, I would say, the best day to be here for sure. Plus, I mean, Nick Saban's in the house.
That's right.
The whole crew. So today should definitely be a good day here at Media Days.
Hopefully we got some good stuff to talk about tomorrow. We'll get more into what Beamer and the players had to say tomorrow as well because there's so much to unpack. Jack, safe travels back, and we'll talk to you then.
All right, buddy. See you then.
All right, hour number 2 on the way at the Extra Point, live from SEC Media Days here on The Game. Time out here for our friends over at Twin Peaks. We're hanging out here at Media Days, which means we're getting closer to the start of football season. And when the season finally gets here, there's only one place to be on Saturdays, Sundays, Mondays, Thursdays, whatever day your team is playing football. That is with our friends over at Twin Peaks. They quite literally have TVs everywhere as far as the eye can see. To look in any direction, you're going to see something you want, no matter what sport you're following. Twin Peaks has got you covered. So get on down. If you're in Columbia, go to 600 Gervais Street, right in the heart of the Vista. Pull up a bar stool, order some delicious scratch-made food from Twin Peaks Kitchen, and do not forget about one of those 29-degree draft beers to wash it all down with. Twin Peaks has got you covered with sports, food, beer, and so much more. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. All right, hour number 2. Extra Points out ahead along with you here on your Wednesday on the Game live at SEC Media Days from Digital Drive at the JW Marriott Hotel down here in Tampa. Looking out at another beautiful day with the bay right in front of us. I believe today's going to be all sunshine. Had some clouds and rain the past couple of days. So it's going to be a beautiful day today as we kind of go through our last full day today. Most of us are going to be kind of getting out early tomorrow to make the 7.5-hour drive back to Columbia to be there to do shows coming up on Friday. But plenty of great coaches speaking today, as we talked about at the end of the last hour. Kalen DeBoer just wrapped up a little while ago. We got John Summerall coming here in about 30 minutes. Golding will speak after lunch. Mike Elko will wrap things up at 2:55 today, which is when Coach Beamer spoke yesterday. But you had an interesting mix yesterday because, and we'll get to what Clark Lee and Alex Golesh said later on the hour, but those are two teams that aren't on South Carolina's schedule, which is weird to say about Vanderbilt because played them pretty much every single year since you joined the conference back in the early 90s. But one team that is returning to the schedule for the first time in a couple of years is the Georgia Bulldogs, as you'll play them in the penultimate week of the regular season. And yesterday, both Coach Beamer and Kirby Smart talked about the returning of that rivalry game. Starting with cut number 60 here, Dave. Here's Coach Beamer speaking about the Georgia game coming back on schedule.
I think it's great. From a distance standpoint, the closest SEC school to us, and I know what a big deal it is, and all around, the region, in Augusta, right there on the border, and a lot of, Georgia people I know in South Carolina, a lot of South Carolina people I know that live in Georgia. So I think it's great. It's a game that's been played for a long time, I guess, and I've been in coaching, and it was weird not having them on the schedule. The last couple seasons, but eager to got a ton of respect, for him and everything he's done for me in my career. Looking forward to being back out there and competing against him in November in Williams-Brice.
And cut number 68 here is Kirby Smart's thoughts on the rivalry game returning as well.
Yeah, I think it's great for a certain part of our state. We're one of the most unique states in the country in terms of our conference. I don't know that you could find another program that has. I hope I'm saying this right, 5 states contiguous with ours. Like your parts of your state respect the right. The people in South Georgia talk about Florida or Auburn. People in North Georgia talk about Tennessee. The west part of the state's Alabama and Auburn. You've got the east part of the state, South Carolina. So that rivalry is very pivotal and meaningful to a lot of our fan base, especially on that side of the state. So Shane's done an incredible job there. It's always an incredible environment, and they've got an incredible team coming back.
And again, both coaches in support of it makes total sense. And what Kirby alluded to there, that there is a lot of truth to that because he's right. In Georgia, myself, it is very split up how different parts of the state look at the different rivals that Georgia has. We're in the south part of the state. Yeah, there's more of a focus on Florida. The western part of the state, more of a focus on Auburn. Northern part of the state, more of a focus on Tennessee. And then the eastern part of the state in the Augusta area, more of a focus on South Carolina. So especially considering the fact that these two are among the closest teams in the SEC or proximity standpoint, it's right out about a 3-hour drive from Columbia to Athens. It makes total sense for this game to be back on the annual docket for both these teams to make the short drive. Both fan bases there. Of course, last time you saw them was that trip to Athens back in 2023, and of course that was the game that Carolina did have the 14-3 lead at halftime and ended up losing that game 24-14. So while from a proximity standpoint, it makes total sense to have this game back, there's a lot of people in the South Carolina fandom that probably aren't upset that this game was being taken off the schedule for a couple years because, again, that's a Georgia team that you're routinely going to see ranked inside the top 3 or top 5, if not the top 3. And especially when you talk about late in the season where this game is scheduled for this year at least, you're talking about a team that's usually kind of rounding into the form as they get set to play for an SEC championship or go to the college football playoff a few weeks after that. So you're getting kind of the best version of Georgia that late in the year as opposed to in years past when you played Georgia in September or even early October, where there still may be some things they're trying to work out. So you're probably going to get the best version of Georgia coming up in late November. And here's something I've talked about a lot. I go back to a couple weeks ago when we were doing our opponent previews for South Carolina. And when it got to the Georgia game, of course, Carolina beat them back in 2019 in that crazy game with all the pick sixes and missed field goals and all that kind of stuff. But that was the last time that Georgia, A, had lost a home game prior to Alabama coming in and being this prior year, and B, the last time Georgia lost to an unranked opponent. Again, that was 7 years ago now. And when you look at the teams that have beaten Georgia in the regular season, they're all usually pretty highly ranked. Alabama last year at 17 was the lowest ranked team that Georgia's lost to since that loss to South Carolina, at least during the regular season. But usually you're talking about teams ranked inside the top 10 and things along that nature. So you have to be a certain level of team to beat Georgia in the regular season more likely than not. Now, here's the thing. When we look at what Carolina has as a roster, when we look at the offseason changes that have been made, the hires and all that kind of stuff, there's optimism, right? If you told me that Carolina is ranked inside the top 20 in late November, I don't find that insanely hard to believe, right? Now, you still got to go out there and do it, win those games to put yourself in that position, but it's not this impossible task. But that is about where you need to be the type of team that can beat a Georgia, that can spurn another huge upset, which, hey, give Beamer credit. He's done that a few times in his tenure here at South Carolina so far. But you're going to have to be playing your best football if you want to beat that team when they come in here in the penultimate week of the regular season. So it's obtainable in terms of being that highly ranked in the kind of that realm where these other teams are that have beaten Georgia. But again, you've got to play a lot of good football in those first 8 weeks of the season, the first 10 weeks of the season, to put yourself in best position to be able to win that game. For Georgia specifically, the story coming in this year is, hey, can they get themselves back to the national championship game, just like everybody else in the SEC is obviously trying to do. Cut number 15 here, Dave. Here is Kirby Smart talking about his team's recent failures in the college football playoff quarterfinals.
I don't know that I can put that in perspective. I'll leave that to you guys. I think you forget that we also lost to an SEC team within the playoffs. So it's another tribute to the fact that we won the SEC because we beat that team, and then we won the SEC championship, and then we turned around and lost to an SEC team. It was a really good football team, and obviously one of the top 4 teams in the country, especially at the end of the year, the way they were playing. So I don't get hung up a lot on just the finish. I like to look back and say, okay, what do we do well in those games, and what do we do poorly, and how do we improve on it? That's no different than I do week 5, week 6, week 7. So I would love to see, and I don't make this an excuse, but I would love to see the flow of the season go like a football, a week to week, maybe a 5 week somewhere in there, but a continuous thing. No sport that I know of shuts down for 25 to 30 days between performances. And, we have not had our best performances when we needed them most. Playing on that, I would love to see the flow of the season be like, okay, which team is the strongest continually playing and going week to week? And we've got some opportunities to do that in the future. I hope we can get to that point. But the format we play with now is great. I have no problem. When it was a 2-team format, I was part of it. When it was 4-team, I was part of it. You can always argue the opposite, especially if it doesn't go your way. That's not who I am.
And, that is an interesting thing to point out. And look, Indiana proved last year that you can win your conference championship, get the bye, and then still go on to win the national championship. So it's not this impossible task, but it is interesting how many teams that have gotten that bye, including all the ones in the first 12-team playoff 2 seasons ago. They got that bye that did not end up advancing out of the quarterfinals, and that may play into some of the factor of why Georgia has stumbled in the last 2 appearances. Obviously in the Sugar Bowl, losing to Notre Dame 2 years ago, losing that crazy thrilling game to Ole Miss last year, where, as I mentioned, when Carolina is going to get them in late November, that's typically when they're playing their best football. That typically leads to them playing in the SEC championship game in Atlanta. That gives them that slot of being one of the teams that gets one of those byes going into the college ball playoff. But he's right. And like you said, he's not using it as an excuse. This is a team that kind of gets its momentum killed a little bit because you go from playing, 6, 7, 8 weeks in a row to close out the year when you include the conference championship game, and then you're off for 3 weeks and having to, kind of turn it back on after the holidays on January 1st for the instances of Georgia playing the past couple of years. And that's just not something that kind of benefits a team like that. Again, every team is built differently. And like I said, Indiana was able to overcome the bye last year to go on to win the national championship, but there's some teams that momentum matters, right? And playing week after week after week after week is something you build off of. And when you take a 3-week break, that's something that it was a bit harder to to kind of get kicked back into gear. So we'll see if they're able to overcome that, assuming they're in a position to do that once again. That's the funny thing, as they sent out the email yesterday about voting on the media poll. And I know, like, Texas is going to be a trendy pick, as they are every single year. Since they've been in the SEC, I'm sure people will still throw some votes out there for Alabama. But, like, do you just kind of assume it's going to be Georgia until proven otherwise, right? Because the talk last year coming in was, all right, it's going to be Texas and Arch Manning and all this kind of stuff. They're going to be the ones who win the SEC. They're going to be the ones that gets that bye in the first round and all that. And then Georgia won it again. Right? Like you can never count out Kirby Smart. You can never count out Georgia. So I think it's kind of one of those things that until proven otherwise, you just kind of assume that Georgia is going to be the one winning the SEC championship game, putting themselves in that position, and again, getting a first round bye in the playoffs, which we'll see if they can, fare better with that this year if that does end up being the case. But regardless, I think it's exciting to see them back on the schedule. Obviously, that's a game that's going to command a lot of attention just because of who they are coming into Williams-Brice Stadium. The crowd's going to be hyped and hot for it. And man, if South Carolina can pull off some kind of upset in that game, man, that would be something that would send ripple waves through college football. Again, that's a long way off. You still got 10 more games to be played between now and then, starting in 45 days with Kent State. But that's one of that I think a lot of people have their eye on in terms of the magnitude of what that game can mean for South Carolina when it does come up the next to last week of the regular season. So that was Kirby Smart speaking yesterday, talking all things Georgia. And again, the only team from yesterday that spoke that Carolina will end up seeing. We'll get into Alice Golich and Clark Lee coming up next as we continue on with the Extra Point. But real quick, want to shout out more of the great sponsors allowing us to be out here at SEC Media Days, which includes Atkins Law, South Carolina Lumber, and Louisiana Kitchens as well. We'll continue on with the Extra Point on your Wednesday here on the game. All right, welcome back in. Extra Point. Tyler Head along with you, hanging out at SEC Media Days here at JW Marriott in Tampa, where, again, Kalen DeBoer's already spoke this morning. John Summerall coming up here in about 15-ish minutes. Again, those are two coaches that are on South Carolina's schedule, in addition to Texas A&M coming up later today with Mike Elko. So we'll have plenty of coaches to dive into tomorrow in reference to teams that South Carolina is going to play this year. But yesterday we heard from Alex Golesh and Clark Lee, two teams that South Carolina will not be playing this year, but nonetheless two of the more intriguing teams in this conference going into the 2026 season. And starting off with Alex Golesh, who seeing him walk around yesterday, he looked like your local city councilman that's campaigning for another term, kind of going door to door. He just kind of had that look about him, right? But nevertheless, he's obviously trying to sell that he is going to be the one that's going to bring Auburn back to prominence, being in the mix for not only SEC championships, but national championships like they were, so many years ago. And this will be cut number 2 here, Dave. This is Alex Golesh answering the question in the main room of, is it possible for the Indiana model to work in the SEC at a place like Auburn?
Yeah, Joe, when you say their model, what do you mean by that?
Winning a national title pretty fast.
Oh, man, yeah, that would be awesome. If I thought you were leaning more on the transfers or maybe the age piece. I think the biggest thing you take away, and I don't know Coach Cignetti, certainly admire what he's done, and not just at Indiana, but JMU and Elon before that. Like, the guy wins football games. Not being in there is hard to say, man, this is what their model is. But where I think, as you look at it from the outside looking in, the biggest piece of it is the age and the veteranness of what that team has been the last 2 years, and specifically the age up front. I think we've all studied it because you want to understand exactly how that's happened. And I'd be lying to you if I told you I knew just because I'm not in there. But the age up front is what stuck out to me. Just how many games started on the O-line and the D-line would be the two biggest pieces. Certainly when you have a Heisman Trophy winner quarterback, that helps. But the age piece, the experience, I think that's one thing that there's just such a fine line, especially with high school recruiting and the portal. When you look at it, this balance of having veterans. It's one thing to have high-end young players, but football is a game where the physical maturity, as well as obviously just the experience in game, and in a league like this, I mean, over I want to say 87% of games are one-score games. Like, the talent level across the board at the top is relatively even, and so the detail, the margins, the situational football, third down, tight zone, 2-minute, 4-minute, these situations that end up winning football games, experience is king. And I think if I get anything from, I think what you're asking, I'm not 100% sure, but experience would be the biggest thing, and age, physically and mentally, maturity is what you get out of that to me.
Well, and it's really funny because I think every brand new head coach is under more pressure than ever to perform right away because of what Coach Cignetti has done in Indiana. So if you're a guy like Alex Golesh, you're now going to be looked at and saying, hey, why don't you go up there and do exactly what Cignetti did, in his first 2 years, and go out there and win his national championship. Again, it's a lot easier said than done, but him being asked that question of that Indiana model is interesting because when you look at what Golesh is doing coming over from South Florida, which, by the way, let's go ahead and give him a little bit of credit here. He took over a South Florida program that under Jeff Scott won 4 games in a 3-year span, and he turned them into a team that won 23 games in his 3 years there, including 9 a year ago, one of those wins being down in the swamp in Florida. Like, that's a very impressive turnaround. Now, again, it's one thing to do that at South Florida in the American Conference, and nothing to do in the SEC, but, like, that's a guy that is a proven, program builder, right? Like, that's the kind of guy you want to hire as your head coach, and we'll see how successful he is, at Auburn. But much like Cignetti at Indiana, coming over from James Madison, he's taken a lot of South Florida players with him, right? And say, hey, I won with these guys at this place. I'm going to take them to this new place because I believe they're going to be able to compete, starting with Byron Brown, who's their projected starting quarterback this upcoming year, and we'll see what happens, right? Now, he also spoke to the piece about experience. And we look at their roster, not just with the guys they're bringing over from South Florida, but the transfers from everywhere else, too. They do bring in a lot of experienced, senior-laden, upperclassmen type of guys, so that is something that we'll see if that works in the favor the same way for Auburn that it's done for Indiana the past couple of years. Again, that's not a team that South Carolina has to worry about, but nonetheless an intriguing one as they transition into this new era coming off the disaster that was everything that went on with Hugh Freeze over the last couple of seasons. One team that a lot of people are maybe even more intrigued by going into this year is the Vanderbilt Commodores, coming off the success they've had the past 2 years. The question is, okay, can you keep it going? And cut number 57 here, Dave. This is Clark Lee talking to the media in the main room yesterday saying, hey, last year wasn't the end point destination. It was just a step along the way.
Let me be clear. Progress is not the destination. Last season was not an arrival. It was simply another step in the climb. Our objective remains what it's always been, to build the best football program in the country. And while progress is encouraging, complacency is dangerous. The moment we turn to protect the ground we've covered, we stop our pursuit of what's possible at Vanderbilt. We must be willing to risk what we are for what we could become.
And we'll see, right? Again, 2 years ago when they pulled the upset against Alabama, it's like, man, that is such a cool story. And then we start learning about Diego Pavia and the interesting character that he is and all that kind of stuff. And they go out there and they go out and win 10 games a year ago, and we're in serious consideration to be in the college football playoff, depending on who you ask and the resume and all that kind of stuff. But they're doing things that we never thought were going to be possible at Vanderbilt. They have a former alumni in Clark Lee as their head coach. They now have money to spend, which is one of the reasons why they're able to bring in Jared Curtis. We'll see if he ends up being the guy that wins the starting job. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Blaze Berlowitz, who transferred over from New Mexico State a couple years ago, also in the mix there. Something else Clark Lee talked about was not being afraid to go with multiple quarterbacks if they need to figure that out early on in the season. But regardless, we're all waiting and saying, hey, can you back this up? Was the Diego Pavia mania just a flash in the pan of one really good season that Vanderbilt's going to have to talk about for the next 16 years because they never come close to doing anything like that again? Or is that the beginning of them becoming a perennial contender in the SEC? Again, they've got the money to spend, right? Jared Curtis doesn't go to Vanderbilt if they don't give him a nice bag of money to flip from Georgia, and he doesn't see a future in that program and optimism that they can be a winner going forward. 5-stars don't go to losers, right? So his anticipation is that Vanderbilt's going to be a winning program for years to come, and we'll see. Again, it's one of the more intriguing stories in the conference is, can Clark Lee follow up what have been 2 really, really good seasons with a third one that kind of cements them in consistency going forward. So we'll see. So that was Alex Golders and Clark Lee talking yesterday out in the main room. We're going to talk with our guy, Brooks Austin, coming up next as he is the expert of film breakdown. What does he think of Lenore Sellers and the South Carolina team? We'll discuss it on the other side as the export rolls along. Tyler Head live at SEC Media Days here on The Game. All right, welcome back in Extra Point. Tyler Head along with you here on your Wednesday at SEC Media Days. Rolling along, third full day here, and we're joined by our guy, Brooks Austin of the Film Guy Network, the best dressed man. Well, maybe second. You said Jordan Rogers was maybe the best dressed man, so you're coming in second there, but you're outdressing all of us here.
Yeah, I mean, everybody needs an icebreaker. Mine is a nice suit. So shout out to the tailor, Jerry Lacey, down there in Atlanta. I always tell him I'm going to give him a shout. Hopefully one day he'll give me a free suit.
Well, if you keep shouting them out long enough, eventually it's going to work out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think my mom got me this one. So it could have come from Goodwill for all I know. But yeah, always somebody that dresses for the occasion here at Media Days, man. So what's the week been like for you? Yesterday you had Kirby Smart on. You've been interviewing several coaches. So you've been very busy the first couple of days.
I was nuts. I think the first day Josh Pay went down here, so I think everybody was like, hey, get that guy. The other one. So I did more hits on Monday than I can even count, to be honest with you. It was absolutely slam loaded, and it's a good time. It's a good problem to have. But yeah, I was exhausted Monday. I'm starting to get this second wind on this back end of this SEC Media Days, though.
Yeah,
Glad to be here, though.
Day 3 is like either everybody's really sluggish, they're very high energy, and just running off the caffeine of the Dr. Peppers behind us at this point.
Hey, the Florida beat just showed up, and they got all the optimism in the world, so this ought to be reduced.
Well, those are the people. There's some people that just come in here for one day, and you can tell.
Yeah, they're the ones all geeked. The
Yeah.
wrestlers have been here for like 3 days. Jesus God.
So, again, you're from the Film Guy Network. You do a bunch of stuff on YouTube. We'll get into what you had to say about sellers a couple months ago in a minute, but we're just kind of talking off air. Like, it's really interesting how you've built this thing, right? Like, you were a guy that had a dream when you were working construction, like, hey, I'd just love to grind tape and talk ball all day long, and now that's quite literally your job. How did you get it to this point?
Oh, man, that's a loaded question. So I didn't play SEC football. I played Division II football. And when you want to talk for a living and you want to cover college football with your voice for a living, you realize pretty quickly, like, oh, they only hire like NFL dudes that flamed out after 4 years that had historic SEC careers.
Right.
That ain't me. You know what I mean? So I had to start writing. The first way I got into this business, I started covering Georgia for on SI in 2019. Became a really, really good writer, despite the fact that I have a master's in business. Had no idea how to write, how to do anything like that. So just started because I figured this is the way I ought to go. And then in 2020, I did this one little film breakdown with all of the signees for Georgia's class.
Yeah.
And it took off like gangbusters. And I was like, business brain. I was like, oh, hey, they like this. They actually like this, so I'm going to do this. And then I started doing a lot of film work, and I would go on radio stations like this. And I wasn't branded yet, the film guy. And the guy would lead in, I would listen to him lead into my next segment. He'd be like, coming up next, we got this Brooks Austin guy. He does a lot of film. And they would either call me Brooks Austin, the guy who does film, or they would call me Austin Brooks, the dude who does good stuff on Twitter. And that's how they would. And I'm like, all right, so I need to rebrand this somehow. And that was it. Hey, Brooks Austin, this guy who does film. They're like, all right, I'm going to be the film guy. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hammer out this little niche. And also figured out pretty quickly that, like, there's a lot of people who know football at a high level. There's a lot of people who know it at a really, real high level. But there's not a lot of people who can educate it to the masses and make it absorbable for the audience member, right? And I do really think that is my gift, right? Like, everybody who watches football is grinding tape like I do if they want to do that way. But there's not a lot of people, in my opinion, that can make it really absorbable for the audience. And I think that's my niche, if you will.
I can't believe you didn't want to go Brooks Austin Brooks, dude who does really cool stuff on Twitter and watches film.
Right.
That's catchy, right?
Right? Yeah, it really flows off the tongue. But no, it was one of the better decisions I think I've made, is just the simple branding of, hey, this is the film guy coming up next. And yeah, that's what I dove into. And also, really, to be honest with you, like, I would sit in post-game press conferences with coaches after the game. And, you know, a media member would be like, hey, coach, what'd you think of how Lenore Sellers played today? And the first thing to a man the coach would say is, well, I'll be honest with you, I got to watch the tape.
Yep.
And I had this light bulb moment of like, wait a minute. This guy that they pay $9 million a year has the best seat in the house, knows the plays that are called, comes to the microphone and tells me he has to watch the film before he gives me a full-throated opinion on how his player played. And yeah, it might be coach speak, but that's the God's honest truth. Like, he has to go watch it before he can give me an opinion. I'm like, huh, maybe I ought to do that.
Right.
You know, maybe I ought to go watch because I can actually absorb it. I can actually look at what I'm seeing and know what I'm looking at. Maybe I ought to go watch that and pay attention to it. So I started watching film, and then I started educating film, and it took off like gangbusters, man. So it's been a lot of luck and happenstance and falling into good opportunities and being scalable, like actually putting the film in front of audience members like South Carolina fans and them going, oh man, I like this. This is cool. You know what I mean? So it's been a lot of fun.
Making it, I think you nailed it, making it relatable to where a regular fan.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people who break down film, and we've all talked to dudes who break down film, they will start talking and people's head will start spinning.
Absolutely.
You know, they start, you got to cover Red Dog 09er over here. And
Yeah.
people are going, what? And
What the hell are you
when
talking
you
about?
do it
Yeah.
and it's relatable and then it connects to people, and that's the difference.
Yeah, so we always say on our channel, I want somebody who knows football at a calculus level to come to my place and be entertained.
Yep.
I want someone who knows it at a fifth grade level to come and be educated.
Right.
And we want to be that fine line in between, right? Where coaches can watch us and they're like, all right. You know what? I do have some coaches that will watch my network for games that they're going to play future, you know, because
Right.
this week they're grinded on the team they got.
Yep.
But they might watch a 60-second or a 60-minute breakdown of mine while they're in the office and pick up just like the baseline of what that football team is and give them a little introductory to them. So yeah, no, it is by a plan. We are not trying to talk over the head of an audience member.
Right.
I never want someone to come and I'm not trying to be the smartest guy on the internet. That's not what I'm
Right.
trying to do. I'm trying to be educational and entertaining. That is the sweet spot. I think Lee Corso hit the nail on the head years ago where he's like, this is entertainment, baby.
Sure.
Like you need to dumb that stuff down. Don't nobody care about what you're like, how smart you are.
Right.
Can you be absorbable?
Well, and that's one thing I've learned in doing this profession is, people come for the content. They would listen to us for sports talk radio, but they stay for the personality. They stay for the entertainment value because that's what we're doing. We're entertaining. We're taking up an hour, 60 minutes of your time to kind of help you escape from the world. So people come to you for, hey, I want to see a film breakdown, but you have that personality and that command when you're in front of a camera or breaking things down that keeps people like engaged and activated, which I think is a very special thing that you have.
Yeah, that's from being in a lot of meeting rooms myself back in the days, and I'm really, really passionate about it. Right, I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
I just love what I do because I used to run a jackhammer for a living.
Well, there you go. This is a whole lot better. You did have a really good breakdown of Lenore Sellers and the offense last year. A lot of that coming from the Texas A&M game, and of course, we all spent many a time talking about the things that went wrong with Mike Shula as the offensive coordinator. And your question was, can Lenore Sellers be fixed? What do you think about Kendall Briles coming in and taking over as the offensive coordinator this year?
Yeah, I think it's a perfect melding of the two for both of their purposes, right? Like, I think Lenore's needed and by the way, Kendall and Dow Loggins share a lot of the same tree.
Yep.
They share a lot of the same terminology. They share a lot of the same principles of offense. They share a lot. Okay, they even share staffs. If you pay attention to what's going on at App State, some of the guys that he plucked, his new offensive coordinator, guess where he was at last year? He's at TCU with Kendall. Okay, so there's a lot of continuity with the way that they see the football game. And Dow did a tremendous job with Lenoris in 2024. But no, I think it's also really, really good for Kendall in the sense that Kendall hasn't had a mobile quarterback since KJ Jefferson at Arkansas.
Yep.
He spent 3 years at TCU, and it's like, Josh Hoover's not the best athlete in the world. He's a really good thrower of the football. And that's why I think his turnover rates were so high, because that's all they could really lean on. They couldn't lean on the bag that is Kendall's run game. And if you go back the Briles system all the way back to Baylor, like it excelled most with what? RG3, right? A guy that can actually do something with his legs and threaten defenses and balance counts. So I think there was never a moment when Kendall was in the SEC with KJ Jefferson where I thought they're going to get stonewalled today. Like, they're not going to have a good day on offense. Like, the only team I think that actually boxed up Kendall and KJ was the Georgia defense, and that was in the 21-22 era. And guess what? They were boxing everybody. They were putting in the belt to you know what, quite a bit with everybody. So everywhere else, man, that dude's been eating. So I'm very bullish on the hire, and I think it is tough for Lenoris in the sense that, I mean, this is what, coordinator 4?
3.
Three?
Yeah,
Yeah,
3.
Ken-
So
yeah,
a new-
Kendall.
a-
Three in
no,
3
no,
years?
4 because
Yeah.
Well, that's
he came
right.
in with Satterfield and
That's
he
what I'm
didn't
saying.
play.
As a freshman.
Yeah.
He was with Satterfield as a
Yeah.
freshman. So you're right.
Third
this is-
different one and going to his third year as
Yeah.
a starter.
And there's probably at this point, he's probably heard a lot of football and knows
Oh, yeah.
a lot of football and knows a lot of concepts. And it helps you grow as an individual athlete. But, I went through 5 offensive line coaches in 5 years. Probably why I'm good as good at what I'm doing now as I am. Because, like, buddy, you hear every way of skinning the cat, you know it.
Did each one say, forget everything the last guy
Yeah.
told you. This is my system now.
That last guy sucked.
Yeah.
he knows
Here's what we're gonna do.
about right.
Kind of. I mean, honestly, every coach I've ever been around is pretty arrogant in what they do. They have to be. You can't sell your mission if you don't believe in it and believe in it at an astronomical rate. So yeah, all of them think they're God's gift to football, but
No.
that's the way it is.
No doubt. Question, because we're talking about the different coordinators.
Yeah.
Okay, we're talking
Yeah,
about different
last minute.
coordinators. I'm gonna make this really quick.
Yeah.
The different
No, you're good.
coordinators. You had Dow talking about, Linares. We want to put him in space. The hashes are big. Put him in space. Uses natural ability. You had Mike Shula last year talk about progressions and you watched it with Linares staying in the pocket, robotically looking in the field. Now you get Kendall Browse again saying we want him in space. We want him to play instinctively. When you watch this kind of film and you see these dual threat guys, that sweet spot is play instinctive football.
Yeah.
And if you take off and run for 20 yards and some dude's open over here, so what, right? Is that the way you look at it?
I do, and look, if your quarterback isn't born to be a pure progression guy, why are you forcing a square peg into a round hole?
Yep.
Right? Like if what he does is extend plays, or if what he does is great on RPO structures, if what he does is great within run game concepts as a quarterback, or threatening defenses with his legs, or getting outside on the move, like that's what we should accentuate. I despise football coaches who are like, this is what we do.
Yep.
We're gonna do this, and you gonna come here and do what we do. Like I think Lincoln Riley's one of these guys. Like Lincoln Riley's had the same offensive system for 14 years, and you're gonna do what he does. That's not coaching. Coaching is taking the ingredients that we have and piecemealing the best possible 5-star meal we can make. That is football coaching. And I think that's what Kendall does and has, and the Browse system has for years. That's what Dow does at App State and at South Carolina, and all his years being a coordinator. So those are good football coaches. You have a great system, cool, dude. We got a different football player. Make it fit him, and that's the way to go. You're right.
100%.
We're certainly hoping that Sellers fits well in that Kendall Browse system. Brooks, appreciate you joining us as always. Keep entertaining, and hopefully you have a lot of good things to say about Sellers this upcoming season.
Hopefully, man. I was last year at SEC Media. I'm talking about dude winning the Heisman.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
What a difference a year makes.
He made me look
That's
old,
for
though.
sure.
I probably should have been like, oh wait, offensive coordinator hadn't called plays since 2016,
Yeah, hey man,
and never in college.
Dude goes from NFL
we-
to a college
we all
analyst. Yep.
we all fell victim to it. We'll wrap up hour number 2 up next here on the game. All right, welcome back in. Wrapping up hour number 2 live at SEC Media Days. Again, we got plenty more football stuff to talk about as the show goes along, but it is Wednesday. It is 10:50, and we always talk a little bit of racing with Jen Jensen, who's joining me now on the AAA Heating and Air phone lines. For the first time, Jen, in 30 years, NASCAR made its return to North Wilkesboro Speedway for a points race, and I guess we shouldn't be shocked. He does this all the time. Joey Logano not only wins an inaugural race, he freaking dominated on Sunday night, leading 323 of 450 laps.
I mean, dude, you don't win for, like you said, 45 races, and all of a sudden you're just like this dominant, crazy man on track that we haven't raced on in forever. Like, good for Logano. What an amazing day or amazing night for them.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Ford's starting to turn the corner a little bit. Like, we know they don't have the power right now at like a big track like Indy they're racing at this weekend, but my God, did they not take advantage of last week with Ryan Blaney at a super speedway or a drafting track in Atlanta, and then Joey Logano at a flat short track where, again, horsepower doesn't matter as much. Like, those are the kind of things you need to do to keep your season alive, and for Logano, that vaulted him in to the chase with that win.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Sitting there, 15th in points right now. Yeah. Penske seeing a little bit of momentum here. And I think that that's encouraging for them. Definitely turning it on at the right time because we're kind of winding down in the regular season. So they needed to find some kind of a spark. And I think they were, finding some things, but just not completely consistent. But now you got Blaney in the top, sitting in third in points, and they've got Logano in 15th, Cindric in 16th. So, yeah, some momentum for Penske.
And, with North Wilkesboro being back on the active schedule now, it becomes one of the oldest tracks on the entire circuit. And, we talk about the old school days in the 70s and 80s and stuff like that, where guys were winning races by multiple laps. So we kind of had a bit of a throwback in a sense. Only 6 cars finished on the lead lap, which is a testament to how fast Logano was. Now, I know a caution kind of fell at a weird time that trapped a lot of fast cars like Chase Elliott to lap down, but very rare these days do we see single-digit cars left on the lead lap at the end of the race.
No, and for a race that, it was an interesting dynamic overall because it was a race where the passing just wasn't quite there as much. So, people could just kind of stay and a lot of caution. So a lot of long runs that made it easier to get that kind of a thing. But yeah, what are the odds? Just so many unique facets that went into that race. It was just a lot of fun.
Oh, it was. And look, it's a multi-groove track, cars all over the place, had some spins and things like that. Now, yeah, Logano ends up running away with the end, but I'm excited at the prospect of North Wilkesboro being a consistent stop on the schedule going forward. And again, it's just so cool to see. I mean, I was like 4 months old the last time they ran a points race back there back in October of 1996. So I'm glad to see it back, and hopefully it can continue to thrive like we saw the other night.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a lot of fun. I think for those who are diehards, they're thrilled to see it back, and it's an older track, more abrasive track, and I think that I think it's very welcomed on the schedule. I did have to laugh about SVG, so he ended up finishing as 5th in the race.
Great night.
But when he it was a great night for him, and when he ended up taking the lead on the, and I'll edit it for radio, but when he went on his radio and said, "Okay, I've got the lead. Now what on earth do I do?" So
Yeah.
I don't think he was expecting to perform so well.
No, again, he's used to leading at road courses, but a short track like that is definitely something new for him. I was very impressed with what he was able to do, and we'll see if that continues to keep him alive in terms of making the chase coming up here in a couple weeks. But regardless, it was a lot of fun, and we go from one old track to the next because we go to a place that you and I were both at a couple months ago in Indianapolis for the Brickyard 400 this upcoming weekend.
Yeah, but it's always good racing, and I'm looking forward to a great weekend and see how everybody prepares for as we wind down in the chase.
Can't
For
wait.
regular season.
Appreciate it as always, and appreciate your hard work this week as well, Jen. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Tyler.
All right, that'll do it for the Extra Point. Coming up next, Gamecock Central Takeover Hour, presented by Firehouse Subs here on the game. All right, 11 o'clock on your Wednesday morning. Welcome in. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs, Tylerhead Live. SC Today's day number 3. John Summerall just finishing up speaking here in the main room behind me as you see everybody leaving out and grabbing yet another round of Dr. Peppers. Wes and Chris back in studio in Columbia. We guys obviously got a lot to dive into for what Beamer and the players had to say yesterday, but how's everything back home? I heard it's hot there once again today.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can copy
It's a
paste.
given, right?
Yeah, copy paste on that, man. Yeah, things are good. Things are great. We're sitting here in studio. You're not here.
I'm not.
There's no Dr. Pepper in here, but Chris and I are okay with that.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking about cracking open my first one of the day coming up here very soon. I'll drink one for each of you guys. How about that?
DDP?
I don't know. I went with the diet or went with the sugar-free strawberries and cream yesterday. May go with a Dr. Pepper Diesel just for the sake of
What is that? Whoa.
You've never heard of that?
I don't drink these. I'm telling you.
When you've never heard of like a Monster Diesel or like a Bud Diesel?
I've heard
So
of
what-
those. Oh,
Yeah,
so you just
when-
mean just regular Dr.
Yeah,
Pepper.
the original,
Okay,
right?
okay,
So like
okay.
if you drink like the sugar-free or diet that's
Okay, yeah, yeah.
unleaded or something along those lines, when you drink the regular with all the sugar, it's
I wasn't
ethanol
free. I thought
wasn't
you,
up on the lingo.
I know. I thought you meant there's.
It's how us kids talk these days, guys.
Yes, I see.
Yeah,
I
okay.
see. Yes, I've heard of those others, so that made the connection for me.
Us 30-year-old kids.
Y'all
that
remember
is.
Surge? Oh yeah.
Yes.
God.
Yeah. The original energy drink, right?
That was an era.
You guys remember Vault?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. That was a thing too for a while. Yeah, there's a reason those things died off. They weren't popular enough. Either way, Dr. Pepper fridge right over my shoulder. I'll crack one open, come in here a little bit, and give you a review of how everything.
Tyler,
tastes.
who all is speaking today? There.
So we had DeBoer this morning. Summerall just finished. Golding is at 1:30, and then Elko is wrapping up the day today.
Okay. I and you guys probably, Tyler, since you're there, you definitely know this, but you know I've been going through the schedule, doing kind of piece by piece, and I was looking ahead a little bit last night, and I was like, man, Arkansas is on the schedule, and like I feel like that word, like the word Arkansas, has not been uttered all off season, and then I was like, who's Arkansas's head coach? And like Chris, if I just said, hey, who's Arkansas's head coach? Like if I caught you when you had just woken
Waking
up
up,
in the morning, would you like know immediately?
I
Or
actually would.
you would?
Yeah,
I
I
was just
mentioned
like,
it yesterday.
oh, okay, all right. But I was like, wait a second, who did they hire? So I don't know, man. I feel like I'll speak for myself. We got some studying to do because you look across this thing, like you got a new head coach at Florida. Obviously, you have a new head coach at Kentucky. You have a new head coach at Arkansas. It's just kind of a weird year in terms of South Carolina's opponents. You get this weird mashup of, hey, you're getting Florida and Tennessee and Georgia back on the schedule, but also you're going to play Arkansas. It's just I don't know, man. I feel like this is just a different schedule. I don't know if I'm making any sense here, but
I don't think you're alone in maybe overlooking Ryan Silverfield, because out of all the new coaches coming into the SEC this year, he's the one that has gotten the least amount of buzz. And look, Arkansas has been towards the bottom of the league for a while now, so I understand it compared to Golish and Summerall and some of these other guys. So, yeah, there's probably a lot of people that are maybe learning this week exactly who Ryan Silverfield is and what he's doing at Arkansas.
yeah, so Arkansas the other day put out a picture of him. One of those like I'm going to be serious, looks.
I saw this. Yeah.
Yes, and one of my favorite things on social media, and there's a lot to dislike, but it does give you some funny things, is when people go on and say, like, what would that guy be if he wasn't a football coach? And there were a couple great submissions, accountant, auto parts store owner. One of them, Tyler, was he looks like a member of Ricky Bobby's pit crew. That one was great. But, Silverfield And that I think is a tough job right now at Arkansas. I mean, Arkansas has had some moments for sure in their football history. We can all remember them playing not too awful long ago, playing in the SEC title game. It was a while back, but it wasn't that long ago. And you look at his record against like John Summerall, for instance. He's 4-1 against John Summerall. Did some good things at Memphis, and so flying under the radar, I think, is a great description. And I think it's not as much him maybe as it is, where he landed, taking that job at Arkansas. I think we all know they're a little bit behind in NIL because they've devoted so much to basketball with Cal over there. But nonetheless, an interesting hire. I think flying under the radar because the expectations are not very high, this year. But for South Carolina, that's a game where, look, I went to that game in 2022. Kendall Browse was the OC. Rocky Sanders was the running back. Not an easy place to play by any means. Fun trip. I'm going back again this year. Look forward to it. But it's another one of those games that you don't know as much about the team because they've got, 40, 50, 60 new guys on the team. I can't even remember at this point. And they haven't been very good, right? But it's kind of the road version of maybe Mississippi State, where you feel like, hey, if you're going to have the season you want to have, that's what you really need to go get. But there's so many questions about that team.
Yeah, Silverfield and Levy, you just mentioned Mississippi State. They're kind of in the sandwich of the two big names, with Lane Kiffin leading off tomorrow and then Steve Sarkisian close things out. So we'll hear from all four of those coaches coming up tomorrow to wrap up media days here down in Tampa. Got a lot of things to get to with Beamer and the players talking yesterday. But first, guys, it is time for our 45 days until kickoff trivia. Real quick, guys, naming dudes. Let's get some 45s.
Well, Kev posted his article. We got James C. Wright. Correct.
James C. Wright, yes.
What a player. When were his years? 81 through 84. Yeah, before our time, but we're not as young as Tyler, but we are young enough that was before our time. But apparently was just a dude back in the day. You mentioned, did you say Colin Bryant? Colin Bryant. And I've got one that I thought about after we got off air yesterday that was kind of a how do you miss that one for 45? You got Spurrier era linebacker, Wes? Nothing? Local guy? Rodney Paulk. Rodney Paulk. Yeah. I was kicking myself on that one. Very good guys naming dudes, Rodney Paulk. I think that's all I've got for now.
Okay. Well, today's question does not pertain to somebody that wore the number 45.
Of course not.
Just the number 45. You guys ready?
Sure.
All right. So, Lenore Sellers currently sits 8th on the total touchdowns list in South Carolina history with 46. Who sits right behind him in 9th with 45?
This is total touchdowns.
Total
passing,
touchdowns.
running. Lenore's is already
everything. He's already 8th. Yes.
Tyler, what's the number? Who's number one? You don't even have to tell us. What's the number for number one? Is it attainable?
Number one is 73. So it's possible he could get there.
Intriguing. All right. Who is right behind him with 45? My goodness. Number 9. 45. By the way, as I waste a little bit of time, I did think of a random 45 that I had to check myself on. DeAdrian Coley. Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one. That is Tyler, a Holtz era defensive end. He was actually in the first class I ever took at South Carolina. There you go. He and Andy Boyd were in there. So,
how about that?
Classic. From Georgetown, South Carolina. Oh, man. Tyler, Chris, do we want to ask for a hint on this one? I wanted a position hint, kind of.
Well, you
got to be quarterback because, you know, dude, it would be pretty hard to get there, you know, at another position. It would be pretty. 45. Here's my guess. I'm not confident. Dylan Thompson.
Okay. Wes, do you have a different guess?
Man, see, would Connor have had more than that? Or is it one of those things where, like, you know, statistically, like, he didn't necessarily have huge numbers for most of his career. Now, his senior year, what was it, 20 touchdowns and 1 pick or something.
Something crazy.
It was something insane. But leading up to that,
yeah, I thought about Connor, and I was
so
like,
it
man,
would have
I feel
been
he
like
might have had more.
It would have been like, see, he would have only had a combined 20, if that's right, a combined 25 touchdowns. Spencer didn't get to that, right? I don't know. Would Phil Petty have had?
I mean, all these guys you're mentioning right now, I'm like, yeah,
These are all very strong candidates.
Yes.
I mean, I think he probably had a little bit more, but and I think Spencer maybe had a little bit less. But just give me Connor.
Okay, so you're going with Connor and Wes or Chris. Who did you say?
Dylan Thompson.
Dylan Thompson. Not quite. Anthony Wright.
A1.
Anthony Wright. 45 total touchdowns, though. Connor Shaw leads the way with 73.
Oh, God.
Dylan Thompson is 7th with 49.
Oh, so right ahead. Okay.
Right ahead. Yep.
So
Connor had rushing.
I was the
I'm an
closest
idiot.
guess.
What?
I get no points, but I was the closest guess.
These are total touchdowns. And Spencer, for reference, is 10th with 44.
Oh, so Spence was right there.
Very close.
What?
Very close.
Tyler, what was the rest? Just can you rattle them off?
Yeah. So top 10 in order.
Connor
Shaw, 73 at 1. Jake Brentley is 63 with 2. Tannehill and Garcia tied at 3rd with 62. Jeff Grants and 5th, and Todd Ellis with 52. Thompson 7th with 49. Sellers 8th with 46. Wright 9th with 45. And Rattler in 10th with 44.
Okay.
I did not remember that Connor had 70 plus touchdowns. But if you add in the rushing, then it does make a good bit more sense.
Well, some say he's the GOAT.
An achievable goal for Sellers if he has a really strong season to get to 27 or more. We'll see.
Well, if you again, you're talking about a guy, they have to run him at the goal line this year more than they did last year, I would think. And a guy who can bust off a 50-yard run at any moment. Combined with what we think and hope and pray, it's a more wide open offense and more fun to watch. I mean, probably not that far fetched, actually, if some things go right.
Yep, we'll see. And we'll start learning in 45 days. Yesterday, Beamer and the players did speak. Got a lot of that to get into, which will start on the other side. Real quick, though, got to shout out more of our sponsors allowing us to be out here for media days, which, of course, includes our friends over at AAA Heating and Air, as well as, hold on, I got to get my list up here, as well as Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union, Westco Brew and Bowl, Little Pigs Architect, and the Gutterman as well. Thanks so much for being a part of our SEC Media Days. We'll dive into what South Carolina had to say yesterday, coming up next here on the Extra Point on the Game. All right, welcome back in. It is the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler West and Chris with you as we roll through SEC Media Days. Yesterday was South Carolina Day. Heard from Beamer, heard from the North Stellars, Nick Harbor, as well as Peyton Williams. And there's a lot of things to get into, not only today over the course of the next couple days, but the most pressing question going into yesterday was, of course, the health of both Karius Peak and Dylan Stewart, which we got the opportunity to ask him about yesterday or Coach Beamer about yesterday as they were driving over to the hotel from the airport. Cut number 16, Dave. Here is Coach Beamer giving that injury update on two key players.
Yeah, I think they're both well on track and doing a great job. Peak he's actually running. Saw him in the weight room this morning, doing workout in the weight room. Dylan's gonna advance next week in his rehab, so both those guys are doing well and on track to have a really good 2026. Do what's best for each individual player. The thing that I love is both of those guys are competitors. Both of those guys, they're working through everything they can to play week one, and they want to play week one as competitors. So, it's not going to be, I don't think, an 80, 90, 100%. I've never been a head coach or a coach in general that has just, gone down to the trainer and given him an ultimatum that this guy's got to play. We trust the medical professionals. There's a lot of them involved on this one. And when they say that these guys are ready to roll, then we'll turn them loose.
So that's encouraging, especially when you hear what he said about Peak there, the fact that he's running, doing some lifting in the weight room. When you talk about an injury to a lower body, that must mean it's going in the right direction. Again, a little more vague when it comes to Dylan Stewart, but it sounds like for the most part we can still be optimistic about these guys hopefully being ready to go when the season rolls around in 45 days.
Yeah, by the way, Tyler, did you see you got a shout out in the later answer to that question, or a different question, but when Beamer shouted you guys out for being the first to ask the question?
Yes. Well, hey, if we were going to be the first ones to talk to, I could not ask the question, right? I had to. So
well, yeah.
Apologies to David Cloninger for sniping him on that one. But.
No, don't apologize to Clonnie. He's gotten enough first questions. You can steal his first question every
Fair
once
enough.
in a while, Tyler. But man, that was going to be obviously the main question everybody asked, and I think we could probably assume that was going to be asked. There was going to be discussion about the offense. There was going to be discussion about the guys who were there and what strides they were making. And I think this kind of tracks. This tracks with most Beamer answers on this too. Like, you're not going to get any specific details on exactly the specifics of where things are, but I think continues to track the right direction. And it has been funny to see some of the reactions on some of this stuff, like people just still assuming the worst or still saying, well, I don't believe what I'm being told. Maybe the same people who said Dylan was going to transfer last year because he missed the game. I think we got to give these guys the benefit of the doubt. And Dylan has been out there competing even when he hasn't been 100%. So I'm sure they're trying to do everything they can to just get him to 100%. And I think an interesting maybe subplot to this is the conversation about when do you roll these guys out there. And Chris, I've always thought there's been a little bit of and I'm not saying coaches don't hold guys out for certain games, right? We've seen that. We've seen that against FCS opponents. Maybe a guy's got a soft tissue injury. Let's hold them out against Coastal to get them ready for Clemson. And we do see that. But I do think it's worth remembering, you can't just plug a guy in either. And so for especially for Karius Peak, getting some game reps alongside your new teammates, there is value to that as well. So I'm not saying if he's 90%, you roll him out there. But if he is genuinely 100% by game one, you do not hold Peak until Mississippi State and say, hey, good luck. You get him out. He came here to play. if he's healthy, if he's good to go, I think those are two very valuable games for Jacarius Peak because next thing you know, man, you're on the road at Alabama and your lead-in time has been completely evaporated.
Yeah, it's a good point. And if these guys, this wouldn't be a conversation as much if guys, I think there'd be a little bit of a conversation. Let's say that, neither of these guys had any injury issue, any recovery. There might be a small segment of people saying, "I just don't play Lenoris Sellers in the first two games. Don't play Stewart. Don't play Peak." You know, what kind of message does that send to the rest of your team? Beamer made the point. Try to treat all games the same. And at some point, this is football. Guys play hurt. Guys play with injuries. And you do have to walk that line and make those decisions. So I agree with you. If they're 100, if one of them or both of them are 100%, you play them because that's what they're here to do. Frankly, that's what they're paid to do now, to be honest with you, is that they're paid to help you win games. And is that, I was going to say a pitch count, snap count for football. Are they on a snap count that's smaller? Are they not on a snap count? Do you get to game week and say, you know what? And I'm making these numbers up to be clear for percentages. Are they 80%, 85, 90%? Hey, it would really benefit them to wait another week. Okay, regardless of the opponent, right? If they were opening the season with Miami, as they were due to do before this thing changed, if they're opening the season with Mississippi State, there might be a world in which, hey, we really need to hold this guy out, or we really need to limit this guy to give them an extra week of that rest, that extra practice week where they're not having to do quite as much and can ramp up. So, this thing with injuries and recoveries is a moving target. When you first heard about Peak, for instance, the injury news comes out. The first question is, when can he be back? And it was kind of an unanswerable question at the time, because with an injury like that, it's just a wait and see. There's kind of a generalized timeline. Here's what's going to have to happen with a surgery. Here's what's going to have to happen with the recovery. Here's kind of what you see, but there's a floor and a ceiling of those. And then how does your body, respond to all of those different things, and mentally and physically, when is a guy ready? So a lot of different variables there. And in some ways it's still up in the air. And so we'll see as it gets closer to time what it looks like. But I'm with you, Wes. If they're ready, I think they'll play. And if they're not, or they need to be more limited for whatever reason, then they'll probably go that direction.
The concern comes in when you talk about Dylan Stewart, though, is the fact that you're dealing with something with his back. And again, Beamer still kind of vague on everything, so we don't know the full extent or the full detail on everything that's going on with him. We just know it was something that was nagging him last year that he was able to play through towards the end of last year, which can give some optimism. But back injuries are one of those things that can compound on itself and become more of a long-term problem, which hopefully isn't the case with Stewart, but something that does raise concerns.
Yeah, and I'll say we don't know what all he's been doing in the offseason to try and head off some of these things. That's information that I guess we're just probably not going to be privy to. So I'm sure they are hopeful that with what you're going on 8 months plus of just kind of rehabbing it or doing whatever needs to be done to get it back to where it needs to be. You're hoping that whatever you did sticks, I guess, if that makes sense. And I don't know how much we can even speak to what that even means without knowing exact details on what the procedures have been for him to get there. Exactly what that looks like. There are different routes to take these things, and I guess we'll see, man. I do know this though. That defense is different if Six is out there and healthy and doing the things that he can do.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, hopefully both those guys are healthy and ready to go. The season starts in 45 days. More of what Beamer had to say yesterday coming up next as we continue on with the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour, presented by Firehouse Subs on your Wednesday from SEC Media Days on the Game. All right, welcome back in. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler West and Chris here on your Wednesday from SEC Media Days, where the first Dr. Prep for the day has indeed been open. I did go DPC this time, so
Nice.
a little bit of energy for the back half of my day.
I was just telling
no.
the family about your love for DDP this morning, actually. We were talking
It
about
is the best
sodas.
diet soda out there, hands down.
Not a sponsor. I guess
Not
they
a sponsor,
they-
but hey,
out there,
if they want
maybe.
to. Well, they are sponsoring this whole thing, but if they want to do something with us, I would not be opposed. Anyway, we're breaking down a lot of things people had to say, and again, we got a ton of stuff to sift through over the next couple of days. I know one of the things that you guys talked about yesterday in terms of wanting to hear from him was kind of the state of the running back room. This will be cut number 24 here, Dave. This is another clip from when he was on with us, I believe, talking about where things stand with that running back room as of right now.
Yeah, people talk about those guys that we brought in, and rightfully so. Those are good players, but I don't think enough people are talking about the guys that we bring back. Matthew Fuller, to Warren Howe, Isaiah I mean, those guys are really good players, along with the new guys that we brought in. So, looking forward to it. That's a good group. I like our running back room. I like our depth on offense in general, and those guys are going to make a lot of plays for us.
Real quick, Dave, also, cut number 25, because here's him talking more specifically about Christian Clark as well.
Yeah, when you got a guy that comes from Texas, he played at a high level. And for me, when we were recruiting Christian, I just went back and watched the bowl game.
Yeah.
He was starting running back for Texas in the bowl game against, I think they played Michigan in the Citrus Bowl, and he carried the weight that day, carried the load, went over 100 yards that day in rushing, and that was enough for me to see going up against the defense that Michigan had, and really hard worker, great, young man, comes from a great family, from Arizona, but he's got family ties in the state of Georgia, so it's kind of getting back to his roots in a lot of ways, and he's got a great way about himself, and eager to see him continue to take steps for us this upcoming season.
And guys, when we talk about the running back room, this isn't like quarterback or kicker, which we'll try and get to before the show's over, where it's one guy playing the position at a time. You can have multiple running backs. In fact, last year we've seen, and in years past we've seen a rotation. Now the Rocket Sanders year was more of an RB1 situation where he took bulk of the carries, but you had Oscar Attaway and guys like that would relieve him, at times. So you have a lot of options. You have the ability to play multiple guys over the course of the games and the seasons, but how that shakes out is still kind of the question here. We think Fuller is maybe kind of the leader of that group. Christian Clark certainly makes a strong case for getting a lot of playing time, but it is a very busy room. Now you're one guy short with what happened a couple of weeks ago with dismissing a player from the team, but you've got 5 scholarship running backs, and all these guys make some kind of case for playing time.
Yeah, and I mean, just from a football standpoint, fortunately, the kid they dismissed didn't really project to make an impact this year. You have your 3 or 4 guys there that do project to make an impact, and I think you certainly are going to have a rotation. You almost always will to an extent. I think you don't really want it to end up looking like it did last year, where you never really quite felt like you knew exactly who the top backs were, right? Like I feel like that's one thing where. Of course, there are going to be situations where maybe a younger guy comes on late or comes on as a season progresses. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm more talking about like any given game. You might be like, oh yeah, that's RB1. Well, no, this is RB1. Who exactly is? And even if it's like an RB1A and 1B, that's fine. But I think you just need to have that fairly defined if you kind of are going to be able to make proper decisions about how to rotate those guys in. You also want to be able to rotate guys in based on situations, right? Down, distance. Am I looking to, am I down late in a game and I want the guy on the field who A, is a great pass blocker, and B, is a great receiver out of the backfield? Or am I in short yardage and I want the guy who can break a tackle? Am I in a situation where we have a lead and I want the best guy at protecting the football. I think you want to figure out, you want to be able to define who your best backs are, but then you want to be able to define who your best backs are for specific situations as well. I don't quite know if that ever happened last year. So to me, that's a big goal. That room, I know they've got depth. I don't think there's any question about that. I think guys could get banged up if hey, Jordan Howell is the fourth back, and he ends up having to start a game. I'd be like, dude, he can go do it.
Yeah.
But I think the real key is can you define who RB1 is, and can that person can a Matt Fuller, can a Christian Clark create some real separation?
Yeah, you look back at last year, and again, there were so many problems offensively. You almost got the sense of like you couldn't figure out, like you said, Wes, what the rotation was, and there was almost a let's throw this guy at the problem, and see what happens. And it was just so inconsistent in so many ways. But I do think there's a better opportunity this year with more depth. And some of it is still kind of on paper. But, Christian Clark, he did rush for 100 yards in a bowl game against Michigan. He's not a guy who rushed for 1,000 yards who's returning. True. This is a guy that out of high school signed with Texas and was recruited by, Oregon and Georgia and Southern Cal. Like, he was a pretty big-time recruit. And then you've got Fuller, who we've all seen in spurts, what he can do. The touchdown run against LSU last year. You've got Howell. You've got Isaiah. Like, you've got some guys in this room that you feel pretty good about just from a depth standpoint. But to your point, who's going to be the guy? And I think the players will sort that out. That's something you hear sometimes from coaches if they ask about the running back, who's going to be the top running back? What's the rotation going to look like? How many guys can you play? And they say, the players are going to determine that. And so, like you said, Wes, maybe some of that is situational. Hey, this guy does this thing that we need right now in this situation really well. Or maybe it's a guy who just shows throughout camp. And then when you get into the games, hey, Matt Fuller, he looks like he can carry the load. Or is it, Christian Clark is beating down the door and he deserves to play too. And we can keep these guys fresh if we play both of them. I think there are a bunch of different ways you can get there, with the obvious goal of just improving the run game where it can be more explosive and really just more consistent is the biggest thing.
Yeah, certainly so. And look, we know you can't survive in this conference without being able to run the ball efficiently. And lo and behold, when you looked at what happened 2 years ago, when you brought in what we already knew was an SEC caliber back in Rocket Sanders, they had a great season in Carolina, in addition to what Sellers was doing with his legs. But guess what? You were one of the better teams in the league when it came to rushing, and you ended up winning 9 games and being on that college football playoff bubble. So you want to be somewhere in that same realm. And obviously we know that the Kendall Briles offense is going to allow Sellers to use his skill set as a runner better than what Schuler was doing a season ago. But you also need that complement next to you for whoever that running back or running backs are going to be to allow, a consistent threat in that as well, to allow those RPOs or mixed plays, as Kendall Briles likes to call them, to be effective enough, because they have to properly take into account either one of those guys handling the ball.
Yeah, do y'all believe in that coach speaky thing about the players determine who's going to play?
Yeah, kind of to a degree.
You believe that?
You don't? What's your theory?
In terms of like the way they're practicing and stuff?
Well, the players determine that. That's a way of saying like, hey, it's not on me. It's on the player to. The coach ultimately decides.
Yeah. Well, and to your point, if you go back to last year, you're like in the LSU game, you're like, oh, Matt Fuller just ran 72 yards for a touchdown. Where is he?
Yeah, he didn't decide.
So I think if you find the right guy, like if you actually take that to heart, it's similar to the offensive coordinator thing. We're going to structure the offense around the strengths of our players. Okay, are you or aren't you? Like everybody says that. If you actually do it, then I think so.
Yeah, we'll come back, wrap up the hour, hit some more stuff from yesterday as we continue on Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs here on the game. All right, welcome back in Gamecock Central Takeover Hour, presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler West and Chris, along with you here on your Wednesday on the game, third full day of SEC Media Days. Again, we've already had Kalen DeBoer and John Summerall speaking this morning. We'll try and get to a lot of these other coaches, not by the end of this week, getting into next week. We obviously got a lot of Beamer and player stuff to get through. I mentioned kicker earlier. I want to maybe save that for tomorrow. It is a little bit of a longer cut. I want us to have a longer discussion about it. But I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about what I think is maybe the quote of the week. And I don't know if you guys have gotten a chance to hear this or not. But Nick Harbor sat down with Jay and Terry yesterday on the post-game show, and the conversation of not being able to close out games did come up. This be cut number 66, Dave. Nick Harbor, in his own words, gave an explanation on why South Carolina wasn't able to close out games last year.
I say just leadership and execution. Every game last year, we was leading going into the fourth quarter. We never finished. And, people can go back and they can see, okay, yes, South Carolina was leading a lot of the games. So we wasn't as bad as people thought. Like, we didn't get blown out. It wasn't like just a stinker. Like, we just lost games that we just had bad execution on, and we learned from that. Like, the team 2 years ago had great execution. We was down either in the fourth, we were down either going into the fourth quarter, or we was tied, and we just pulled away. The fourth quarter was our baby. We was taking care of it. And then last year, the fourth quarter was our side chick. We was running away from it. So,
guys, fourth quarter is a side chick. A good comparison.
Oh, no. Classic Nick Harbor.
Excellent. I got to admit, as that answer is going on, I was thinking, like, okay, I mean, it's a pretty good answer. Like, a little bit of coach speaking here. Like, yeah, we got to execute better. And then, nice finish there by Nick. I did not see that coming.
He did say that was an original thought that popped into his head in the moment. That wasn't something that like somebody mentioned a week ago or whatever. He came up with that one on the spot.
He was workshopping it you could kind of just like he just progressed and was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and it came in my head. I'm gonna say it.
What was Terry's reaction when he said that?
Well, you heard him start to laugh there, and then it persisted for about another 10 seconds. Harbor did finish the answer after that, but Jay and Terry kind of interjected with them rolling on the floor laughing in the middle of that. I'm putting that up as quote of the week so far.
Yeah, also apparently Nick said that he tried to play soccer when he was 5 or 6, but his dad said he had no coordination, so he shut that down real quick. So can you imagine having Nick out there playing soccer, like having to guard this guy?
Oh my God. He could have been on the national team this year if he stuck with it.
Yeah, seriously. So, yeah, kind of cool, though, to see Nick's personality get displayed a little bit out there.
He and humor aside, and that was funny, that's been a big talking point. Weston, we sat down with Beamer earlier this year. I did not, I knew that South Carolina had struggled in the fourth quarter, but he just really bluntly laid it out to us about how much they'd struggled. There were 8 games out of the 12 that South Carolina didn't score in the fourth quarter. Hard to win. Really hard to win. Mm-hmm. And you look at, Missouri, Alabama, Texas A&M. Those are 3 games you're leading on into the fourth quarter. They're in the game in a bunch of other ones, in striking distance. And if you can't go out there and score in the fourth quarter, you're not going to win. And, Nick brought up a great point. 2024, they were a fourth quarter team. And so leadership is something we've talked about. Leadership and execution is really what it comes down to. And when you have better leadership, when you have more experience, that tends to help you execute better. And this is an older team. So how much does that help them this year? Certainly the hope is that you can play much, much better in the fourth quarter than you did last year. If you do, you win some games.
Yeah, certainly so. And again, that was a big topic of conversation yesterday, not only with the local media stuff, but also in the main room as well. And again, there's a lot of different things that were discussed yesterday from Beamer and the players that we'll be getting to over the course of the next couple of days, including kicker, which we'll try and get to tomorrow as well. But guys, you look at the lineup of coaches that are speaking today, and you have a lot that are on South Carolina's schedule. Anything in particular you're looking forward to? Any coaches you're hoping to hear from?
Not in particular. It did sound like Summerall was maybe a win today for him, right?
From what Elijah told me,
Kinda
yes,
fired
it was
up.
very entertaining.
Yeah, I heard he busted out 2 cuss words in, like, 1 sentence, and I think, sounds like it was something to go back and listen to.
Yeah. So Summerall maybe stealing the show this week as well, alongside Nick Harbor. Coming up next, halftime show as we continue on from SEC Media Days here on your Wednesday on the game.
All right, guys, let me tell you about our friends at Integrated Media. 44 days to kick off, which means you have time, but you are slightly running out of time to go ahead and make the move to upgrade that sports viewing experience at the house. 803-948-8327, or head on over to integratedmediainc.com for more information about all their great services. Now, that can be a situation where you load up the man cave. If you've got that extra room at your house that you've been wanting to upgrade to a man cave, they can handle that for you. Or it could be as simple as hanging the TV, hiding the wires, going with surround sound, and making sure you have a tip-top TV viewing experience at your home. Outdoor TVs as well. If you want to set up the deck, you want to set up the outside kitchen to watch the game too while you're getting ready for the tailgate, they can do that for you too. Whatever you've been dreaming up about your TV viewing experience, they can bring it to a reality for you. IntegratedMediaInc.com for more information.
Oh, it is a Wednesday, kids. Get yourself moving to lunch. Maybe the Louisiana Purchase. I'm a little depressed today. I don't get a po' boy. Oh my goodness, that was so good yesterday.
Yeah, I had one yesterday too, and it was fantastic.
Did you have the roast beef?
Yeah, there's a specific name for it. It's
Yeah, I left my sheet out
Hang
there.
on, I'll go get the thing. It's right out there.
Yeah, I
I'll
left
tell
my
you the
sheet
name
out.
of it. It was really good though. I can tell you that.
It was full. Oh, I'm almost sad to be here. I'm almost sad to be here with the shrimp po' boy. Go visit them, 7011 St. Andrews Road, Louisiana Purchase. Oh, it was shrimp po' boy. Matter of fact, you can go to my Twitter at Will Gunter, Gunter. If you want to follow me, that's appreciated. But you can go to my Twitter and scroll down a little bit. You can see the food review from it yesterday.
That was a good video you did. It's called The Striker. It's slow roasted certified Angus beef piled high on New Orleans French bread, topped with French fries and gravy.
That one sounded good too. I think the one. Have you got the sheet for the rundown of all the po' boys for the week?
Yes.
What is today's?
See, today is Wednesday.
Today is
That would be the Clucking Creole.
Oh yeah.
Crispy chicken cutlet topped with melted mozzarella cheese and house-made Creoles.
Ooh, that's I might have to. That might be dinner for the kids and I tonight. Sounds good. All right. Well, yep. That's all right. Well, we'll get through that somehow, some way. I'll survive. Get through a show without a shrimp po' boy from Louisiana Purchase. That's all. I'll make it. 803-404-6100. We will recap a lot of what was said on our show yesterday regarding South Carolina, what was said after our show. We'll get into the injury status of Jacarius Peak and Dylan Stewart. My question to you on that, we're going to talk about this in the next segment, re-listen to Shane Beamer. It's not that I'm saying Shane Beamer's a liar. That's not what I'm calling him. That's not what I'm trying to call him. In this day and age, Shane's not the only one. Coaches are coy about the injury situation, and Shane is known to be very coy about it. That's not a bad idea. I don't blame him for that. I'm not upset with him. I'm not mad that we don't get all the details. I don't need to know the full extent of Peak's injury or Dylan Stewart's injury. It's none of my business. But it does leave open to interpretation what they're doing. And I have now some questions that aren't going to be answered, but I have some questions, and we'll get into that as it pertains to those two in particular players that are vital to what South Carolina will be doing in 2026. We'll talk a little bit about that today. Also, we'll get back into some things Lenora Sellers said yesterday. Lenora Sellers had a comment that went for a minute. I don't know what got into him, but his comment is about Kendall Brow's offense and playing free. And anytime as I was scrolling, and again, Captain Dave and Tyler, they did a phenomenal job. Really, all the producers did a phenomenal job. But shout out to Captain Dave and Tyler with all the audio and everything that they got yesterday. If y'all don't know, there's a lot that was going on behind the scenes.
I left at 9:30 last
Left late. But they did a absolutely phenomenal job. And and I believe we've got something in the ballpark like 57 or 58 cuts just from everybody yesterday. 68 from Kirby, from Clark Lee, from Shane, from players, all kinds of stuff. And Dave and Tyler did just a heck of a job. This station as a whole, without those two, we couldn't make it. We couldn't make it without those two. Those are the engines that make everything from 6A to 6P work. So if it wasn't for those two, I don't know where we would be. But Tyler, thank you for all your hard work yesterday.
Yep.
In not only guiding me through the show, it was kind of a wild day there, but also in getting the audio, you and Dave. So absolutely phenomenal. We got plenty of it. We're going to play today. But yeah, Tyler, Lenora Sellers has a comment that lasted for a full minute. When I saw that last night, I thought, well, we got to play that because that's the most we're ever going to hear from Lenora Sellers.
Yeah, he's a man of few words, that's for sure. He's come out of his shell a little bit more as these past couple years have gone on, but hopefully that is a good sign for the Browns offense when we do play that and him expanding on it. But yeah, man, no, it's been fun this week. And yesterday was obviously the most chaotic day because it's Carolina. We're trying to get every bit of the Carolina stuff that we can for our shows and all that. So now today's a little bit more smooth sailing. It's been interesting. I did meet Nick Saban this morning. By
Okay.
the way, you want to guess where I met him at?
Bathroom.
In the bathroom. That is the most media days thing ever, where you run into people in the most odd places. So yes, I was washing my hands. I look up and Nick Saban is standing in front of me, and I'm like, well, okay then.
Okay. Well, how did that conversation go?
It was fine. I just made small talk just about, hey, bet you don't miss the media circus that this is. And he agreed, and we washed our hands and went about our day. So
Excellent
yeah,
work.
you just never know when you're going to run into somebody and where that's going to be.
Thank you for not asking him how
I
everything.
felt like shaking hands would have been weird.
Yeah, you can't do it at that. No, that's disgusting. I mean, no, yeah, I don't. Maybe a fist bump, but yeah, you're.
Yeah, still that's pushing it. I think
That's what I'm
think
saying. Yeah,
contact in the bathroom is probably frowned upon.
yeah, very much, very smart, very wise, very good etiquette on your part. Yeah, contact definitely frowned upon. So, all right. Well, I did see him on the SEC Network. We'll talk about what's going on today, Tyler. I know you've been busy with what you're doing. Again, we'll get into a lot of South Carolina stuff from yesterday. We got some guests lined up for today coming up. It's going to be kind of a busy day. Eric G. Is it D or G?
That is a good question. I will ask him when he sits down because Terry is the one that set that up for us. So
All right.
it is one of those two. I believe it is. It might be G. We'll
Okay.
see.
Eric G. From the Ticket in Fayetteville. We'll talk some Arkansas at 12:30. So coming up this hour, and then sometime between 2 and 3, I'm waiting for official time. David Waters with Gator Breakdown will join us at the table because it is Florida Day. Florida kicked things off this morning. Tyler, I know you didn't hear it. I'm not saying I'm a Gator fan. I'm not saying go Gators. I am saying John Summerall right now has won SEC Media Days.
Yeah, Elijah was in there, and he was telling me we did have to, in our audio that we're getting ready for, had to edit some things out. That he said things that I'm sure they had to, dump on the SEC Network, and obviously we have to edit out for radio
They did
purposes.
not.
But yeah,
They did not dump that.
Oh, that went live. Okay, all right then.
Yeah, he hit him with 2 S words at the end, and I was like, this is my guy. I like this guy.
He certainly sounds like he brought the fire. That's for sure. And, hey, listen, when we talk about hiring a new head coach, you want the exact opposite of what you had. Billy Napier could have put a cup of coffee to sleep.
Yeah.
It is nice to hear that John Summerall has some energy to him.
John Summerall, I've kind of downplayed Florida. I really downplayed him under Billy Napier, and I was right.
Sure.
I can't forget when there were some texters that got mad that I was like, "You're always down on Florida." I'm like, yeah, because I don't like Napier, and I don't think. Well, it's not that I didn't like Napier. It's just that I didn't think he would accomplish much there, and he didn't. And I didn't think everything would work. But yeah, truth be told, I downplay Florida. I'm not downplaying Florida now. I'm not downplaying Florida. John Summerall is going to do some things there, man. That guy, listening to him today, the confidence, he's an up and comer. Watch out for Florida. I'm telling you right now, I'm circling that game. That game, October 4th. I'm going ahead and that is the game of the year for South Carolina. Determines what direction the season goes because you should go in no worse than 4-1.
Yeah,
you should no worse. Now maybe 5-0, but you should go in no worse. If you're not 4-1, we're off to a disappointing start. It means you've lost one of the 2 home games, I assume, to a team that you should be better than right now, and that's Kentucky and Mississippi State. You should be 4-1, but then you look at that back half of the schedule, and you look at Oklahoma, and you look at A&M, and yesterday Georgia was getting a lot of love. Tennessee, we'll see. Those games right there. Then you get Arkansas and Clemson, and Clemson's better than Arkansas, but and both of those are road games. but Clemson is nowhere near, not even close to what Georgia, Oklahoma, A&M is. Really, Clemson's probably not close to what Tennessee is, but those games that'll dictate the season. So you leave the swamp at 4-2 with Oklahoma, A&M, and Georgia still to go. You're playing for just some bowl eligibility at that point, and that's not what everybody wants to be playing for. So again, I'll circle that game as the game. We'll talk more about that as we roll through the day. But again, we'll get into a lot of stuff said yesterday. Nothing newsy. We'll get into when we come back the injury situation. Dylan Stewart. I got an uneasy feeling. I'll explain why, Tyler. And I heard you and Chris and Wes on the way in debating this one. We'll talk about Dylan Stewart, who I might now have a few more concerns about. I'll explain why when we come back. You're listening to the Halftime Show. Bill Gunner for AAA Heating and Air, another one of our proud sponsors of being there in Tampa this week. But right now, I'm talking about how great they've made the Gunner family feel, because just about 5 years ago, they came out to the house, put in a brand new Trane heating and air unit. And I'm telling you what, professionalism was absolutely second to none. That's why when I suggest using a heating and air company, it's simply going to be AAA Heating and Air. It keeps me nice and toasty during the winter. It's going to be great and cold in these hot summer months. And right now is the best time to call them with a 15-year parts and labor warranty. 12 months, no interest, no payment. And how about this? If you're worried about your credit, you're like, man, times are tough. We need a new heating and air conditioner. Well, guess what? AAA Heating and Air has guaranteed finance. Reach them today on the web. Call AAAtoday.com. Again, that's call AAAtoday.com. All right. Well, I said that on air today, but it's all right. We're going to call for clip number 16 in just a second. 803-404-6100. Thank you again to AAA Heat and Air for being one of our great sponsors this week, getting us down to Tampa and taking care of Tyler and the crew. And then, as I mentioned, taking care of me, AAA Heating and Air. Again, one of the very proud sponsors this week of our SEC Media Day coverage, leader trust me, the leader in the HVAC industry. And I can promise that with the way they treated me. But thank you again to Roy and Dana Finley for being a big part of our coverage down there, which yesterday involved the University of South Carolina. And Tyler, I didn't know this. I didn't know this until I was listening coming in. Apparently, did you get a shout out? Did we get a shout out? Was my name mentioned? You know?
Yes. So when they did the local media gaggle at about 1 o'clock after everybody got here, of course, the first question that was asked was in reference to the injuries to Jakari's Peak and Dylan Stewart. And he said something effective. Well, I already told the guys over at 107.5 game. So we didn't get a Bill and Tyler, but we at least got a general station mention in terms of being the first to ask him that question.
We were all over.
Yeah, that's right.
Reporting at its absolute best. Well, let's hear. We asked Shane Beamer about Jakari's Peak and Dylan Stewart and where they stood. Tyler did. Tyler was all over it. Here is what he had to say to us as soon as he had gotten off the plane in Tampa.
Yeah, I think they're both well on track and doing a great job. Peak he's actually running. Saw him in the weight room this morning doing workout in the weight room. Dylan's gonna advance next week in his rehab. So both those guys are doing well and on track to have a really good 2026. What's best for each individual player. The thing that I love is both of those guys are competitors, and both of those guys, they're working, do everything they can to play week one, and they want to play week one as competitors. So, it's not going to be, I don't think, an 80, 90, 100%. I've never been a head coach or a coach in general that has just, gone down to the trainer and given him an ultimatum that just guys got to play. We trust the medical professionals. There's a lot of them involved on this one. And when they say that these guys are ready to roll, then we'll turn them loose.
All right. Tyler, let me give my take. You tell me what you think. I believe him on Jakari's Peak. Peak's injury, we're a little more informed of. We knew it was a ligament injury to the knee playing basketball. We're more aware of it. By all accounts, I'm kind of, because I went through Austin's ACL injury and learned way too much about ACLs and MCLs and ACLs and all that, a little more familiar with that. My understanding, I'm guessing on this, I'm ballparking, this is not inside information, is this was some kind of MCL sprain, because I know what they told my son, that it was like a 4 to 6 week recovery. Then you'd have a lot of rehab. There wouldn't be surgery necessary. If I do the math on this, it just seems like that's what the injury was. It kind of adds up. Here we are going into August. The timeline kind of fits pretty well with what it could have been because it occurred right before. It occurred in March, right before. Did it occur in February or March?
I think March, because they were doing their little team basketball thing right before spring practice started.
Yeah, and I think I said 4 to 6 weeks. I meant 4 to 6 months. 4 to 6 months. And so the timeline lines up. And again, I'm going off of what doctors told my son. His injury ended up being an ACL, and we had to go through the whole surgery process and everything. But we were hoping it was the MCL and it would be the situation for Peak. I believe that. I think Peak's fine. Now, does that mean you play him against Kent State? Again, I don't know. I do think it's important to play him prior to Mississippi State to gel, but I believe he's coming along. I believe he's going to be perfectly fine. The question is, how much is he available during fall practice, given that he missed spring practice to kind of gel with the offensive unit. I think he's fine. Yep. I'm concerned about Dylan Stewart. Something ain't right. And I'm not saying this about Shane Beamer. What I'm saying here is we know Stewart can play through this injury. He did it last year. But he has now technically been on the shelf for roughly 8 months, December through now.
Yep.
And he still seems to be working his way back. And I don't need to know what the injury is. That's none of my business. That's none of your business. But Tyler, this is now something where here's what I think. I don't think it's going away. Now, that doesn't mean he can't play. It doesn't mean he can't play. I think he'll play. It doesn't mean he's out. He played the Clemson game, right?
Yep.
We saw him finish playing, and we know he had the injury then. Something isn't right with him, and I'm not sure it's going to. If we're at this point, I don't quite know what you're going to get out of him. All of a sudden, I count on him less because if it hadn't healed now, I don't know what necessarily heals it in the next 45 days leading up to September 40, whatever days leading up to September 5th, and so forth and so on.
Well, the tricky part is back injuries are things that persist, right? Now, I'll use the quote that Elijah brings up a lot. He said, I believe Tim Hasselback joined them on a show when he was in Nashville, and he said, I've never met somebody that says I used to have a bad back, right? It's something that when it starts, it's going to continue, especially as you're continuing your playing career and getting hit and all that kind of stuff. So you're right. He was able to play through it, which is encouraging because, I don't think we look at it as, okay, this is something that's going to potentially keep him out for the entire season. But what percentage, like at your best, what percentage can you get back to and stay at through the season becomes a concern because you can feel good when the season starts. And as the normal wear and tear of the year goes along, you can be more susceptible to being in a worse position than your teammates because you're already dealing with the pre-existing injury. So, yeah, look, we don't even know all the details on it. And Beamer, as a coach, has every right to keep this as tight-lipped as possible. So we don't even, I think, fully understand the extent of this, of what he's dealing with. And it's tough to kind of speculate on how he's going to recover and what percentage he's going to be at when the season gets here. But it is something to keep at the front of mind when you talk about Stewart and his production. And look, if he's not off to a great start this year, we maybe can chalk that up to dealing with the effects of that injury.
Yeah, again, look, we do sports talk radio. We speculate on these things, and that that's part of our job. I don't know. You don't know. The only people that really know are the people in that building, and maybe only Dylan Stewart and the training staff and Coach Shane Beamer know the true extent of the injury. I don't know what Dylan Stewart wakes up with every morning. Obviously I say that because anybody that's had a bad back waking up and getting going can be a bit of an issue. However, at this point, Tyler, it's kind of like he didn't go through any procedure that we're aware of. Shane Beamer's never once said, well, he had a procedure. We were told it was rest, that he just needed to rest. And he did, Coach did say that he's advancing in his rehab next week. Maybe that's a great sign. I think now I go into the season with the mindset that you will not have a 100% Dylan Stewart this year. Maybe 80%, maybe 90%. And you're right. He's going to get hit. And if it hasn't gone away, if it's not who's to say that he's not one hit away from that being it for his Gamecock career? Because we all know where he's heading after this year.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, not only just for him at South Carolina, but as he does head on to the NFL, this is something that is probably going to always kind of be there. Because, again, when you deal with the back injury at some point in your life, it's going to be something that never truly goes away. So here's hoping that, he's in a good enough place to be able to play out the entire season and it doesn't rear its ugly head. But I think a lot of us are more on an area of heightened concern with it, with how little we know and just the nature of what back injuries are, that this could, knock on wood that it's not, be a problem multiple times this year.
No, I'm with you. Now here comes this is the pessimist in me, and we'll have to wait and see. But that was unfortunate. I think Peak's fine, by the way. I kind of expect Peak to get a little bit of run in the first two games.
If he's running, if he's lifting with a knee injury like he had, great sign.
I agree. 803-404-6100. Eric G. set to join us from 92.1 The Ticket in Fayetteville next. Ryan Silverfield talks tomorrow. Tomorrow, right? Is he talk today?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I
Yeah.
thought-
He and Levy are the sandwich and the Kip and Sark, the meat and the Kip and Sark sandwich tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So, but we'll catch up. We have yet to be able to speak with anybody about Arkansas. Arkansas is a mystery. I got no
They
clue.
are. Yep.
I got no clue. So let's find out a little bit about them. Now he's going to sit down with us. So we're going to go ahead and hit the break and be waiting patiently on Eric G again from 92.1, The Ticket in Fayetteville to talk some Arkansas football. When we come back, you're listening to the Halftime Show.
Time show. SEC Media Days edition. Tyler Head on location in Tampa. Bill Gunner back in studio there in Columbia. And we're welcoming in our guest from the Ticket in Fayetteville, and Eric G. Bill, it's really funny. We're kind of talking about it going to break, and Eric and I were talking about it in the break there. They seem to have just as many questions about Arkansas as we do. Well, we're all trying to figure out what exactly the Razorbacks are, who Ryan Silverfield is, quite frankly, what to expect when Carolina goes there coming up in November. But, Eric, I appreciate you joining us. How's your meeting today going so far?
So far, so good. Thank you very much for asking me to be on today. It's been great. Had a chance to talk to Cole Kublik, got the show out of the way, and now it's just a matter of Arkansas's got a local media thing that they're doing at 4 o'clock. And it'll be interesting to see if Ryan Silverfield or the players give us any more or better answers than what they have given us so far, because right now everybody in that program is playing it extremely close to the vest, and I don't blame them. Silverfield's in an interesting situation where he wasn't the fans' first choice by any stretch of the imagination, and I don't even know if he was the administration's first choice, despite what they say. There were rumors about Alex Golich. There were rumors, and that's all you can say, rumors about John Tyson going to pay all this money to get James Franklin before he ended up at Virginia Tech. And everybody seemed to want anybody but the person they got. And the best I can tell, the person they got's pretty darn good based on his track record at Memphis. But nobody wants to see that right now because Ryan Silverfield wasn't a name. When you try to explain to fans, well, other than James Franklin, maybe Pat Fitzgerald and Lane Kiffin, who was either LSU or Ole Miss, there wasn't any other place he was going to go.
Sure.
This wasn't the sexiest of hiring cycles. So you got a guy that may actually fit your program and has wanted a place that's even tougher to win than Arkansas. He may come in here and do really good things, but at the moment, you're not sensing that excitement that a guy like Ryan Silverfield probably deserves.
Eric, what's kind of the that you mentioned Tyson and you got Walmart and I don't know what I'd say. It feels like there's a lot of money there. What's kind of the
Jamie Hunt?
What's kind of the NIL financial situation of Arkansas? Because I don't want to say that they're underachievers. It does feel like, I mean, I've never been to Fayetteville. I've heard phenomenal things about game day there and the stadium and the crowd. What seems to be the holdup right now when you go from Bielema? I don't remember the exact order. I know Petrino was in there somewhere, but Bielema to Chad Morris to Sam Pittman and so forth and so on.
Well, you got the lineage correct. That was absolutely you got the lineage of the coaches correct. That is 100% right. The holdup, from what I understand, and I don't know how much of this to believe, to be quite honest, is that some of the money in Northwest Arkansas wants a little bit more control over the hiring process. And any athletic director worth their salt is going to be reluctant to give that up. Even if you need the money, the last thing you want is donors telling you who to hire, because donors may tell you who to hire. They may tell you that they're going to give a whole lot of money to your program, but if that guy fails, is the donor going to pay the buyout now?
Right.
And usually what happens is the donor points fingers at the athletic director and fingers at the coaches, but never really points fingers at themselves for demanding that this particular guy gets hired. John Tyson has got a great relationship, obviously, with John Calipari, so he's going to pump money into the basketball program. He just did a patch deal where every athletic team at the University of Arkansas is going to wear a Tyson patch. Nobody at this moment knows how much money that's worth, and Arkansas has done a really good job of keeping that under wraps. The problem is, and I would even say this to John Tyson if he was sitting there, look, it's great that you want to spread it around the athletic department. But the baseball program, while Dave Van Horn might want help, doesn't need help. The track program, I know John Tyson has a very close relationship with the track program. It doesn't need help. Golf doesn't need help. They're non-revenue sports. Football needs help. That's what drives all the revenue. When you've got a great football program, you guys obviously know this, everything trickles down. That seems to be where the miscommunication is It's okay, these programs win track, baseball, basketball, softball, they all win. We want to fund them. Okay, that's great. But without football, none of them are that good. And for whatever reason, you just cannot get them to buy into football the way that you need them to buy into football right now. It's pretty perplexing because one football national championship to me is the equivalent of 5 in basketball, 10 in softball, 12 in baseball, whatever numbers you want to throw out. Just one college football national championship changes the whole perspective of what everybody in the state, what everybody in the athletic department at the school feels about the overall department itself. And for whatever reason, you just cannot pull people in to really just buy into that at Arkansas. It seems very kind of fractured.
Eric Dree of the Ticket in Fayetteville joining us here at SEC Media Days. Look, Indiana has set an impossible standard for every new head coach getting hired somewhere, especially ones coming up from the G5 ranks. So, going to the playoff and winning the national championship in year 2 is lofty. I imagine Rudy Silverfield will be asked something about that tomorrow, like Golich was yesterday. But when you look at what is success, at least in year number 1, like what are some obtainable goals you think this team can accomplish?
I love that question because there actually are some obtainable goals this year. Everybody looks at Arkansas' schedule and thinks it's really tough. Okay, Georgia, you're probably not going to win. Texas, you're probably not going to win. LSU, and then you've got the A&M in the Utah games. All right, so that's 5 games that are very questionable if you can win. But in between that, not to knock on South Carolina, but you've got South Carolina, you've got Tennessee, you've got Missouri, you've got Vanderbilt. You've got all these games where there are schools that you should be either close to or just flat out better than at this moment. So success for me in Arkansas is I won't say it's easily obtainable, but it's easily definable. Win the games you can win. Even though you're only going to be favored in 2 games this year, North Alabama and Tulsa. Win the game against Tennessee at home. You beat them at home a couple of years ago. You had a shot to beat them at Knoxville. Win against South Carolina. Again, no offense to South Carolina, but that's a game you got to win. You got to beat
And
Vanderbilt.
it's a home game for them, too.
Yeah, you got to beat Vanderbilt. For God's sakes, beat Missouri.
Yeah.
Missouri's 13-4 all time against Arkansas. They've won 10 out of the last 11. Beat Missouri, for crying out loud. Win these games against teams that you can win against. That even if you're not favored, the spread shouldn't be that wide. If you can win those, get close to 6, get to 6. That's success in the first year. Also, I would say the other thing is, and a lot of people talk about this, show effort. Don't get blown out of games. Don't turn the ball over. You've got all these things, but again, win the games you can, and don't worry about Georgia. Don't worry about Texas and LSU. People can start getting excited about this program because college football is a sport. It's like baseball. You draw in the pass. Well, Arkansas has had a pretty good history in the 60s and in the 70s and throughout the 80s, so it can be done. It's just a matter of doing it in 2026 and beyond.
Yeah, that's why I brought up the question about NIL. Real quick, we got about a minute and a half left with you. I heard Eli Drinkowitz kind of say the other day he was disappointed the Missouri-Arkansas game was no longer at the end of the schedule. They'll play on Halloween. I don't know, it's Halloween night this year or Halloween afternoon. They'll go back to a traditional game against LSU. Isn't that a trophy game?
The battle for the Golden Boot, right?
Yeah, the Golden Boot.
Yeah,
one of the most underrated rivalry trophies, by the way.
I forgot, Eric.
It's like 500 pounds.
I forgot, Eric. Tyler is a savant when it comes to trophy games. He's got a list.
I have a whole list.
Yeah,
It's up there. It's up there pretty high.
We go to dinner. Did Arkansas fans like that? Did they feel like they were developing a rivalry with Missouri, or going back to the LSU game? Like they like that better for the end of the season game?
They love LSU. They hate the Missouri rivalry because they feel it was forced on them.
Yeah.
But as I've said thousands and thousands of times, you better start embracing that Missouri rivalry because they've been dominant. Whether it was forced on you or not, you still have to figure out a way to win. I think if Arkansas were to beat Missouri, and as long as it wasn't played around Thanksgiving, you can find a way to start beating Missouri, they would embrace that rivalry more. But it's hard to get jacked up when, again, somebody's won 10 out of the last 11.
Yeah.
And you're just thinking, I hope we can win. The Arkansas fans need a little confidence, and I'm excited about this season. I think Arkansas will be better. Just how much better? That's the multi-million-dollar question that nobody in the SEC seems to have an answer to right now.
I think we're all in.
Yeah, I was
Yep,
gonna say,
go
Eric.
ahead.
I think you just described how South Carolina feels about Missouri, also.
No,
Exact
Missouri-
same. Exact same.
Nobody cares about Missouri, and think about it. Think about the complex you must have to be a Missouri fan or be in the Missouri athletic department. You want Oklahoma to be a rival because y'all were in the Big 8 and the Big 12 together. Well, Oklahoma didn't care about you. In the Big 8, they cared about Nebraska.
Sure.
Period. That was it. And they kind of cared about Colorado, later on. Arkansas doesn't care about you. South Carolina, you're stuck in no man's land. Sucks to be them, but
Sure.
I can't say I feel sorry for them.
Well, Eric, I appreciate you taking your time. I think we're all intrigued to see how Arkansas plays out this year, and we'll be talking to you guys probably again coming up in November.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. Eric G there of the Ticket in Fayetteville. We'll come back and wrap up hour number 1 halftime show here in the game.
The show of the 803. Bill Gunner, Tyler Head, Captain Dave Adair, as we roll along live from Tampa. Again, thank you to all our sponsors, in particular AAA Heating and Air, for their great efforts, not only in keeping us nice and cool here at the studio, but also for taking care of us this weekend. Of course, as I mentioned, Louisiana Purchase, sad today. No po' boy. They got a good chicken cutlet. Tyler, I know we got some other wonderful sponsors who have made this week possible as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Again, we talked about AAA Heating there. Talked about Louisiana Kitchen. Our several other friends that are allowing us to be out here. I can't get my list to load, so I'll get you that full list coming up here in a second. But we have a lot of great people that allow us to be out here at SC Media Day. We certainly do appreciate it because well, we can't get down here for free. That's for sure. So yeah, shout out to all of our great partners. And again, I'm trying to get my list to load up here so I can read through all of them. But you've heard it on the rejoiners and everything. It takes a lot to get us out here, and we certainly appreciate everybody for stepping up and helping us out.
And again, I'll speak highly of Louisiana Purchase, who yesterday brought. I know I'm bugging y'all with that. I get it, but I'm telling you. I put the video out last night of the taste test. Oh my goodness, that might be dinner tonight. Might be dinner. I don't stop by Old Timey Meat and Break. 803-404-6100. We'll get to other stuff. Let's revisit what Eric just had to say. Was it G or G? Tyler, was it Eric G?
Sorry, what was that?
Was it Eric G?
Yes, Eric G of the ticket in Fayetteville.
There we go. Loved it. Love the optimism, Tyler. I don't know. We don't know anything about it. I don't know how good Arkansas is. I don't know how good they are. But he's over here, and I have no problem. Trust me, I have zero problem him saying that they should beat South Carolina. I get the view of South Carolina outside of Columbia or outside of the athletic building. I got it. Him saying, well, they need to take care of South Carolina in Fayetteville. No, it makes perfect sense. I'm in total agreement with him. Any team looks at South Carolina on that scale. Mississippi State, Kentucky, I'm sure they're going, that's a winnable game. That is a very winnable game. I get it with Arkansas. You start throwing Tennessee in there, and I'll even say you throw Vanderbilt in there right now. I'm going, whoa, buddy, you got some optimism.
Yeah, no, and Arkansas, to South Carolina, like vice versa, is one of those programs you look like and say, hey, that's a program we should be beating on a regular basis. And again, Arkansas going to look at Carolina, Vanderbilt, and teams like that in kind of the same way, because we kind of talk about that middle to background of the SEC is all those teams that are constantly swapping, hey, who's 7th and who's 14th. And unfortunately, Carolina's kind of been in that mix more often than not to where, yeah, it's not unreasonable that a Arkansas person will look at that and say, hey, there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to beat South Carolina, right?
No, I get it. I'm not. When he said the one that he caught me off guard with was when he said Tennessee, and
maybe that's a little lofty.
Well, I get why he's saying it because, as he mentioned a couple years ago, I think they had Tennessee down in Fayetteville and blew the game, and then they played them close. But there's right now a talent discrepancy between those two programs. Arkansas is just, we assume as South Carolina fans, because you look at what they are and it's a new coach, chalk it up as a W. That should be a W.
Sure.
But it's going to be late in the season. It's going to be on the road. It's also going to be sandwiched between Texas A&M and Georgia. And you very well could be, I'm just hypothetically, could be coming off either a big win or a very difficult loss to A&M. And now you got to go to Fayetteville and you got to get up for that game. And then you got Georgia on deck and maybe you're looking ahead. But we don't know. I have zero clue what Arkansas is, and we'll find out a little bit in week 2 when they take on Utah. I believe that's at Rice Eccles is what I saw out at Utah.
Yeah. Well, the good thing about seeing Arkansas as late as you do in the season is they're not going to catch you by surprise. You're going to know either how good or bad they are by then.
Yeah. Arkansas at Utah, Saturday, September 12th. Good news, folks. That is your late night game, 10:15 on ESPN. So you'll be able to watch Carolina and Towson get home and do a little scouting. 803-404-6100. Hour 2 on the way. Football did technically officially start today. I'll explain when we come back.
All right, welcome back in. Hour number 2. It is a halftime show. Tyler Head, Bill Gunner, along with you here on your Wednesday on the game, day 2 of SEC Media Days. I'm hanging out here at the Marriott Hotel in Tampa, and if you look behind me, as all the people are walking around, this is starting to pick up quite a little bit here. As again, the third day is rolling along. John Summerall earlier on this morning, as well as Kalen DeBoer. I believe, and let me pull up my schedule here, because up next is Pete Golden set to go here in about 30 minutes, and Mike Elko going to wrap the day up like Shane Beaver did yesterday. I saw Elko out doing his radio spots. I'm sure Pete Golding's around here somewhere, and or not for Golding and Ole Miss, but A&M, another team on Carolina's schedule that we'll get to hear from a little bit later on today.
Yep, it's John Summerall kicked everything off with a bang. I missed this one, and I don't know if we have this audio, but it just came across on Twitter where apparently as he was talking, a cell phone rang, and Summerall said, "You'd be kicked out of our team meeting. You're lucky I'm not going to throw this freaking podium at you right now." I'm telling you. Oh,
Is that real? Is that real? Are we sure that's real?
Let's get it, Dave. You say Dave says he's. Yeah, we got a lot of audio. Summerall was something, man. He was something today. I'm telling you, I'm impressed. I'm buying stock in Florida. I'm not saying they're going to go win a national championship, but I'm buying stock in the Gators. I'm buying stock in Summerall.
Well, like I said, it's nice to see a guy that kind of fits the, intense, slightly crazy mold of what Florida fans ask for in a coach. And again, just because you sound good in a press conference doesn't guarantee you're going to win games, but you're off to a good start.
I'll also say this from just the standpoint of SEC Media Days and just personalities. That gives us, we now got a 1-2 punch out of 16 coaches of he and Eli Drinkowitz in terms of entertaining guys. Yep. And that's a good start. We'll see what Silverfield sounds like. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. The Lane Kiffin show. I went home yesterday and just kind of watched a lot of the coverage of SEC Media Day on the SEC Network. And despite being 2 days away, there was still a lot of coverage of Lane Kiffin. And I really honestly don't envy Lane Kiffin tomorrow. I don't envy him. Now, he brought this upon himself, Tyler. But tomorrow, and I expect Kiffin to be as boring and mundane. I don't expect it to be good stuff at all, but he brought it upon himself. But I don't envy him because, man, I tell you what, it's not that he's going to get ripped to shreds. I don't know if anybody will care about his football team tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be. So don't expect Lane Kiffin to show up tomorrow. And I think, Kiffin wraps it? Is it Sark or Kiffin? Kiffin goes first or Sark goes first?
Yeah. So, Kiffin leads off. Sark wraps it up. So we'll tomorrow, as I'm sitting here doing the early show, you can probably see Kiffin walk behind me, probably, looking dapper, or as Kirby Smart described him yesterday, as the Adonis of college football coaches, if you want to go down that path.
Yeah. Well, we'll get into some of that too. As well, you got that audio there, Dave? Did you find that clip of Summerall threatening over a phone call? You still looking? You got the audio? It's losing all its luster now. Okay. All right. One of the two. All right. But we'll see if we can find that because, yes, Summerall, we'll get to a whole segment. David Waters with Gator Breakdown is set to join us at some point later today in the 2 to 3 hour. When he has a break, he's going to sit down with Tyler and give us a little bit of a breakdown on what today has been like. Because I tell you what, John Summerall has been a breath of fresh air in terms of guys coming into SEC Media Day and creating a little bit of a buzz. Tyler, I don't know where we define it, I've asked you last week, but today football, I guess you could say, officially began. You know why?
It's training camps, right?
Two teams reported to training camp today. The Carolina Panthers and the Arizona Cardinals, because, of course, 2 weeks from tomorrow, they will play in the Hall of Fame game up in Canton, Ohio. But that's exciting. Great that we now are really officially moving into any kind of football season. And, again, it's kind of get your honeydews out of the way, because really starting on that Thursday, we have the weekend off after that, no preseason football. But then we go full bore ahead with football every weekend from now until the end of January, and then a break until the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I was thinking about the other day because my wife and I like to, go down to like Charleston, Isle of Palms or whatever for, random Saturday during the summer and enjoy the beach and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, all right, well, I got about, 5 or 6 more of these Saturdays where I have the ability to do that because, once Labor Day weekend gets here, we're locked in until the rest of the year. And again, there's only so much nice weather to go around. So I got to try and get all that stuff out as quickly as I can.
It's coming upon us. So we've got that going coming up. 803-404-6100. We will continue to roll through the show here, but kind of looking back at yesterday for just a minute, Tyler, some of the things that stood out to you, again, kind of a mundane, kind of a boring day. It was Shane Beamer was there, but now that it wrapped up, Alex Golesh talked, Clark Lee talked. By the way, you saw, I guess, that Clark Lee must have gone through collared shirt just for the radio interviews, and then switched to suit and tie for the big ballroom.
I guess so, because I was looking last night on Twitter because I'm the one that pulled the stuff for Lee for us to use today, and I was like, oh, I can probably find his best clips on Twitter, and I pull it up. I'm like, wait a minute, he's wearing a suit. He wasn't wearing that when he came in yesterday, but yeah, I guess he changed into it, which I'm surprised more coaches don't do that, I guess, where, hey, you only really need to look good for the big TV cameras in the big room. You don't have necessarily look, super dapper when you're sitting down with the radio host, but, maybe he cracked the code. Maybe other coaches are going to follow suit after that, but yeah, he was dressed like he was getting ready to, go speak at the Touchdown Club early and then had the suit on for the big show in the main room later on in the day.
I'm just stupid thinking on my part. I wonder, though, if that's a Vanderbilt thing, like if there's somebody there at Vanderbilt that's like, hey, this is how you ought to do it. Because I'll be honest, years ago, that's what Derek Mason would do.
Okay.
So the fact that Vanderbilt's the school has had it, like Derek Mason would come downstairs in like the gym shorts and a T-shirt and go through Radio Row and do everything, and then go back up and get changed into his suit and everything for us. I don't know if there's somebody in the Vanderbilt SID department that's like, man, you're doing radio, just go down there and look decent, and then we're gonna get you dressed up like you're in the black and gold and anchor down and so forth and so on. But anything that stood out to you in particular yesterday?
Let's see here. And again, it was Georgia, it was Auburn, and it was Vanderbilt. I think, and I kind of alluded to this when we talked to Eric G a few minutes ago, that, Golesh was asked the question of like, hey, can Indiana be replicated at Auburn? And he went on to give an interesting answer. Maybe we can get to that, if not today, sometime, later on this week, because much like Silverfield, when he goes up there tomorrow, you're being held to the standard of what Cignetti did at Indiana, because it's the most improbable turnaround we've ever seen, maybe in the history of sports. And every new coach that gets hired is going to be saying, hey, or is going to be asked somewhere along the lines of, hey, if he did it there, can you do it here? And that's just an insanely a high bar to set, but I get why the question's being asked. And I did enjoy Golesh's answer because, he wasn't saying any kind of guarantees of, yes, that's what we're going to do, but he kind of went into depth of kind of looking into the model of how Cignetti did what he did. And when you look at the way that Golesh has constructed that roster with a lot of talent coming over from South Florida, it is in kind of that same mold. Now, that doesn't guarantee success, but it is following those footsteps.
Yep, that was, we'll see. Golesh, I don't know. It was interesting is probably not the right word. Interesting is probably not the right word, but you compare and contrast he and Summerall. And, obviously letting Auburn, I think Auburn wanted Summerall. I think that was their choice. That was the assumption. Obviously, Summerall had been at Troy, so they were a little more familiar with him before he went to Lane. Auburn doesn't get him. Florida does. Maybe they went with their backup choice in goals, which doesn't seem like a bad backup choice, by the way.
No,
but there was a difference in energy level, and everything. And speaking of here, let's let you listen. This is Summerall earlier today, basically just saying, "Hey, your cell phone's off when I speak."
I'd say no two decisions are alike. Like Lane and I are friends, and Lane and I talked several times through the process of October, November about what it was looking like for both of our schedules of how things were going to unfold. And you'd be kicked out of our team meeting. I swear, like, you're lucky I'm not going to throw this freaking podium right now. Like, drives me crazy. I would say who is that, but I'm not going to. Well, I'd say.
Now here's the thing.
By the way, just real quick, y'all couldn't hear
Yeah.
the cell phone ring in the audio there, but a cell phone rang, which is what stopped him mid-sentence on Lane Kiffin.
Now here's the thing. We like that now, and Florida fans probably eating that all up. If you don't win, you get the fake tough guy moniker, though. You got to back that kind of attitude up by going out there and actually winning, or that all ends up being for naught.
Oh, yeah. Well, it doesn't bother me. I mean, I'm not a Florida fan, so how he acts is just entertaining to me. Kind of like Missouri. I'm not a Missouri fan, but Eli Drinkowitz at least makes things kind of fun, win or lose. And Summerall made that fun yesterday. 803-404-6100. You know who did make things fun? You know who's full of it? Who gets the Bill Gunner just get the hell out of here award? I'll tell you when we get two of them. I've had enough. I'll tell you when we come back. I've had enough of this. This is ridiculous talk, and I'll explain when we come back. You're listening to the Halftime Show.
This my can. All right, Tyler Ed here for our friends over at Canty Foundation Specialists. Tell you about them all the time, but I'll remind you once again, if you need help with your Homes Foundation or crawl space, they've got you covered. We're going to get some rain sooner or later out in Columbia. I know it's been a hot summer, but the rain is not far away. And if you get rain at your home and you have an open crawl space underneath your home, you can experience standing water. And standing water in your crawl space brings a litany of issues, including mold, mildew, pests like termites getting into your home. It can also affect the air that you and your family breathe as well, which is absolutely vital to your health, obviously. You don't want to be breathing in nasty, mildewy type of air. That's where Canty Foundation Specialists come in. Go online to cantyandfixit.com. Let our friends over at Canty Foundation Specialists help you out with your home's foundation and crawl space needs so you and your family can live worry-free going forward. Again, do not hesitate. Go over to cantyandfixit.com. Let our friends at Canty Foundation Specialists help you out.
1:19 and 41 seconds on your Wednesday hump day. How we feeling there, Tyler? How's like energy level? Yes? No?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I had a Diet Dr. Pepper a little bit earlier, so that gave me a little bit of a kick. I won't lie to you. I did actually. Last night was the best night of sleep I've gotten this week. I'm really bad with hotel beds. I have a very specific firmness I like out of a mattress that my mattress at home fits perfectly. So when I go on the road and I sleep in a hotel bed that tends to be a lot softer, it can take a night or two to get used to it. And I think last night I was so tired I just fell asleep anyway. So better night's sleep. But yeah, the go of day number 3 of this definitely starts to wear on you a little bit.
How is the overall mood there? What do you see? We starting to see some people dragging a little bit. What's the overall?
Honestly, it seems pretty up right now. I don't know if that's just the nature of who's talking today and what teams are here, but I'd say the buzz is about on par with the best I've seen this week so far.
It is. They mentioned this on the SEC Network this morning. It is Alabama Day, and Alabama Day used to be something to behold. I mean, it was just ridiculous beyond belief. That luster has been lost. Now, it is funny they brought in Nick Saban. You mentioned running into him in the bathroom earlier. But that luster has been lost, I think, on Alabama Day right now because of what they've done. So it's hard to gauge, but I'm still sure that in the lobby, you didn't see my guy, did you? Alabama ring hat guy.
Ring hat guy.
Ring hat. You didn't see him, did you?
I have not. I thought you were going to ask me about Legend, who got kicked out yesterday.
Oh no, doing what?
Oh, you didn't see that?
No, I missed.
So you know who he is, right? The Feinbaum caller.
Yes.
Okay. Apparently, he showed up to the hotel without a credential and was like interviewing people. He took like a picture with Sankey and all that, and was apparently conducting interviews until somebody at the conference caught wind of it, and he was asked to leave. I did not see this. I heard about it and was reading about it, but yeah, Legend showed up and tried to do his own independent stuff, and they said, no, you're not going to do that.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, 803-404-6100. Kirby Smart yesterday followed up on Greg Sankey's comments about breaking away from the SEC. Let's hear him first. Jalen, go ahead and give me those comments from Kirby Smart.
And our administrators that, my frustration is I sit in a meeting and so many times I sit in a meeting, and I learned this, I think 11 years ago, my first SEC head coaches meeting. I had a coach tell me, we will not get anything done in these meetings because we don't have any power or any control. We sit and say what we want, but that doesn't necessarily come to fruition. So I've learned that, until we get governance and we have someone that actually has the power to make decisions, or we can make decisions within our own community, we're not going to have much control. And that's unfortunate, but that's where we sit right now. And if that's the best alternative to get everybody playing by the same rules, then I would want to do that.
You and Sankey can just get the heck out of here. This has become ridiculous, Tyler. This is saber rattling. The SEC is not breaking away. The implication, this is stupid. It is stupid to even suggest this. And I'm an SEC fan.
Sure.
I'm a backer of the SEC. SEC plays a national championship. I'm pulling for the SEC. I pull for the conference. Not because I pull for the conference because, yes, it makes South Carolina look better. But these comments and Sankey saying them, and I have a lot of respect for Greg Sankey, but to threaten, as he did on Monday, to break away, what are you? This is stupid, and you should be laughed at. You should be laughed at because you're not breaking away. What are you going to do about, as I watched yesterday on the SEC Network, what are you going to do about softball, who's dominating? Texas just won the national softball championship in Oklahoma City. Oklahoma just won the national championship in baseball. Florida's a year removed from winning the national championship in basketball. You've got other sports. What do you think? Where are they going to play? Is that what it's going to be? What about the television contracts you have in place right now? Tyler, we know that this can't happen, and this is a conference that's smarter than that, and I think more a grown up and adult than that. This isn't. You're not breaking away. So stop talking about it. Stop threatening it like it's an actual option. It's not. You sound like a baby. Your turn.
I'd love to see what a plan of this would look like. Because you're right, there's more questions than answers of how that will work with the other sports, with TV contracts and all that kind of stuff. Because again, this has been a talking point for a little while now. But I would love to see an example of what this would look like and how it would potentially operate to kind of know how feasible this is, right? Because again, I do think it's kind of a leverage point at this point in time of trying to get what you want out of these bills with Congress and things like that from the other conferences, the playoff, and all that kind of stuff. So I think the likelihood of it happening is not on the higher end, but nothing's impossible today, even though it's hard to envision going to this kind of extreme. But again, in college sports these days, nothing's off the table. And if the SEC feels that's what's best for them, they could do it. I just don't know if they will.
No, it's off the table. It's off the table. It's so you couldn't recruit in basketball. What's Arkansas or Kentucky or any school gets? Oh, sorry, you can't play. We can't play in the NCAA tournament. What's any baseball? Sorry, what's Kevin Schnall going to go and tell these kids? Hey, you come to South Carolina, we're going to play an SEC, but you can't play in the NCAA tournament. I mean, I do get it with football. I got it, but that's not how it's going to work. And so, Tyler, no, this isn't an option. And quite frankly, if I'm the ACC or the Big 10 or the Big 12, I call their bluff and say, "Move on, big boy. Move on." Like, don't. The SEC has a lot of respect, and they're a superpower right now, and they have the most leverage. But this is a stupid thing, and Kirby Smart backing it up, and Greg Sankey saying it. This is stupid. It's stupid to bring up, and it makes you look like a child.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, again, I lean towards it probably not happening, but I mean, if they really wanted to, and again, here's the thing. I understand what you're bringing up about basketball and baseball and all that kind of stuff. Football is the cash cow by a long shot. So I feel like it'd be one of those things we're going to do it for football. And we'll figure everything else after the fact because football brings in more money than all those other sports for the most part, combined in a lot of ways. So I feel like you would figure things out with those after the fact by taking care of football first, if it ever came to that.
Yeah, you ruined the whole thing. And quite frankly, people will watch, but after 3 or 4 years, you've lost. I just to back it up, to continue to say it, just get out of here. Just get out of here. Go, fine, do it. See how important you really are.
Yeah, I think it would take something in like collaboration with like the Big Ten more than like doing it yourself. Like if we're gonna break away, it'd be more of like a super league than just the SEC standing on its own. Because you're right. Like year one, fine, okay, everybody's into it. But as years go by, especially if you're not able to play like the Clemson game or anything like that, I think it's something that a lot of people would eventually say, you know what, this isn't the college football I love. It's just the SEC versus the SEC. I'll go find something else to do or something else to watch. Again, I think it'd be more of a super league type of venture than something you do on your own.
That I agree with. I think now if you're going to convince the other 4 to go join you, the Big 12, the ACC, and the Big 10, okay, all right, now we're talking. Now we're doing what I think college football should do. But if it's just you who's breaking away and becoming an independent conference, you're going to get blackballed by everybody else. You're right. The South Carolina Clemson series comes to an end. Florida State, Kentucky, Louisville, Georgia Tech. You get blackballed by everybody. What are you going to do? You're going to create your own bowls? Is that what you're going to do? Or is there just no bowl system? Like the concept of this, at least if you want to bring it up, have a concept. And there's none. It's just talk. It's just talk, and which is fine. It's talking. Talking season is ending this week. Talking season ends, or really probably next week. But I don't know. It's bothered me now that the SEC is saying this. Obviously, a little passionate about it, but it's 1:30 on a Wednesday. Why not get a little fired up, right?
Sure. Why not?
Why not? All right.
You and Summerall today.
That's right. I'll settle down. A little bit. We come back. We'll get into a little bit of what was said by Alex Golesh yesterday and also talked about Vanderbilt. Just look back at those teams and what was said. You're listening to an overly dramatic and excited halftime show. You know, part of the reason I think I'm so excited is it's Wednesday. And I had a great sandwich yesterday, but that Wednesday normally means old timey meat market Wednesday. Stopping by, getting some great food. I'm actually leaning. I was actually kind of leaning chicken skewers tonight. Italian chicken skewers. Got the kids are going to be home. I got to cook for them. But you know what? Old timey meat market makes it easy. And here's the reason I always go there. All right, they are the local butcher treat you like family. It's a home style type feeling, not just going to the grocery store or going somewhere where they don't know your name. Old timey meat market. They recognize you from the time you walk in the door. They say hello to you. They're polite about it. They talk to you. I love the feel of going to old timey meat market. Of course, they've got great food as well. You already know that. And they got incredible prices. Stop by one of the 3 locations: Lexington, South Congaree, or St. Andrews Road in Irmo. Tell them Bill Gunner So did Kirk Signetti ruin it for every coach moving forward, Tyler? Did Kirk Signetti ruin it? Where now, I mean, look, it's one thing if he'd have gone and taken, let's say Oklahoma State, good program, not bad, has had success, but it hasn't been great. Let's say he took Oklahoma State or something in that nature. Kirk Signetti had done that. Virginia Tech, he was from James Madison, so let's say he take Virginia Tech, been in national. And in 2 years, they won a national championship game. He took Indiana, the all-time losingest football program in college football history.
Correct.
And in 2 years, wins a national championship. And I did laugh earlier when Eric G. Well, I didn't laugh, but I giggled earlier when he said something. We were talking about boosters in Arkansas, and I think he said something to the effect of, I can't exactly remember how he worded it about boosters running the program and presidents not letting him. And I thought that's not how it works at Auburn. Boosters are kind of in charge there. Auburn gets Alex Golesh coming in now. And we're going to listen to this is Alex Golesh answering a question that I think a lot of new coaches have to answer.
Yeah, Joe, when you say their model, what do you mean by that? Winning a national title pretty fast. Oh, man. Yeah, that would be awesome. If I thought you were leaning more on the transfers or maybe the age piece. I think the biggest thing you take away, and I don't know Coach Benetti, what he's done, and not just but JMU and Elon before that, like the guy who wins football games. Not being in there is hard to say this is what their model is, but where I think as you look at it from the outside looking in, the biggest piece of it is the age and the veteranness of what that team has been the last 2 years, and specifically the age up front. I think we've all studied it because you want to understand exactly how that's happened. And I'd be lying to you if I told you I knew just because I'm not in there, but age up front is what stuck out to me. Just how many started on the O-line and the D-line would be the two biggest pieces. Certainly when you have a Heisman Trophy winner quarterback, that helps. But the age piece, the experience, I think that's one thing that there's just such a fine line, especially with high school recruiting and the portal. When you look at it, is this balance of having veterans. It's one thing to have high-end young players, but football is a game where the physical maturity, as well as obviously just the experience in game, and in a league like this, I mean, over I want to say 87% of games are one-score games. Like the talent level across the board at the top is relatively even, and so the detail, the margins, the situational football, third down, tight zone, 2 minute, 4 minute, these situations that end up winning football games, experience is king. And I think if I get anything from, I think what you're asking, I'm not 100% sure, but experience would be the biggest thing, and age, physically and mentally maturity is what you get out of that too.
That was a lot of words Tyler had to try and say. I don't think so. No, I don't know if that's replicable.
It's probably not. Again, what Signetti did was nothing short of a miracle at Indiana, but it's what every new head coach at a Power 4 school is going to be compared to, no matter what your history is. Again, Indiana was the losingest program in college football before Signetti took over, and in 2 years, they're winning national championships. They don't have the most money to spend in the portal. They have a good amount, but they nailed the coaching hire. He took them to the highest of heights in the sport pretty quickly. And really, when you look at what Golesh is doing at Auburn, coming over from South Florida, bringing a lot of his players, very experienced, most of them, he is kind of following the Indiana model, though, again, that doesn't guarantee success. But he's bringing in guys that he's familiar with that have played a lot of football in their college careers, and hoping that translates in jumping up a level from the American to the SEC, much like with James Madison jumping from, I believe, the Sun Belt to the SEC to the Big Ten with Signetti.
Yeah, I mean, again, but I think we talk about Golesh. He really talked about it, but you look at what was the what was the exact quote? Was it when did Signetti say, "I win"? Look it up. Was it press conference? Was this his?
I think it was.
Was
I
it
think it was his intro.
Now go back. I'd have to go back in our now 8 million audio clips that y'all have done a heck of a job of. Was it Monday that Will Stein spoke? Am I right on that? And Will Stein
Yeah.
said if we win, it'll again. I don't remember the exact verbatim, but we'll win because of me. We'll win. I was like, oh, okay, all right, buddy. Will Stein's taking that approach. There's a lot of optimism in Kentucky, but it's just I think now, like, let hypothetically, Shane Beamer has a bad year. Hypothetically, we hire a new coach.
Yep.
South Carolina fans, I think, are going to be like, all right, well, go get a Kurt Signetti type, and in 2 years, we're playing for a championship game like that. It's going to be a new era of football for new coaches with the way Kurt Signetti did. And again, Tyler, I think the key here is that he didn't do it at a Virginia Tech or an Oklahoma State or, say in Iowa, a program with success, but not championship level success. He did it at Indiana, the worst program in all of college football.
Yeah, and look, he's going to get more coaches fired than hired, right? Because they're all going to be held to that impossible standard. And I think this is my theory, because again, we're not going to be able to see these results for another few years. There's going to be a lot of coaches that come into a new place and do a good job that the fan base is still too impatient with and get fired prematurely because, well, they're not doing what Signetti did. Like, let's just say with how win crazy the fans are down in Gainesville, let's say John Summerall, goes out there 7-6 in year one, and then he has like 2, 8-4s in the next 2 years. There would be a segment of people not saying they're the majority, saying, well, that's not good enough. We expected this guy to come in, knock it out of the park, and to be in the playoff by now. He's not getting that done. Let's move on from him. Again, it's not everybody, but there are some people that are thinking that way.
I bet at Auburn it'll be 50-50. You're right on that. You're right. 803-404-6100. Tyler Head, live from Tampa for SEC Media Days. Myself, Jalen, back here in studio. We'll continue to roll along. Maybe the most interesting team in the SEC, Vanderbilt. We'll hear from Clark Lee next. Can they keep it up? Is it a prove-it year? What about the Commodores? We'll hear from him and what he had to say when we return. It's the Halftime Show. Bill Gunner for AAA Heating and Air. Let me tell you, Roy and Dana Finley, there is nobody that I love more than Roy and Dana Finley. The way they treated me and my family, the way AAA Heating and Air came out and took care of us by installing a brand new heating and air unit about 5 or 6 years ago. AAA Heating and Air is your go-to. They are the company that you need to contact when it's time for a new HVAC unit, whether it's the summer or the winter. Whether you're in a situation where you need it now or you already know you're going to need it, go ahead and give them a phone call today and tell them Bill Gunner sent you. 803-677-1500. Again, call them that way or visit them on the web. That's the easiest way. Call AAAtoday.com. Again, that's call AAAtoday.com with a 15-year parts and labor warranty, 12 months, 0 interest or payments, and guaranteed financing. You won't find a better company. Call AAA Heating and Air today. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you. So is Vanderbilt – now, we don't have to play Vanderbilt. So Tyler is kind of irrelevant this year. We don't have to play them. Long winning streak over them snapped last year. Diego Pavia got his Super Bowl type game. He beat us. We'll get payback in a few years. We don't get a good trip to Nashville. Nashville's always fun. I've heard me talk to Music City Bowl, and next year is SEC Media Day. But for Vanderbilt, were they Diego Pavia or were they Clark Lee having built something? Let's hear. This is Clark Lee yesterday talking about post Diego Pavia.
This group has to come together and build its own identity, as you say. It's going to be different. We have to, we've come part of the way now, but August is going to be a huge development for us in terms of how this group takes shape, the chemistry that develops in the locker room, and the course that we set for the success that we want. It's certainly not going to be one person. But I think behind the scenes over the last few years, there's been a number of guys that have been doing the work and taking on leadership voice and doing all the little small things the right way that are ready to step in and be recognized as leaders now. So I'm excited for that. It may not be as straightforward as it was a year ago, but certainly I got a bunch of guys that are capable and excited to see how it all takes shape.
Tyler, also, by the way, they lost a very good tight end in Eli Stowers, who heads off to the NFL. There were some other losses as well. It's not all Diego Pavia, but certainly, Pavia was the kind of heart and soul. And really, the guy who went in there and said, hey, guys, Vanderbilt's just a name. We can be somebody. We can beat somebody. We're more than just Vanderbilt. we're a college football team, and they rallied around him. Now, here comes Jared Curtis, 5-star prospect, number 12 quarterback in the country. But you're asking a true freshman to come in and step into that role and prove himself in a league that, well, we know is top to bottom, 1 through 16, the toughest in the nation. What would you have going there?
Sorry about that. That was Greg Sankey's PR person that I was helping with Jay and Terry for scheduling him in about an hour and a half. He's going to join them around 3:30 a day. So she wanted to know some specifics of our timing here. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. So you didn't catch any of that, eh?
I heard the Clark Lee stuff. What was your question?
Well, I was just saying they lost Pavia, you lost Stowers, Eli Stowers, which is big. You got Jared Curtis coming in. Just how much of it was them and how much of it is the Clark Lee system.
We're going to find out. This is almost kind of like, and this is obviously on a smaller scale, what happened when Brady and Belichick separated. There's like, okay, Tom Brady's going to Tampa Bay. Belichick's going to do his thing on his own. Let's see who was really the one that created the dynasty that was the New England Patriots. I think a lot of people give more credit to Tom Brady now that we've seen what's happened to Bill Belichick. But we're going to find out, right? I believe that Clark Lee can keep this thing going at a decent clip. Are you going to be winning 9-10 games a year? I don't know. I think Diego Pavia was a very special talent in a offensive system that Tim Beck had specifically designed for him that helped out a lot. But I don't know. Jared Curtis could be that next guy, right? They're not very used to having 5-star quarterbacks around there. We'll see if it's him or Blaze Berlowitz, who's also in the running there. That also transferred over from New Mexico State a couple years ago. But I'm intrigued to see the answer to this question of who was more responsible for the success Vandy had the past couple years, if it was Pavia or if it was Clark Lee himself.
Yeah, I'm with you. Now Clark Lee, let's be honest, if he wins this year 8-9 games, all of a sudden, the question is, it's always going to be assumed that he's leaving Vanderbilt, right? That's always going to be the assumption. Now, let me just say this year for Vanderbilt, we won't know anything until week 3. They're gonna beat Austin. I assume they're gonna beat Austin Peay. They're gonna beat Delaware. That's weeks 1 and 2. They do play in Nashville in week 3. They play in Nashville, but at First Bank Stadium at the Titan Stadium against NC State. That'll be a 12:45 ESPN Network game. Then their run starts. 3 straight weeks at Auburn, at Georgia, at Mississippi. So by fair time here, when the fair comes to town, we'll have a pretty good understanding, I think, of who Vanderbilt is now post Diego Pavia. You agree with that, or is there more that we need to learn?
Oh, yeah. We'll figure it out real quick during the season what the deal is or not on whether this team's going to be in that same role they were a year ago or kind of in that middle to low end of the SEC. Again, I don't think Vandy's going to suddenly go back to being 2-10, right? I think they're going to be consistently pretty good, but where's that ceiling for them now is the question we still have to answer.
I agree with you, and it's going to be interesting. And Jared Curtis, look, there's a lot of quarterbacks in this league that we're talking about. Obviously, Lenore Sellers, Arch Manning, Trinidad Chambliss. You get the point. Go on and on and on. But there actually might not be a more interesting quarterback than Jared Curtis, who comes in. For those that forget, was committed to Georgia, Vanderbilt. He's from Nashville. He's from right there in Nashville. Vanderbilt flipped him at the very last minute, kind of sold him on what Pavia did and how he could be the next Pavia. And as you mentioned, there are alternatives to him starting, but it is interesting to see what he can do. It actually kind of reminds me, pre-Tyler Head, I think life, or right around it, is when Tim Couch went to Kentucky.
I think I was alive for Tim Couch in Kentucky.
You were young.
Maybe a small part of it.
You were young, late 90s there on that. But it reminds me something similar to that. Hour 3 rolls on. We will get Gator Dave Waters, to join us at some point. I'll check with him on a time now, and we'll do another hour of yelling and screaming. Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing, the company that's been the leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry for over 30 years, being there for your business, for your home, making sure that that roof keeps your operation or your family dry and intact for the long run. So give them a phone call today and line up a maintenance contract. 803-356-1919. That's 803-356-1919. Reach out to Midstate Roofing today. Now, again, there's one of two ways you can play this. You can be proactive. You can call today. You can line up a maintenance contract. You can make sure everything is good and ready to handle one of those heavy summer thunderstorms. Or you can play by the seat of your pants. And then a leak happens. And now you got to call them on the spot. Now, they're there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so they'll help you. I'd go ahead and call today. 803-356-1919. Well, we don't have sound in the studio for SEC Media Day. So I don't know specifically what was just said. By all accounts on Twitter and some text messages I'm getting, the Pete Golding session, very interesting. I don't really know what just occurred. There were obviously a lot of questions about tampering and recruiting and so forth and so on, and it appears that Golding was quite feisty. At least this is what I'm trying to pick up on Twitter. At least it looks like in one exchange, Golding responded to a reporter, "You're a reporter, right? Would you quit your job before interviewing for another job or being offered another job? Let's not act like recruiting in college football for the past 100 years is the most moral thing. What are we talking about?" Um I'm just glancing at trying to read some of the quick, verbatim of what is now coming out. It'll be interesting. I'll be interested to leave here and go hear Pete Golding. We might actually have some talkers now in the SEC. We might have a Pete Golding, a John Summerall, Eli Drinkowitz. So, we'll we'll find out, but, as soon as we can get I know, we'll work feverishly to get that audio cut. I doubt we'll have it by the end of the show, but, it appears Pete Golding had quite the at least it appears to me, as I'm trying to kinda look, it sounds like it was great, and I'd like to talk more about it, but, I'm having to follow everything via Twitter right now, and, we'll find out what's going on. David Waters is gonna join us coming up in the next segment. We're gonna talk Florida Gators after John Summerall spoke, today, where now, as I've said earlier, I'm buying a little more stock in Florida. I like Summerall. I think he's gonna be a good coach down in Gainesville. He's got a really good staff, and, it looks like he's got something kinda working down there. Watch out for that. I said this earlier. Florida, that game on October 4th, if you start to look at games, you go, "Okay, where is South Carolina seasons defined? Where is South Carolina season defined?" I really look at October 4th and October 18th. Reasons, a lot of reasons, much like we had Eric G on from Fayetteville from 92.1 The Ticket talking to Arkansas earlier today, and he kinda said that they should beat Tennessee. He also said they should beat South Carolina, but I get it. Looking at South Carolina from Fayetteville's viewpoint, 4-8, I get it. Um, but South Carolina realistically should win those 2 games. And here's why they should win those 2 games. Summerall's in his first year. I think it takes 1 year to get things right. And then Tennessee off of the bye week, having Tennessee just played Alabama. I like that. All right. We've got now, speaking of, David Waters joining us from Gator Breakdown to talk a little bit about that. David, yeah, I know mine's a slanted game type view, but I think year one, even though Florida's pretty good, that South Carolina should go down there and win that game. That's one, and I've said it's maybe for South Carolina. It might be for Florida. I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago. It might be the most critical game of the season when you look at it. It's game 6. Both teams could conceivably be 3-2. Both teams could conceivably be 4-1. I think both teams could conceivably be 5-0. It's hard to tell, but it's a huge game.
Definitely a huge game, especially as you said. It's we'll know what these teams are by the time they play each other. And I don't think there's going to be any huge surprise that late in the season. And records might be surprising, but as far as what we know about the teams, how's the quarterback play, how's the offensive lines for both teams holding up, can defense finally turn around, at least for Florida? We'll know those answers by then. So, yeah, there's some tests before that too. I mean, Florida's got Auburn and Ole Miss before that, and so as I said, even though Florida starts off FAU and Campbell, we'll know enough after that road trip to Auburn and a big home game against Ole Miss. There won't be much surprise there by the time that game rolls around.
So we heard Summerall in the main room earlier on this morning.
Yeah.
Very intense. Said some things that we can't repeat on the radio. How big is it that you have a guy personality-wise that's a 180 from what you had? Because Billy Napier, very boring, and put coffee to sleep. Summerall's very intense, very high energy. That doesn't guarantee wins, but it is a change of pace.
Right, as we both know, very reminiscent of Will Muschamp. And it doesn't mean you're going to win.
Sure.
So, exactly. We know, even though it's a 180 from what Florida fans and Florida media are used to, it certainly screams different. And Gator Nation hoping that means different results as well. But it is a lot more fun to cover. I mean, besides the newness of it all,
Sure.
just because it is so different. And you get well thought out answers. You can tell he doesn't probably think too far into it. He's going to say what's on his mind, and he doesn't hide behind it. And as you said, the language, that lets you know that.
Yeah.
He's going to say what's on his mind, not hide anything. But it is a breath of fresh air.
What is the vibe? We just talked about this really 2 segments ago about how Kirk Cignetti might have ruined it for everybody. He takes the losingest football program all time in Indiana, wins a championship in 2 years. Yeah. What's the expectation for Florida fans with Summerall? How quickly do they expect to be in the college football playoff, turning this thing around, competing for championships again?
I mean, history shows for Florida coaches, we know by year 2. Whether that's fair or not, but going to the Kirk Cignetti comparison, you know pretty early. And look, the SEC's kind of shown that too. Go back to Spurrier when we took over at Florida. He's fighting for the SEC right away. Urban Meyer's in the national championship, winning national championships in year 2. We saw it with Nick Saban coming in. He didn't win the national championship, but he was number 1 playing Florida as number 2 in 2008 SEC championship. Then he wins the national championship in year 3 there at Alabama. It's just Kirby Smart, the same way. The SEC championship game and the national championship game in year 2, didn't win it in year 2, but you get that early feeling with coaches that if they're going to be successful, you usually see it early on. So I think Florida fans, especially with the Steve Spurrier and the Urban Meyer history of seeing it pretty quick, the expectation is, all right, by year 2, we should have a green arrow pointing up of how we feel about this program.
David Waters of Gator Breakdown joining us here at SEC Media Days. I'm a believer that coaches are only good as the assistants they hire. I think one of the best assistant hires made this entire offseason was him bringing Buster Faulkner from Georgia Tech, along with Aaron Philo and some other players from that Tech system as well. But that was a guy that could have gone and been a head coach somewhere if he really wanted to. Decided to stay as an OC and coming down to Florida. Like, you got to be really excited about what he's bringing to the table as OC.
Going back to the previous coach, it's a big difference.
Who would not relinquish play calling, which he finally admitted to after the fact. He probably should have. Better late than ever, I guess.
Right, back against the wall. He was going to bet on himself, and that was the wrong bet. But certainly one of the better hires of this offseason, Buster Faulkner being the offensive coordinator. And going back to it as well, you just look at the Billy Napier staff when he got fired and what happened to his staff afterwards. I think Jabbar Jaluk, the running back coach, he went to Texas. That's not the only big job any of them got.
Right.
Some followed Billy Napier to James Madison. So there wasn't highly sought after staff members from Billy Napier's staff. So, you turn that around now, and it's not just Buster Faulkner. You look at a very successful defensive coordinator in SEC, Brad White. Phil Trotwine returns home, and former Florida Gator offensive lineman, thought to be one of the better offensive line coaches in America. He was with James Franklin at Penn State. They get fired. He comes back home to Florida. He said, hey, if it wasn't Florida, I'm probably looking at the NFL. So he returns home. So I think Don Summerall did a really good – that was one of the first questions I asked him when he was hired is there was a lot of comparisons made to Billy Napier. And he's the one who brought up, hey, I'm not the same as the previous guy by looking like who I hired. So even he kind of gets that I need to hire good. I need to hire elite coordinator to be successful. And I think Buster Faulkner, instant results with that offense.
You kind of mentioned it. By the way, David Waters, Gator Breakdown, joining us this afternoon as John Summerall took the podium and really entertained us all. Guys, by the way, I mentioned this. David, I don't know if you were just in there. Were you in there for Pete Golding?
I was not. I was finally trying to get some lunch.
Okay, all right. Twitter is suggesting that Pete Golding was very, very entertaining today. Hopefully, Tyler, we get some more information on that before we wrap up this show. But David, to go back, you mentioned Brad White. Yeah, what is the feeling? He comes over after being at Kentucky for a while. He was at Kentucky going back to from 2018 to 2025. I don't know how I feel about Kentucky defense. Mark Stoops is a defensive-minded guy. I felt like maybe it was more of a Mark Stoops system, but who knows? What has been the general assessment of Brad White and what he is working with on that defense?
I think we're talking to Miles Graham a little bit today, but also going back to spring, I think a little more aggression than what we saw at Kentucky. And I think that kind of had been the maybe criticism of a Brad White defense was maybe too much zone, too much cover three, just kind of bend, don't break, don't give up the big play. I think you have to coach a little different at Florida from the athletes you can recruit, especially at cornerback. I mean, Florida corners want to play man. They don't want to play zone. They don't want to not give up the big play. They want to make the big play, and you make the big play by playing a lot of man coverage. So I think the interesting part of it, Will, is John Summerall's a defensive coach too. So what's the marriage of a Brad White defense, and if he's going to maybe change and adapt to what John Summerall has done as a defensive coordinator, or more of a head coach, but a defensive style head coach, because a little more aggressive there at Tulane in that defense. So the defensive line has talked about striking more and getting in the backfield more. And the linebackers have talked about playing downhill more than they played with Ron Roberts as defensive coordinator last year. So we might have to put to the side of what we thought a Brad White defense looks like at Kentucky. Going to your point, that might have been more Mark Stoops. And I think it will be kind of a hybrid that him and John Summerall come up with.
What would be a year number one that you feel like would truly satisfy everyone for John Summerall? Obviously, the hope is to go out there and win every single game. Not an easy thing to do, but like compared to where you've been the past couple of years with Napier, what's a good, solid first year for Summerall?
Good, solid baseline would be 8-4. I don't think there would be many questions to go along with the 8-4. You get somehow 9-3. I mean, I don't see it. I'm kind of around that 8-4 range for Florida, but you get 9-3 in year one with the big turnaround from what we saw last year. I think that makes Gator Nation feel pretty good. Now, we've seen some turnarounds. There was some turnarounds.
It happens.
Yeah.
We're good. You can keep going.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. There was some turnarounds there with Dan Mullen coming in and the big turnaround after Jim McElwain, or Jim McElwain, a big turnaround after Will Muschamp. So it's been there, and those fast starts haven't necessarily meant that coach is going to be successful for a while. So I think that's the thing is, all right, can we have a successful year one, and can that year one actually mean something where it's sustainable?
David, always appreciate it. I know you're on the run this afternoon. Congratulations on getting lunch. I know how it can go there, and you got a lot going on.
Which it was really good today.
It was the barbecue.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. All right. Well, we got Little Pigs Barbecue here, one of our great sponsors for getting us down there to Tampa. Dave, take care. Look forward to catching up with you very soon. I know we'll definitely talk to you leading up to the South Carolina Florida game.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Take care. That is David Waters, Gator Breakdown there, joining us this afternoon to just kind of catch up on the Gators. Obviously, we've covered them pretty good the last few weeks. When we come back, winning the close one. Shane Beamer talked about it yesterday, Tyler. We'll get back into some things that Shane Beamer had to say on Gamecock Day, Tuesday. Today's Wednesday. But yesterday, when SEC took over center stage at SEC Media Days. We'll talk about that. It's the halftime show. Yeah, thank you to all our great sponsors who have made this week possible for everybody, for Elijah, Terry, and Tyler to be down there holding the fort down. I know I've gotten numerous text messages asking where I was at. No, guys, health issues can't make it this year. I will be in Nashville next year no matter what. And so I look forward to being back on the scene for it. Because Tyler, it's new city, new venue. It looks good on television. I know how these things go. I've covered enough of them. But Tampa, it looks like they've done this one up very nice.
Yeah, I mean, being at the College Football Hall of Fame last year was cool, but this kind of feels like a more appropriate type of setting for a media days. Again, they got the Rim Ballroom and the stage and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. It's just something about this really fits. And yeah, I've enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun. Again, if you're watching on the live stream, you've watched just about every notable person in this conference walk behind me at some point. And yeah, I don't know. It's just it's cool to be out here and interact with all the people that we read from and watch and listen to on a year in and year out basis. Cover the sport and great to be out here representing South Carolina.
Yeah, and again, fun event tonight. I've got a what's tonight? You got something.
Yeah, it's like the closeout over at Raymond James.
Yeah,
yeah. So I don't know what to expect. We'll see.
That is actually like, hey man, you coming out? You can't come in. Nope, not down there. 803-404-6100. You can weigh in. By the way, Kalen DeBoer has spoke. Mike Elko still to speak. It's the very last one today.
Yes, I saw him doing some radio hits a little bit earlier. Is still as inconspicuous as ever. I'll say that much.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Kalen DeBoer spoke earlier. I have not seen anything from Kalen DeBoer that any quotes. I'm not sure how that exactly went. That was as I was coming into the studio and we were on air. So I'll be interested to catch up with some of that here in just a while. We will certainly discuss that tomorrow. DeBoer actually spoke first this morning. I missed that.
Yep, he led off.
How did I miss that watching TV? Okay. Excellent TV watching on my part. 803-404-6100. Shane Beamer spoke yesterday. One of the things he talked about in 2025, South Carolina had opportunities. They couldn't close out. Here's what he had to say about close games in the fourth quarter.
Certainly, in this league, the games are going to come down to the fourth quarter. And, to answer your question, I think you probably go back to experience and not to make excuses, but we have more experience in 2026 and more older guys that have been in those environments than maybe what we had last year in those moments. So you point to that, you look at decisions that I made throughout the game that could have helped us play better. But I think that's just what it is. Every year is different. And in 2024, we also had those close games in the fourth quarter. We beat Missouri in the fourth quarter. The Clemson game came down to the final possession. So those are games that we won in the fourth quarter in 24. And last year when we got to the fourth quarter, we just didn't coach well enough or play well enough. But, you're always looking at, do you do things differently in practice? Is it conditioning? Is it play calling? Is it execution? Whatever it is. And I think you could, look at everything last year and say that we need to be better. But you just know that in the SEC, you're going to play a lot of close games every week. Typically, it's going to come down to the last 15 minutes, and confident that when we get in those games this year, which we're going to get into them, that we'll be much better than what we were last year.
Tyler, he's right, and I'm not this. The SEC, the way things are with South Carolina, they're not infinitely better than anybody. The majority of the games are going to come down to the last 10 minutes, the fourth quarter. Last year, there's no other better way to put it than South Carolina stunk. They stunk. They blew the Alabama game. They blew the Missouri game. LSU was within reach. Ole Miss going into the second half was within reach. Lenore Sellers gets the ball with, I believe, 4 to 5 minutes to go against Clemson, and I looked at Austin. What did he have to go? I think they were at the 10, I think. Is that where South Carolina was at? Does that seem about right?
10 or 8, something like that.
Yeah, and I looked at Austin, and I said, this is honestly where legends are made, and Lenoris can really put himself into that kind of time. Of course, he throws an interception there pick six that seals the deal.
And you had to apologize to your son.
He learned a long time ago. When he went to his first one and Rattler threw the ball backwards to Xavier Legette on the second play of the game, he learned pretty quickly. Normally, that's a whole other story. That is the difference. Look, these games are going to come down to the fourth quarter, Tyler, and Shane Beamer says it, and it's got to be an adjustment this year. And he's right. Experience helps. Is an even more experienced Lenore Sillers help?
It should. Again, he seemed to have more poise in those situations 2 years ago than he had, this past year. And I think a lot of that can also go into the coordinators who've talked about ad nauseum this offseason and putting him in better positions to succeed as opposed to what he was in last year. So more experience will certainly help. I also think too, and Sellers and Harbor talked about this yesterday in the local media scrum about this offseason being tougher. Right now, they didn't really go into details on why it's tougher and what exactly is being done. But I got to imagine from a conditioning standpoint, that's something that Beamer had to have looked at this past off year. They did that 2 years ago after they came off 5-7. They adjusted some of their preseason workout routines to try and put them in better shape for 24, and it obviously ended up working. I think hopefully you go back to the drawing board and do that again, and I'm sure Luke Day and staff over there on the strength and conditioning side were more than happy to try and ramp things up a little bit to make sure this team, quite frankly, is tough enough in the fourth quarter, because there was a lot of games last year that you were in, but you got out physical by other teams. You weren't tough enough to hang in there and win those games, and that's something you can only correct in an 8 to 9, 10-month offseason, not something you can try and change in the middle of October, and we'll see if that ends up working out or not.
Yeah, I wonder, you go back and let's be honest, South Carolina last year, I mean, this is a crazy stat. I don't know if y'all are aware of this. Over under, Tyler, 1.5. 1.5. How many games did South Carolina have someone rush for 100 yards?
It's under, right? Nobody did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's exactly. And that obviously goes back to running backs, and then it goes to the offensive line. And you had opportunities. I mean, that Mississippi game is actually a pretty strong example of what we're referring to here. Now, it felt like, to me, it felt like Mississippi was kind of dominating that game, but it goes into the fourth quarter, and South Carolina's down 6 points.
Yep.
And gets outscored by 10 in the second half. You go back. We know what happened in the Alabama game. In that game, LSU, the final, obviously, 20-10. But you go into the fourth quarter of that game, and it's 17-10. LSU, you're there. You're in. And by the way, that game came all the way down. LSU kicked a field goal at 1:47 to seal the deal, 20-10. But you see the point. I know we get wrapped up in 4-8, and that's the record, and that's how it ended. There's no way to change it. They lost the games. That's the simple thing. I also think you have to look at it just a little bit and go, man, maybe we're not as far off as we thought. A play here, a play there. Does that make sense? I'm not making excuses for the loss. I'm just, you didn't get destroyed in those losses. You were there.
Well, what have we talked about? If your offense had somewhat of a pulse with the way your defense played, you probably win at least 2, if not 3 or 4 more games. We're talking about a completely different season. So the line of where you need to be isn't that much higher. Like, you're not far off.
803-404-6100. We'll finish this conversation and move on to some other things Shane Beamer said yesterday. It is the halftime show. I'm just glancing. I'm trying to follow some of this Pete Golding stuff. Pete Golding apparently in his media room interview was asked about his relationship with Lane Kiffin. And he said every place
Oh, boy.
he said every place isn't for everybody, and that's okay. I told Lane it was dumb to leave, but he decided it was better for him and his family, and I wish him the best of luck. I talk to him on a regular basis, really appreciative of how he treated me and my family. So, again, it'll be interesting to hear more from Lane Kiffin. Excuse me. Well, from Lane, it'll be interesting to hear from Lane Kiffin tomorrow, early in the morning. I'm sure I don't miss that. But it feels like Pete Golding had quite. Brad Crawford's going to tweet out too. He's got a video that I meant to watch there, and it basically Brad said. Well, he also said Pete Golding has won SEC Media Days, tossed out his notes and went full authentic. And then Brad has got a video of Pete Golding, and he says, Ole Miss coach Pete Golding says he won't get into his feelings about tampering in the transfer portal. Then gets into his feelings about tampering in the transfer portal. So,
well, it's only bad when it's hurting them.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. Again, all right, Clemson, they're laughing at you. They know they stole that player from you, and there's nothing that's going to happen. I mean, they just Ole Miss and Texas Tech are. I don't call them. They're not cheating, not right by the rule of the law. They're not cheating. Ole Miss and Texas Tech, but I mean, they're flat out just like, hey, we don't care.
Yeah, so cheating implies that there's some form of punishment that you're going to be fearful of, and that's not happening, right? I mean, literally, Pete Golding outright admitted, like, yeah, we stole Luke Ferrelli. So what? Do something about it. And we're here 8 months later, nothing's been done about it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of wild because Texas Tech is just like, we don't care what you think. We're going to play Brendan Sorsby. Ole Miss is like, we don't care what you think. We're going to text your players in class after they've agreed to go to your college. We don't care. We're going to do whatever it takes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Ole Miss is probably a villain too, but I don't feel like they're good enough. They're good enough. I just, for some reason, feel like we have sympathy toward them because of what Lane Kiffin did. So we're like, kind of like, we feel bad for you. Do what you need to do. I don't know.
Real quick, I want to give a shout out to whoever scheduled when the coaches were talking this week, because you have that clip from Golding. Kirby Smart said something about Lane Kiffin yesterday. You have the entire week worth of people being asked about Lane Kiffin. So when he speaks tomorrow, hey, so-and-so said this about you. Oh, the other coach said this about you. You now can have him respond to what everybody said about him all week long. That was a very smart play.
Lane, again, it'll be the most interesting thing tomorrow because who did we have somebody on? I think I can't remember, but at some point this week somebody said Lane stayed quiet. They don't know if they took. It might have been. I don't know where I saw it or heard it. Now there's so many people talking to us and in different channels and everything. Actually, I think it was on the SEC network last night. They were like, somebody in Baton Rouge might have taken Lane's phone from him because he's been abnormally quiet on Twitter. We'll see. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. Yesterday, Lenora Sellers spoke for a whole minute. A whole minute. Now, I know y'all don't pay attention like we do, but when Lenora Sellers speaks and we get a quote for a minute, Lenora Sellers is excited. Like something's got him fired up. And in this case, it's the Kendall Browse offense and how he gets to play. Here's Lenora Sellers yesterday talking about playing free in the Kendall Browse offense.
Yeah, Coach Browse, I mean, he's just been a blessing to us. He's allowed us to.
That's not it. What cut are we looking for here, Bill?
What did I put on the sheet? The sheet says 50. Thought it said 50.
That was Nick 50. Harbor. That is Nick Harbor.
All right, let me go back and find go through our text messages. The cut that I'm looking for. But Tyler, we joke about it, and the bottom line, the truth is, Lenore Sellers is going to be a different offense for him this year as opposed to what he's been dealing with.
It is, and as we talk about a lot, it's more of a college friendly type of offense, which is what this fan base has been clamoring for ever since I got here. Though, as we talked this morning, Terry and I did with Brooks Austin, a lot of similar concepts and things, especially with language too, from what Dow Loggins used, because again, he and Bryles have worked together before in the past. So some things that maybe Sellers are going to be more familiar with, but an offense that fits the skill set, right? And we look at what again KJ Jefferson did back when he was at Arkansas, and we kind of expect something similar to Sellers being able to be used that way in this offense as well. Now he's going to need good running game around him to be able to make him effective and a viable threat with his feet. We get those opportunities because you want them to have to count for running backs as well. But no reason to think that he can't be significantly better than he was a year ago. As we've said with a lot of things, that's not a high bar to clear, but that's what we're hoping for.
All right, this is why show prep is wildly overrated. I put this together last night, and it is actually Nick Harbor that talks about this. It's not Lenora Sellers, and I had it written down because I completely misread it on our cut sheet. But
I was sending you a lot at once. It's okay.
There's a lot. Trust me. Again, I cannot praise Tyler and Dave and our producers enough. Before I praise them too much, though, let's go to this. This is actually Nick Harbor, and this is talking about the Kendall Browse offense and being allowed to play free.
Yeah, Coach Browse. I mean, he's just been a blessing to us. He's allowed us the opportunity to play free. And when I say play free, I mean he's giving us options in our own routes. Like you can have 3 options in one route depending on what you see, and that's just the beauty of that offense. Is it's high, it's fast, it's high octane. It's like a Ferrari. You get in, you just go, and that's what we learned. And that's what we took it in. But I mean, like the spring was so fun. Just to learn that and just to be able to play like that, that's some of the best ball I've ever played. Some of the best ball anybody has seen me play in Columbia, and I just can't wait for the fans to see it. I just can't wait for the fans just to see all of us working and just the hard work that we have did and put into this offense. Just from the whole receiver room, just competing with each other. And I just speak on my receiver room too. Man, all right, we got a great group of guys, and it's like everybody just goes in there, they just work, and they just work. They make me better every single day.
Nick, interesting there from him. Real quick, let's hear from Lenora Sellers. So that's Nick Harbor's take. Here is Lenora Sellers, and this is him talking about liking the offense and getting it's only 14 seconds. Of course, this is how Sellers talks.
That's an average Sellers answer.
Yeah, but here is Lenore talking about the offense and getting the ball out quicker.
Preparing, what course I'm good at, stuff like that. Seeing the same people, I love it. Just super fast paced, just getting guys in space, getting the ball in my hand quicker. So best thinking in more football.
We'll come back, Tyler. It'll be the final segment of the show, but we will talk about those two things. Lenora Sellers and Nick Harbor praising this offense as we head into the end of Wednesday for us. It'll be a lot of fun tomorrow as well. But we will start to wrap things up when we come back. You're listening to the Halftime Show. 803-404-6100. How you can weigh in. Tyler, we just played those last two clips. Nick Harbor and Lenore Sellers talking about the offense. They really love it. Blah, 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 blah. What do you expect them to say, right? Man, I don't know. This offense stinks. I wish we had Coach Shula back. I don't know if we can pick it up. I'm not sure we can run for more than 3 yards. So how much stock when you hear that? Because I'm not picking on Lenoris, but we all know he was on our show with you and me last year and very positive about Mike Shula. So when you hear Nick and you hear Lenoris talk about the offense and how much they like it and playing free, I know there's some truth to that. How much truth do you put to that?
Well, I think you almost kind of have to apply the reading between the line theory, because you're just kind of asking the question of, okay, what do you like about the offense? And when they say, well, in Harbor's case, let's just play free. As receivers, we get multiple options for routes. I was like, okay, well, you didn't have that last year. For Lenore Sellers, when he said less thinking, more football, well, that means there was too much thinking in last year's scheme that he's not having to do this year. So there are elements of it that they can be happy about. Now, that doesn't guarantee it's going to go out there and be successful. We hope it is, obviously, but at least the fundamental concept of what this offense is seems to be a better fit specifically for those two guys and their skill sets at quarterback and wide receiver, respectively. It's still got to translate on the field when you're actually going out there and playing in the games, but it sounds like something that they can enjoy more than maybe what they were doing a year ago. It doesn't guarantee success, at least it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder, when you got Harbor saying, well, we got multiple routes we can run based on the defense, and we make that decision. I know it's a football thing. I just, how much are you asking Lenoris to do and now be on the same page with all the wide receivers and deciding on these just technical stuff that just takes getting down. I don't know if you do it in 15 practices, spring practices, 15 practices, and fall camp. I don't know if it takes until October to click, or heaven forbid, I hope it doesn't take until November to click, because if it takes that long, boy, are you and I having some discussions in October and early November on the future of South Carolina football. So, just interesting to hear that. But you expect Kendall Browse to come in, and we'll ask this. I think Friday we'll get into some numbers. I want to do kind of some over-unders with you. But the question is are they going to average 30 points, which is the norm under Kendall Browse?
Yeah. If you tell me this team, and again, this is one that struggled to score 17 points on offense through basically half of the season last year, you tell me they're scoring an average of 30 points a game in conference play, I say you got a pretty good chance in every single game, assuming that the defense is going to be as at least hopefully solid, if not better than it was a year ago. Yeah, that 30-point threshold, you get there consistently, you're going to be just fine.
It'll be interesting to see. Mike Elko about to take to the stage. I just talked to Jay Phillips, who, by the way, they will have Greg Sankey on coming up at 3:15. So right off the bat, hopefully, maybe they'll play. Maybe I can get them to play my clip of yelling at Greg Sankey and telling him to stop being a baby and stop threatening that we're gonna split from the league.
Hey, Bill, I know you really want to go to media days next year. That probably wouldn't do you too many favors in terms of getting a credential for Nashville. I'll just go ahead and say.
Well, you already said one guy snuck in and started doing interviews. They called him.
Well, he was promptly kicked out. I wouldn't suggest that route for you.
Well, let's stop that. But anyway, tomorrow, Doug Turnbull will join us. We'll have our NASCAR segment as usual. We'll get back into some more Shane Beamer and Lenore Sellers. But I tell you what, Tyler, I don't expect anything in the morning. Like, my expectations for Lane Kiffin to say anything of interest are zero. I think it's actually going to be the worst media session of the 16. I think Lane Kiffin zips it, answers the questions that he needs to, stays politically correct on the ones that are difficult. I expect it to be bad podium talk and him to move on. I think he's trying to stay out of the limelight, and that's what I expect him to do tomorrow with very little said.
I think we get one quip about something. I don't think it's a whole press conference. I think one answer to a question is going to be very Kiffin-esque,
Okay.
if that's a word. Like, but that's I'll leave it at that. Enough's been said about him this week. I think we get at least one decent answer.
Okay, I'm going with 0. I think he's mum. I think he's boring. I think he's monotone and mundane. We'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But obviously, kind of the highlight of the event, almost you'd say the keynote speaker, if you will, speaks tomorrow. Steve Sarkisian will also speak tomorrow at 2:55. Thank you again to our producers. They're doing a hell of a job. I mean, I can't speak enough to what Tyler's doing behind the scenes down there. David Air, Jalen, Kale, they're doing phenomenal. I can't thank them enough for what they're really doing. Again, Tyler, I know you're working your rear end off. Enjoy Raymond James Stadium tonight, buddy. You're gonna have a blast.
Thank you.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Thank y'all all the hard work behind the scenes. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
And with that, it is day 3 of SEC Media Days. We're past the halfway point now, kids. Home stretch. Tomorrow, votes will be cast. By Friday, they'll be tallied. Terry Ford yet to be incarcerated in Hillsborough County. I mean, the week is just flying right by. You're doing great, man. I've been waiting and again join our lottery winning buddy down there somewhere, and yet you remain free, and from what I understand, not out on bail.
I guess what I need to do is commit some kind of felony in the parking lot of the police station. That's all I got left.
Well, I think, unlike, say, 2 of the coaches today, you haven't committed any FCC violations either. So that's I got to be honest with you. And look, I'm not like, look, I can drop, anti-FCC words with the best of them, I assure you. But in all of my years, I really can't recall a coach doing that. And today, we had 3 instances of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, again, if you want to say, words that we can't say on the radio or television, that's cool. Go ahead. I can drop them with the best of them.
Right.
But
hey, man, it ain't our fine.
But
you do whatever you want, right?
But, at the same time, again, it's just typically you have coaches that understand the setting they're in, and even if they're trying to be like, I think today when Summerall dropped his, I think he was trying to be funny. And the first one, okay, but then the second one, like a follow up, and then Pete Golding dropped one, and I'm like, oh, is that what we're doing today? Okay.
Right,
and so
right.
now I just feel like Lane Kiffin tomorrow is just going to be like George Carlin up there or something.
Do you remember this? This is years and years and years ago. I remember, I can't remember, it was a People's Choice Award or some award show, and Guns N' Roses won some award for best drunk rock band or whatever it was. And Axl Rose got up there, and all we did was just keep bleeping them. It was just just keep bleeping them. That'll be Lane. That'll be Lane tomorrow.
So, but we've had that today. Kalen DeBoer, I thought, did a fine job. Carolina will visit Tuscaloosa, week 4 of the season, I believe it is. I thought he did well, and it was always, it's interesting because later on the SEC network, Coach DeBoer was on with the panel, and Coach Saban was part of the panel. And there's Nick, he did a fine job, but he's, asking, well, wait, what about your returning quarterback situation?
Mm-hmm.
How do you like your defensive backs and all? And I'm like, Nick, you're in the office every day. It's awkward, I felt kind of bad for Kalen, like trying to have to just answer the questions the right way and not make Coach Saban mad or anything.
It's be sort of like, I don't know, working for your dad.
Yeah, like your dad is still coming. Yeah, like you're finally able, and yet and I actually know a family who's kind of like that, where the dad retired but was at the office every day.
Yeah.
And, and you even see that, there's a funny dynamic with that on Modern Family, where Claire takes over the closet business, but Jay is in the office every day.
Right.
That's yes, Terry. That's a great analogy. That's it. Saban's there every day. Maybe he's not really there every day,
but he's got a presence there, right? He's got an office.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
He's got that's the thing. As great as things could be for everybody involved, I wouldn't have given him an office. It's not like you know what I mean? Not in a bad way, but I don't know if this is a good idea. Give him an office on campus, not at the ballpark. You know what I'm saying?
It's a fine line, right? It's a fine line of look, we respect what Coach Saban has done here, and he wants to still be involved in some way, shape, or form with the university. We want him involved, and all of a sudden his office is right next to Kalen DeBoer. He's looking around the corner, going, "Hey, Kalen, I ain't trying to tell you how to do anything, but
I don't know what Alabama's equivalent of the horseshoe is here in Columbia, but give Nick an office there. So that he's on. And look, it's a small town. It's a college town. Put him on campus, or there's got to be, Terry, there's some now closed Regions bank branch, right? Let him work there. You know,
build it as Nick Saban. Yeah, turn it to Nick Saban's like place. He's going to drive
just
through.
do that. Just do that. You know, something. But anyway, Kalen did a fine job today. I thought John Summerall, you know, like maybe some of the newer, and look, I'm not here to criticize, just observe. First year coaches often just have, you know, it's daunting, even if, look, you're not in front of a hostile crowd, but you're not in front of what I would call a friendly crowd either. They're there to listen to you and to write stories or to do what we do and share what you've said. You know, Summerall's got a big task ahead of him, but I like Florida's schedule. I for the most part like Florida's roster. I think they can maybe be that team you and I were talking about last week. That's in that group of schools with Carolina, Tennessee, Missouri, Auburn. You know, that maybe finds a way to win that 8th or 9th game, even if things bounce their way. And they did beat Texas last year, but otherwise in their other games against really good teams anyway, they were not so good. And you know, look, Pete Golding now has had his opportunities as a head coach at the most crucial time during the playoffs. They had a nice run. Trinidad Chambliss is back. Pete was asked today about the tampering situation and basically admitted, Terry, and you heard him. I've been told what to say about this.
Right.
And so here's what I'm going to say about it. And then he basically, you know, he's like, we just got to go recruit good players.
Yeah, I love when he goes, my compliance department's really good. You got to tell me what to say here.
Yeah, I mean, and he really did, y'all. He really did basically. I mean, he didn't like kind of paraphrase it. He said, I've pretty much been told what to say.
Right. And look, here's the thing. I appreciate the question because the question had to be asked, right?
Yeah.
Somebody had to get up and ask about the tampering. And so I like the fact that someone came back and doubled down on it with him, but kind of gave him a different angle on what do you think should be done about tampering. And that's when Golding really gave an interesting answer, saying, you know, the same ADs that are screaming and yelling about tampering are out tampering with coaches during the year, back channeling to find out if they'd be interested in their openings. So tampering's everywhere. Everyone even said, like in your job, because you know, he's like, you know, there'll be a guy reaching out to you saying, hey, man, how's your job situation? You interested?
Yeah.
And maybe talking to us. It happens everywhere.
Well, and what did he say? Like, would you quit your job without having any other interviews? And yet we got kids that entered the portal with a do not contact. Do you think they hadn't been contacted? Like, you know, so he made a great point. And now, again, he did not at all address the Clemson situation. And not that he should have in this setting, certainly. I'm certain that they've been advised. And even the one guy that asked the question was like, I think you're under investigation, or so I've heard. And I'm like, bro, so you've heard? What does that even like? Of course, you know, there's the NCAA has said, no, we're investigating all this. It's you know, he's like, I don't know where you heard that, but you can look it up.
You know, I tell you, going back to Summerall, I thought Summerall was one of the funniest moments in these press conferences. Somebody's phone went off.
Yep.
And it was so funny. Summerall just stopped. He was in the middle talking about his relationship with Kiffin, I think it was. And someone's phone went off, and he stopped and looked over at that area and goes, you know, if you're in my meeting, I'd throw you out of here right now. I'd kick you out. He goes, matter of fact, I'm thinking about kicking you out of here right now. It was really funny.
What did he say? Like, you're lucky I'm not throwing this podium. Like, I was like,
right, I'd throw this podium
is that
at you.
what you would do down in Gainesville? You're going to just throwing stuff across
Maybe start throwing stuff at your coaches. I don't know. You come home with a neck brace. Honey, my phone went off in the meeting.
Yeah.
I think, look, Summerall is an interesting guy because, first of all, there's a personality there. And Golding the same way. There's personality there. He's kind of different. But Summerall, and I've said this to you so many times because I truly believe it, winning in Florida, you got to have a big ego and big confidence in yourself.
Yeah.
You got to be a big personality to handle that minefield that you have to deal with every day in Gainesville.
Yeah, and they've had 3 of those. 2 of them won big, and Dan Mullen didn't.
Right, because it felt like Dan Mullen, once he got to a couple SEC championship games, Dan went, you know what, I'm kind of bored.
Yeah, I'm good.
I mean, Dan just kind of like disconnected. But if Dan would have stayed connected, I think Dan would have been successful because he had that type of personality.
I think so.
Billy Napier obviously didn't have it. Summerall, I mean, it's one thing to be funny at the podium, Jay, right? You know, okay, it's great to be funny, win the press conference, cuss a little bit. But it's going to be interesting to see if Summerall has the ego and the personality to fight that beast that he has to fight every day when you're coaching the Florida football program. We'll see.
Speaking of Summerall cussing a little bit, coming up on the other side of the break, Terry and I will be talking with SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey. Maybe we'll ask who has to pay those FCC fines.
Right. Well, we'll ask him.
Yeah.
Hey, Greg, what happens when a guy cusses on the SEC
Yeah, and
network?
3 in one day. You know, maybe they get a discount after the.
Yeah, let's
third.
get to that next. I like it.
But the commissioner coming up, Charles Bloom and Steve Fink are going to join us a little bit later on, and hoping to be joined by our good friend and former colleague Heath Klein. And again, 3 Gamecock opponents on the docket today: Alabama, Florida, and A&M. A busy day 3 of media days rolling on. Love telling you about our friends at Cato's Power Equipment, all the things they can do for you when it comes to making your yard look fantastic, whether you do it for yourself, like me, maybe it's more of a hobby, or maybe you just, not really a hobby, but if I don't do it, nobody else is. Get into Cato's. Let them get you the right equipment that makes things go a whole lot quicker. You love what you have, time to get it serviced. My lawnmower's in the shop right now, not because it was bad, just get a little tune up, get the blade sharpened, have it back this weekend, ready to go. They can get you in, get you out real quick. Those of you who do it for a living, you know that when you need service, you need it done fast so that you're not missing jobs and losing out on your income. Catos can help you out with that. And if you're part of the Catos Care Plan, they can move you to the front of the line. Check them out online at catospowerequipment.com and find out which care plan could be right for you. Again, whether you do it for yourself, whether you do it for a living, the right power equipment is in stock and ready for you to see, feel, and use at Catos Power Equipment, 4012 West Beltline Boulevard, catospowerequipment.com. All right, 16 minutes after 3 o'clock on this Wednesday afternoon. Welcome back in. Post-game show rolling on from both downtown Columbia and downtown Tampa, Florida. And Terry, as I pitch it to you for our next guest, I just want him to know that the reason I'm not there is because last year I actually crossed into the negative threshold of having too many Dr. Peppers that were there at no expense. And I was asked to take a 1-year reprieve. And also, Commissioner, I'll be back. I'll be back in Nashville next summer drinking a whole lot of Dr. Pepper.
Remember the old slogan of Dr. Pepper as a logo that's 10, 2, and 4. So you need to focus on that one.
Yes, sir.
There.
I just, I took advantage. It was on me. It was on me.
Based on what I see, you're not alone either. So you might want to provide some educational benefit to your colleagues.
The embarrassing part, Commissioner, was the 50 he put in his bag to leave with. It was embarrassing.
That was really hurting. And Craig Pinkerton saw me. He's like, hey. We're not.
We were in Atlanta last year, so you probably drove home safely, loaded up on Dr. Pepper.
That's right, yeah.
A lot of stops at exits, right? For rest breaks. Right?
And there's not a lot between Atlanta and Thompson, Georgia, so it's tricky. Anyway, we appreciate you being with us. I know you're busy all week, but you do this with us every year, and we thank you for that. Let's jump in first, just real quick, on your overall thoughts. I mean, this has been an interesting off season for you. A lot of them are. What has made this one different?
I haven't realized it's an off season. The level of activity has been continual, and I look forward to the off season. Usually people will say, like, when's downtime? And I'm like, the July 4th weekend is usually quiet, and it was not quiet this week, even on July 4th, dealing with incoming issues around some of these congressional ideas. But that's okay. I mean, that's awesome. It's great to see our football coaches refreshed. I just introduced Mike Elko, went to Italy. I saw Shane when we were flying out to Phoenix for the women's Final Four together. They all look great. So they've had a dead period. But I told my wife going down here, I said I was inside on the phone so much. We have a lake place in upstate New York, and it was sunny. So I have no tan at all because I've been inside on the phone or trying to knock out some documents or on video conferences. And we're trying to restore national standards for college sports. That's the expectation. We have national championships and Final Fours and College World Series is predicated on some commonality of standard in this enterprise.
Commissioner Greg Sankey with us here on the post-game show live from 2026 SEC Media Days in Tampa on the game. One of the things you're going through is this college football playoff situation, obviously. And just curious, I mean, it felt like 16 is where we were at, right? Everybody was like, okay, we're going to go to 16. You as a conference, you go to 9 conference games. 16 feels like the playoff, and all of a sudden, out of Big Ten land, there's this 24-game thing. Just out of curiosity, was that something where you started to feel a change in the Big Ten? Or that thing not come out of nowhere, but came out of a road you didn't see? How did that process lead up from you thought you had a deal in 12-16, maybe verbally, and then all of a sudden it came 24?
Right. It was one of those exercises in independent decision making, and I think you have to go back to the work to move us from 4 to 12 was substantial and sought to answer as many questions or identify the workflow that needed to follow to implement a 12-team playoff successfully. And you go to June of 21, it was introduced, and then it was announced that we were expanding, and everybody pulled back, and we just stopped. We stopped answering questions. And then during a period of time, all the personalities in the room changed. Literally from 21 to 24, you had different people occupying the leadership chairs, and all of a sudden there are different ideas. So as we go through the actual final votes on a 12-team playoff, 14 and 16 were introduced. And there hadn't been any work done on those, but those were the focus points. There was nothing beyond 16. Then you fast forward last year to 25, and it was 16, but we want automatic bid numbers. And we're just, in my view, picking numbers. There was no data to justify why Conference A got 4, Conference B got 4, Conference C got 2, Conference E got 2. Intuitively, I may have felt that way, but we may have deserved 6,
right?
And somebody else 3, and somebody else 2, and somebody else. I mean, you can make up all these numbers. And so what happened is a lot of ideas started to become generated rather than a disciplined decision-making approach. And that introduced 28, 32, 30, 24, 20, 16. We had 14. We didn't land the plane because there were so many ideas that rather than do the work on answering the key questions, when are you going to play these games? Who's going to populate the games? Is there really media interest in expansion? We were just identifying ideas, and then we got stuck. So the reasons for that is, probably there are a number of those reasons. But what we want to do is make well-informed decisions. And that supports the Southeastern Conference. I think it supports other conferences and the future of college football, both the regular season and the postseason.
Commissioner, staying with the playoff discussion, you mentioned in your remarks on Monday, and some of your coaches have echoed it in certain ways, that when you added the 9th game to conference play, that you thought maybe you'd go to 16 to stay with that. But then you mentioned as well that, and I'll paraphrase here, that you maybe had some disappointing conversations with some members of the CFP selection committee about how they would view strength of schedule. Take us more through that, if you don't mind, A, and then B, where you see that conversation going in the coming months ahead of their decision-making process beginning, halfway through the year.
Well, I'll be transparent that when we met with our coaches in February of this year, I spent time with them, just me and the 16. I said, look, you can be mad at me. Here's why decisions played out the way they did. If you have questions about what I said to you or why I said things, let me know. Let's clear the air and turn the page. It was always a reality that our need to make a decision on our football schedule for the 26th season was going to be out of sync from a calendar standpoint with the college football playoff format decision to expand or stay at 12. And we made a decision that's right for us. And the problem is not the 9-game conference schedule. It's that it is attached to other things, because when you look at the reasons why we made the 9-game decision, those are really solid reasons, and it's justifiable. We have a set of important annual rivalries in the league that will continue without disruption on an annual basis. We get to see everybody every 2 years, not once every 6 years. And every 4 years, you have everybody home and away, so there's a freshness to things, not once every 12 years. And in addition, it's pretty clear our fans want to be part of the big events, the big games. But that makes it hard on coaches, and I respect that. We will go through the season. I think we're well positioned to have multiple teams in the college football playoff yet again. But the decision on the college football format, because of that attachment, will help inform our next set of decisions about our schedule in the future. The discussion that's out there about the championship games continue or not. And I think that can be healthy. What we do have is a 9-game schedule, and so it's time to turn the page and, hey, that decision's made. We're going to focus on playing at the highest possible level during those 9 SEC games.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey with us here on the post-game show live from SEC Media Days in Tampa. Commissioner, obviously things going on Capitol Hill, and there's been other bills introduced before, things have never gained any traction. This, I don't know how much traction it'll gain before it's over with, but two things in that, obviously, in that legislation is a sticking point. One is obviously super leagues or expansion or whatever, and the other one is about being an entity of one negotiating TV rights. If this thing gains more traction, is that the impetus for more conversation or breaking away? Because it's almost feeling like, not that they're pointing at the SEC and we want to just stop you, but these things can stop you from growing and generating revenue and getting to where you need to be as a conference. How much of this congressional conversation is an impetus point to push you?
The congressional conversation itself is not the push on this, let's go do something else conversation. In fact, people in Congress have said, well, we've heard you're going to break away, so we have to control that because we need to have continuity in college sports. And the breakaway question was asked of me, and I simply responded, yeah, has it ever been talked about? Honestly, it has, but that's not our focus. What is our focus is solving the frustrations I then talked about. When you go to the bill itself, I mean this in full respect, our condolences to the state of South Carolina at the passing of Senator Graham. That's someone who I had met with and had a really helpful conversation with in late June. Never imagining that we wouldn't visit again. We had visited previously during the winter and talked about issues during COVID. He wrote me and called me about how we were handling things, and I just appreciated each of the interactions that I had with him and his interest in college sports, big picture in college football, specifically in the state of South Carolina. It was clear that the inclusion of the SEC and Big Ten based on our revenue in the bill being treated differently was about restraining us. And I was accused of saying that we're going to create a super league. I've not said that. We are a super league. And I say that flippantly and with great pride, but it's unfair to single out two conferences for disparate treatment. And in fact, when people succeed, other people aspire to that success and everybody gets better. The rising tide lifts all ships sort of phrase. And so that is problematic in our view. And you have private equity companies out there presenting a couple of things. One really is a super league idea. We're going to combine all the media rights. We're going to control it at the private equity company out of New York City, not your college presidents doing that. We're going to determine when you play and who you play and what time you play. And then the promise is, to your second observation, everybody's going to make more money. There is not a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow for 130 old subdivision schools. We want to make, I'll go back to my earlier conversations about the 9th game in the college football playoff. We want to make well-informed, wise decisions for our league. That will position us well. The Big 12 gets to go to the marketplace with its media rights first. Good for them. I hope they succeed. That's good for us. There's no envy. When the SEC trailed and was like 3rd and 4th place in media revenue in the 2000s, early 2000s, we weren't going to Congress asking them to limit everybody else. We were trying to figure out how to better position ourselves to get better. And lo and behold, we've done that really well. I think that's the American way. I think that's how we should be treated. And it was surprising to see the way the initial draft was crafted. And we've obviously commented on, we think those elements need to be changed.
Commissioner, staying with the subject in Washington, a lot of fans around the country, in so many words, might say, why don't they just do what the NFL does and have it go that way? And it's because the NFL has a collective bargaining agreement. I'm curious, and I know Danny White at Tennessee has been a pretty vocal proponent of some form of collective bargaining. I'm curious as to how much those conversations come up in private, as much as you can share, and where maybe lines are drawn in terms of, my words here, a fear of collective bargaining relative to congressional help.
Well, I don't sit in fear. So to the end, it's how do we inform ourselves of options? And we have opinions in our league, and those opinions are shared regularly and directly. And Danny's not alone. On the other hand, at the beginning of your question, why don't we do what the NFL does? You don't get to pick and choose what the NFL does, right? So the NFL plays 17 games. They're talking about an 18th game. They have a roster of 53 players, not 105. Their playoff games are all at stadiums where the home crowd dominates, and they have the Super Bowl. They do have collective bargaining. You can kind of go on and on. They also have players that stay for 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 years. We have them that stay 3 and 4 years. They don't have players who are students. Maybe in the off season, we do. Our participants are 19 to 22 years old when we get this thing right, not 35 without that maturity. So there are important distinctions. We also have state realities that prohibit some level of either job action or collective bargaining of public employees, and we have to be sensitive to those dynamics. We want to be as informed as we can be, and we will be, depending on what decisions need to be made in the future.
Jay, we have to let the commissioner go.
All right.
Because the CEO has spoken.
I know Catherine's here. Do you have a quick Charles Bloom story? Because Charles is coming on with us in a few minutes.
Charles told me for years that I needed to have a Twitter account, and I disagree vehemently now at this point in my life.
All right. We'll pass that along. Thank you.
We didn't get to ask about all this cussing. I mean, it's going on stage now.
I only saw a little bit of that today. Yeah.
Well, Jay said he'll pay the fines.
I'll see if I can- it'll be coming out of my Dr. Pepper account, I
Yeah.
guess.
Commissioner, thank you so much for
Thanks
spending
for
time
here,
with us.
so you'll have plenty of savings.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Catherine. Thank you very much.
Tell
All right, back to you, Jay Phillips.
Yeah, no, that's great. All right, so Charles, the Twitter account, and I'm sure Greg is really thrilled that he's done that. Now, good stuff from the commissioner. We'll that was interesting. That last part. We'll have some things to say about that. And again, our good friend Charles Bloom will join us a little bit later on. Lots to do. Day 3, SEC Media Days from Columbia and Tampa. Welcome back in. 23 minutes in front of 4 o'clock on this Wednesday. Jay Phillips, Terry Ford with you. Yours truly in downtown Columbia. Terry is in downtown Tampa. And once again, a big thank you to the commissioner, Greg Sankey, and to the even more important, Catherine Switzer, who is Greg's EA. And as most people would say, Terry, she's the one who really runs the company.
She's the CEO, man. I'm telling you now. If you've ever been here and watch her work and deal with her, because this is my first year dealing with her, it's always, you always dealt with her and deal with all that. I did it this year. And man, she is a machine.
Yes.
I'll just say that. I'm not going to bore everybody with the details.
She's
a machine, man.
She is fantastic.
And she does it. While she does it, she's very nice and does it with a smile on her face. But make no mistake, she's a machine.
She is.
And it was funny because we got about 328, 329 while the commissioner was talking, and that's when I started to look for her because she's not standing here, right? But the minute you start seeing her come over, I'm starting to side eye her, waiting for the cut it, time to go. And we got it as soon as he was finishing up. Before you got a chance to ask about Charles, we were getting the cut it time to go. That's why I said to you, we got to go, Jay. That was your cue to get the Charles Bloom question in quick.
Get that in quick, and he gave us a good answer. And again, our good friend Charles Bloom, for many years, was an associate commissioner of the SEC, and of course has been here at Carolina since the 2012 school year. So. We'll have some more fun with Charles. And again, special guests coming by with Charles. I think I might have already said the name.
Very nice.
I was supposed
You said it.
I know, but since maybe somebody just tuned in. So for those who didn't hear it, special guest coming. Charles.
Whose name we're not going to say now that we said earlier.
That's right.
That's a cool special guest.
A shout out to that special guest yesterday from, if you were watching or listening to Coach Beamer. So. We'll do the same thing.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Good stuff from Greg. Let's kind of go backwards. I thought you and I, like many, have been huge proponents of the CBA, and I think one thing that was in there that was made, I don't want to say fair or whatever, but that makes the most sense about a lack of a CBA, certainly within the SEC footprint, Terry, is that there are certain laws about the unionization of public employees. In certain states, there's teachers unions, police unions, firemen unions, et cetera, et cetera. Even, and not just teachers, but professors and college employees. We don't have that in the South. We just don't. Right. For all the reasons, again, we're not here to be political about whether you should or shouldn't. The truth is, we don't. And so it's different than when the Carolina Panthers or Atlanta Falcons or New Orleans Saints have their players as members of the NFLPA, or same thing with NBA teams or Major League Baseball. And again, even with your local plumbers union, electricians union, all those kind of guys, right? So it's just different. And I understand that fully. And that's why, to your point, Terry, is there some type of way to look at certain unions like the Screen Actors Guild, or is there simply a way, if it's not collective bargaining in the most true and legal sense, is there a way? And this again, we'd love to. We got a week's worth of questions for a guy like Greg Sankey, and we only get 15 to 20 minutes. But is there a way to have something along the lines of an agreement that is signed by players coming into the league that lets them know in advance? There's a cap on this. There's a restriction on that. There's freedom to do this, but not as much freedom to do that. And you would have those things be, I don't know, creative, right? You're not gonna make it where it's just like you're going off on the cheap, but a way to make sure that everybody can stay within. And I saw somebody, I forget which writer this morning, Terry, made a great point. How to do that in a conference that includes the University of Texas and also includes Mississippi State University. And I think it's a really interesting question. I appreciate Greg's answer that it's not an easy one to look at.
It's not. And you and I have had the talk back and forth about we get. I mean, you're talking about so many more student athletes than you have NFL players, NBA players, Major League Baseball players, whatever the case. and they aren't employees at all. And so you got to throw that monkey wrench into it as well. What do you now call them if you don't want to call them employees? You don't want to make them employees. What are they going to be? Independent contractors like the Screen Actors Guild? Are you just going to come up with something that says you as a student athlete, your representative body is just getting information for you to vote on as student athletes to come to a majority to agree with this and that and negotiate your rights, so to speak. I don't know. Look, again, I can't even spell law school, much less have gone to it. So I don't know for sure those hurdles you have to jump. But I know this, Jay. When you want to jump those hurdles, you find a way. And I just don't think that college athletics, the powers that be that run the show, are ready to jump those hurdles unless they exhaust every other possibility. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And if they get what they feel they need in Washington, and get that national legislation, and end through federal law the onslaught of state lawsuits, I think that more than anything else ends the majority of this. Now, again, look, I'm going to throw a percentage on here that's probably not accurate, but for the sake of a discussion to make my point, that might end 80% of their troubles, whereas a collective bargaining agreement probably ends better than 99% of your troubles.
I think you almost nailed it.
So, I mean, 80% compared to zero is nice, but that's still a decent chunk that is in that legal gray area, whatever it might be, right? Whereas with a CBA, bang, you've signed it, you're in, and away we go. And you don't get, I mean, again, they're negotiable. They're through, when you get the CBA agreed to by both sides, but then it's locked in for whatever period.
Right.
And right now we just, again, we all know the Wild West that's out there right now. So, but good stuff from the commissioner. We'll talk more about that. And if you missed it, we'll do that for you again coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Lots more to do. Day 3 of SEC Media Days. Again, Bama, Florida, Ole Miss, A&M on the docket. It's the postgame show. All right, 10 minutes in front of 4 o'clock on this Wednesday. Welcome back in. Jay Phillips here inside the Herndon Chevy Studios. Terry Ford is down. Which Marriott are you in, by the way? We were just talking about that. There's a split hotel kind of thing. Are you in the JW or are you in the other one?
Water Street.
Okay.
The other one.
Okay.
Yeah, we're in the other one.
And then are you which one are you sleeping in?
Neither.
Oh, okay.
Neither. I'm trying to sleep in the lobby in this one because the chairs. I go outside. I go make phone calls, and we walk down Media Row here, and they have a sets of these nice, really fancy, cushiony chairs. I sit there and make phone calls. I'm like, I can stay here for 5 more minutes.
I imagine there's a few media members that are sleeping in there.
I would not be surprised.
I can think of a couple, but I won't say anything. I can think of
That's
a couple
right.
that would just be like, sure, I'll just stay here all night. Just
Yeah.
find a way. We do have our special guest, and they'll be with us top of the 4 o'clock hour. They said
Okay.
they were listening and that their ears were burning, and I did screw it up and say,
You sure did.
well, one of them's Charles, and then the one of them is the special guest that we mentioned, and who we're happy to see. And so again, if you weren't listening, that's good. And you just tuned in, then you will be surprised in a few minutes when we bring him in. But again,
Right.
it's like a mystery game. If you were paying attention to Shane Beamer yesterday, then you heard about this
Yeah.
guy. Yes.
Now, should we put like a bag over the mystery guest's head for a segment?
Well,
so
he
people can
does
guess
have,
who they
he does,
are.
in front of him, he does have the Terry Ford fat head. So I can have him hold it up in front of his face until we actually introduce him. I think that would be great. Or he
that
could
would
just,
be fantastic.
until his arm gets tired, he can just hold
That's
it
right.
all day.
Just keep it up. Switch arms and just keep talking.
Yeah, just do that. Yeah, and it'll be like you.
be really
but now we don't have one for Charles, so I guess we need to get like, where's the Elijah?
It's a Jay Phillips. Where's
No,
the Jay
we don't
Phillips
want that
fat head?
one. I'm here. We need like the Elijah fathead or some such that Charles.
Yeah.
can hold. So.
Or I mean, Charles would love to have that beard and long hair like Elijah.
Yeah. Or
Charles would kill for that.
maybe we get Charles and Greg that head. I don't know how
There
people
you go.
get that done. But Charles, you did hear what Greg said about you? Okay, so he did hear that. Okay.
All right, good.
So we'll talk more about that coming up in just a little bit. Any other things that are standing out to you today? I mean, it's day 3, so now everybody's in the full swing before tomorrow. Again, we've had 2 coaches today break FCC violations and seemingly not get in trouble for it. So that's good. Mike Elko has gone. A&M. Once again, Terry, I just saw their win total is over under 8.5. I imagine he's still feeling a little negative about that.
Yeah, he he's probably using that as a tepid motivation. I got my ballot in front of me, Jay Phillips, speaking of A&M.
Yeah.
And before I hit submit, I figured maybe before 6 p.m. for whatever time I get it in. But when I look at A&M, I was having a tough time. I think Georgia and Texas clearly the 2 best teams in the SEC, and I think it's a level above the others.
Yep.
I had trouble with the Alabama, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, LSU, Ole Miss area because you can poke a hole in every one of those teams. I almost put A&M third, man. I was really close to putting Texas A&M third.
Yeah, I think I'd probably have Bama third. I was on.
Yep.
I was on a Memphis station today, and that's basically Ole Miss territory out that way. But it's a lot of territory. They got Vols fans, they got Arkansas fans. But there's a ton of Ole Miss people in Memphis, and one of the guys out there has picked Ole Miss to win the national title, and they were asking me about that prediction, and I said, well, look, I get it. You made it to the semis last year, and Trinidad's doing well, and I think there was a lot last year of sort of, not bravado, but just kind of being fired up after Lane left and Pete Golding had them going, and sort of an us against the world mentality that seemed to carry them. And let's face it, Trinidad seemed to just hit another level in the playoffs last year. I mean, he really that game against Georgia, he was throwing dimes, man, and it was I was actually every time he did, I was like, whoa, like he just keeps making the plays. I don't know if Mississippi can do that all season. And I know they got to the playoff last year, so there's that. But they did that under Lane, and there's do they have the depth to go 15 games and win the national title? That's a big ask.
I think there's a legit question. Can Pete Golding be a head coach? He jumped in with all that stuff going on. That's one thing. But now, can you be an upper level head coach every day for an entire football season? We don't know that.
And
we
remember,
don't know
Terry, not only to your point. Remember, all the staff came back for the playoff run.
Yeah, and now the whole thing is different. Yeah. I just think that's too much to put Ole Miss in that spot.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I'll tell you now, I put Georgia for the reason we talk about. Till you knock the king off the throne, I got to take Georgia.
That's
for
how
Texas. I went Bama third, Oklahoma fourth, A&M fifth, and then went LSU Ole Miss. I'll tell you where I picked South Carolina next hour, but that's how I ended up putting those top 7.
All right, hour 2 coming up. Charles Bloom and a special guest. Keep it here. Love telling you about our friends at the British Bulldog Pub. Whatever you want to watch when it comes to your favorite sports, they've got it on at the Bulldog. TVs all over the place. An amazing menu, fantastic beer list. It's a great atmosphere. I love it. We've had a lot of fun with them through the course of a big soccer tournament, which we can't really say by name during commercials like this. But it was a whole lot of fun to be out there a few times, and many of you that went know what I'm talking about. Get out there for your favorite starters like sausage rolls or their amazing hand-battered onion rings, fresh cut, beer battered right there in the shop. Their French onion soup is absolutely fantastic. The Bulldog sampler gets you going. And if you never had these, the baked brie or the Irish egg rolls, absolutely wonderful. You want something more traditional? Scotch eggs, fantastic. So are their Thai chili haddock bites. The food out there is fantastic. The beer, the fun, again, easy to get to, plenty of parking. British Bulldog Pub, Bauer Parkway in Harveston. Watch whatever you want to watch. Better and more fun with the British Bulldog Pub. All right, 4 o'clock on this Wednesday. Welcome back in. Hour number 2 of the postgame show coming at you. Split location all week long. Yours truly, Jay Phillips in downtown Columbia's Herndon Chevy Studios. Terry Ford at the Marriott in downtown Tampa as Media Days is rolling on. Day 3 today. Bama, Florida, Mississippi, and Texas A&M on the docket. We had the commissioner, Greg Sankey, on the program in the last hour. We'll replay that for you coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Got some more things to revisit from yesterday's Carolina appearance.
Don't forget our buddy Heath Klein at 4:30.
And Heath Klein is coming up too, so that'll be good. Maybe we'll let Charles interview Heath, or maybe now that he's retired, our special guest can just start to interview people and just turn the tables on the media. But Steve Fink is with us for 21 years, the sports information director at the University of South Carolina, the award-winning SID in South Carolina. But now he has stepped into retirement after nearly, 4 decades in the business?
Yep.
Congrats, man.
Yeah, 42, 43 years,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah, it was a pretty good run. Pretty
Yeah.
good run,
Well,
for sure.
Okay, so what made it now instead of whenever? I mean, I guess there's never the greatest time, or
I don't know if there's ever a great time to do it. It just felt like the right time for me. I just turned 65 in June.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, hard to believe. So that was part of it, and I kind of started thinking, okay, there's an expiration date to this at some point, right?
Yeah.
So, what does that look like? And I want to do some other things. My wife and I want to travel a little bit yet. And, I've been grinding for 42 years, Jay, and you know this job. It's a lot.
Well,
And,
most of your year is a
it's
7-day
yeah.
week.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
I don't
literally,
think that
yeah.
people realize that, but most of your year is a 7-day week.
Well, I retired. At my last day in the office on June 30th. Coach Beamer texted me, I think, on July 2nd or 3rd and needed some information. So I helped him out with that. And so, yeah, I mean, it never really ends, I guess.
But I don't. I mean, for what you guys, I remember seeing it firsthand when I was in college, and just how hard the sports information team worked back then. That was my first real foray into it, and then realizing these guys are working on Saturday, they're working on Sunday. I mean, I remember I had a job down the street at WIS, and when Coach Scott was in and Coach Holtz, the coaches show, you're up early in the morning with them or somebody from the staff is. I mean, it's a never ending grind. So, well, congratulations, and you're a granddad now, so that's great.
Yeah, I got three grandkids.
What do they call you?
Papa.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's good.
Yeah.
So it's good to be.
And
a
they're
granddad.
all in the.
No, just one of them's here
Okay.
locally, and then I got two. My son lives in Texas, works for a little company called SpaceX.
Oh, my.
Outside Waco,
Yeah,
and they got
I've
two girls. So hope to get down to the Waco area a little bit more often in the future. But have one here, Bo. He's 3, and he's a lot of fun to be around for sure.
Oh, congrats!
Hey, Jay, there's a couple things here. First of all, SEC Media Days without Steve Fink walking around is just weird.
It is
weird,
man.
Fink, without you, man.
I think the only one that I've been to where Steve wasn't the SID would have maybe my first two. I guess my first two, but ever since then, you've been
05 was the first one with Coach Spurrier.
Well, then they would, yeah. Okay, so
and,
only my first one in 04. You've been there every other time.
You know, not having Steve Fink give me the wrap up, we got to move on, dude. It's weird not having Fink doing it. And the second thing that I did, can you believe that Fink's 30 years older than you and I, Jay?
If somebody had asked me how old Steve was, I would not have said 65.
No.
Now,
That
somebody
guy
asked
was
me
running marathons.
Somebody said that about me. They're like, "You're 55," and I'm like, "Yeah." I was like, "Good, bad," and but no, I would not have thought that of Mr. Fink. But what are your favorite? I mean, look, Coach Spurrier especially. Yeah. Well, I one of the things, like he didn't want to do Radio Row. And I remember you may remember the one time he came to sit with us, and he said something to the effect of, "Well, my wife listens, and she said I need to come see you guys." Yeah. And so, I think all of you and I remember people almost being jealous that he had come down, and that was the only time he ever. And I know it's like if you do one, you got to do them all.
It's hard to get away once you're down on radio.
And he's a rock star.
Exactly. And like I said, my first year was 2005, which was his first year back in the SEC. And I'd been working here for about a week and went to SEC Media Days with him. And it was like
nothing I'd ever seen before in my life. And I've worked the World Series, I've worked an All-Star game, but this was something else with Coach Spurrier. Just the number of cameras. I made the cover of USA Today, actually, as he's kind of ducking behind me, trying to, almost like a running back behind a lineman, trying to get through the media and the number of cameras and people walking backwards and swinging their cameras around as he walks by and trying not to get hit. And it was something for sure. He's rock stars.
What do you remember as it grew and as Carolina got better? Was it? I say easier for you guys. I know that nothing's ever easy when you're trying to do because I know what that car wash situation is like for you guys. But did it become more manageable, or as everything? I mean, it almost feels like it just continued to grow and put more demands on you guys too.
Yeah. The better you are, the more interest there is in your team and your program and stuff like that. So it becomes, it's a good problem to have for sure. And quite frankly, the players you bring are better.
Yeah.
Which they have more interest in that when you bring quote unquote name players. As no offense to some of the other guys, but you look at the list that goes from every team. There's some guys that are everybody wants to talk to, and that becomes a challenge. When we brought Clowney there,
right.
That was something, and because everybody wanted to talk to him, obviously, and people like that. But with Coach Spurrier, it first of all, it's a long day. You get there. And it's just nonstop for about 4.5 hours for the head coach. Players don't have quite as much to do, but for the head coach, it's a lot. And we'd get about 2.5 hours into it, and coach would look at me and say, "How many more of these we got to do? How much more is there?" They're asking me the same questions in every room. Why can't they get together and cut down some of these rooms? And you try to explain to them, hey, well, CBS wants something different than what ESPN wants, which is different than what the SEC
He asked a good
wants.
question.
And,
Yeah, that's a fair question.
And he's not wrong.
No,
they do ask
he's
the
not.
same questions
He's
in every room, but they all want their own thing. They want their own talent. Asking those questions, no different than you.
Right, exactly. No, exactly. Yeah. I was telling Caleb, Sankey today is exclusive but not unique.
Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Come on, Steve. We ask questions no one else asks. We're thoughtful, insightful, entertaining. Come on, Steve.
Now you've had 3 head coaches at Media Day. So and Will had already been a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
So how different was it with Coach Muschamp relative to any of the things that you might have done with Steve? I mean, and Will had his way of wanting to run his operation.
The way the SEC has it set up, it's pretty much the same routine no matter who your coach is. So that part really doesn't change. And Will was real good about it. He's got a lot of friends in the media as well. And so, he's probably not quite the rock star that Coach Spurrier was, but few are. But he would go down and do a few things on a media role. And
he did every once in a while. Yeah, he'd come down and say, hey. And then with Shane, a new head coach, but familiar to the SEC as an assistant at multiple stops, and obviously growing up in the business. But I don't think his dad ever went through anything like that. So did your role change in terms of prepping him for his first one?
Well, I mean, you always try to I hate the word coach up, but you try to let them know what it's like.
Yeah.
And same with the players. I'm not a big fan of telling them what to say, but giving them an idea what they can expect. So it's not like, wow, I had no idea what it was going to be.
How shell shocked are they afterwards?
Yeah, they all they all love it to a point, but it's all, wow, I didn't think it would be quite that much.
You can prep them.
It's on.
Yeah. You tell them, and then they have to go through it.
Yeah, exactly. Until you've gone through it, you don't know, and that's what we tell them.
Yeah.
Because you don't, until you've done it, you really don't know what you're getting into.
Now,
I tell you, the one thing about it too, Steve, now, and you've seen it the last couple of years, it's not just radio and TV anymore. You got these, you got YouTube channels, you got these digital folks, you got some guy just walks up out of nowhere and says, put the phone in front of you and say, hey, man, I'm from eatdogs.com, and ask the coach a couple of questions. You're trying to like shield them. I've watched these guys now walk up and down. It's you got out the right time, sir.
Yeah, from that standpoint, it probably is more challenging now than it used to be. Just the sheer number. There's always a lot of people there, but like you say, everybody's got a camera. Everybody wants something exclusive. Everybody tries to. The SEC has a very, it's all laid out where you're going and what room you're into next and what time that is and cutting it off and all those kinds of things. But now you have all these random people trying to catch you you're walking from room to room. Hey, can I get you for 2 questions? I'm walking. Well, 2 questions always turns into 4 questions. And, some coaches answer longer, and so that becomes longer, and now you're trying to cut it off. And it's a bit of a challenge.
You have to be the
for
bad
sure.
cop.
Yeah. Bad cop.
Yeah. And that's never fun. Favorite memory, especially going back to maybe Steve Spurrier or something that just still sticks with you?
I think the one thing that was always fun was the Arby's, stopping at Arby's,
Sure.
and I don't know if I can say Arby's.
Yeah, you can. It's fine. No, you can say it's fine.
They were always in Birmingham, so we flew into Bessemer, and there was an Arby's right on the way to from the hotel back to the airport. So we'd always stop there with Coach Spurrier and get food there. And obviously the semi-famous picture was taken there, and then when Coach Beamer came in, and then we reenacted the scene. I'm actually in both photos, getting a drink at the top stand there, and so that was kind of a fun thing to do to kind of relive that memory. But
And sometimes the Subway, right? Like I remember one year he came, we're going to go stop and get a sub or something.
Yeah, it just was kind of whatever's convenient where you can get to. And I remember one time we stopped at Arby's, and the players get fries and stuff like that. Coach looked around, you can smell. You get on back on the van and you can smell 6 bags of fries, and Coach, who ordered all these fries? I kind of raised my hand, Coach. That was me. Trying to protect the players a little bit because he didn't like the guys eating poorly. And
he's the coach. You let him go to Arby's. They don't have salad.
I don't think they do.
No salad bar at Arby's.
I don't remember any guy ordering salad.
Yeah, I mean,
There's a cherry turnover bar at Arby's.
right, sure, which is deep fried, right? So
Exactly.
Steve Fink hanging out. Charles Bloom is with us as well. We'll come back on the other side. We're going to talk now. Charles was with us on Monday for a bit, but we did get a question in for those who missed it to the commissioner about something for working with Charles Bloom, and we'll see if it paid off for everybody involved. We'll give you that on the other side as the postgame show rolls on. SEC Media Days. Our buddy Heath Klein will join us with Terry at the table on Radio Row coming up in just a bit. You're listening to the game. And making you do the work. Sorry, Charles. AAA Heating and Air, ready to keep you and your family nice and comfortable all summer long. If your old AC is too expensive, more efficient, 803-677-1500. Maybe it's not working the way it should. You hear it running. Maybe it's not pumping out the cold air. Maybe you got a leak. Maybe you're low on coolant. Let one of the techs come over, give you a full inspection, see what's going on, and get you back to the way you want to feel, which is nice and comfortable. And if it's time for a brand new system, $1,500 system buyback rebate, 15-year parts and labor guarantee. And speaking of guarantees, Roy and Dana Family Guarantee to get you financed to make sure that you can make that more affordable and keep your family feeling good all year long. So whether it's a quick repair, a brand new system, anything in between, plus whole home generators, electrical work, you name it, they can get it done for you in those categories. 803-677-1500. Do what I've done. Work with the great people at AAA Heating and Air. All right, welcome back in. 18 minutes after 4 o'clock on this Thursday. Our good friend Heath Klein will join us coming up in just. What are we going to talk about with Heath, by the way? Are we going to try to focus on Georgia football? Or are we going to talk about the fact that Heath can walk to Braves games at his new place? I don't know what we're going to do with Heath.
He's back in his hood here.
Yeah. Well, this is Tampa is Heath's hometown.
Uh-huh.
So we can,
Right.
But unlike you, Heath would never do anything to get incarcerated. We don't have those kind of stories.
Look, I've done my best so far this week. I'm getting a little disappointed in the authorities.
Well, you're not trying hard enough. So-
Obviously, I've got my game. My game is past its prime.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but age eventually catches up to all of us. Jay Phillips, Terry Ford in Tampa. Steve Fink is with us here, just retired after 21 years as South Carolina's sports information director, and we wish him all the best. We've had some fun talking media days with him, and our good friend Charles Bloom is here, who is in charge of communications at Carolina, and well, at least in athletics. You should be in charge of everything, shouldn't you? I mean, you want to just run everything?
Not today.
No?
Not
Okay.
tomorrow.
All right. I'm trying. I'm trying. All right. So for years before Charles came to South Carolina, for those who don't know this, Charles worked for the Southeastern Conference. How many years at the SEC? A little closer to that. 17 years at the SEC. And you worked with Greg right up until basically you were there just before he became commissioner when you came here, right? Yeah. So we asked real quick at the end of the interview, and I think you got to hear it, but for those who didn't, we asked Greg, is there anything, Charles Bloom story that you want to share? And he said, well, for years, Charles urged me to get a Twitter account. And God bless the commissioner of the Southeastern Conference. I see his tweets, which are, that's one thing. I see the replies.
Oh, I know. I'm looking at him right now.
And the replies are another. So if it were today, Charles Bloom, doing what you do, would you urge the commissioner to get a Twitter account?
Well, probably not. But it's a tremendous PR tool.
It is.
And he uses it to portray his views. Back in the day, nobody in my circles at the SEC wanted to really get involved in social media, and so it's just it's funny when I heard that, because he is more active on social than I am. I started out quicker than he did, but I'll share this one story. When I left the SEC, a going away gift was an autographed football of all the staff members.
Yeah.
And they put a little something, a little note for each of their signatures. Greg signed it, and he said, "Stay off Twitter."
By then, it had already turned into.
But he's good at it. You got to have a thick skin, especially when you're in that chair.
Yeah,
and he does.
Well, that's good. Now, I remember somebody asking me in 2009, you on Twitter? I didn't even know what it was. This was 2009. And so like a month later, I was like, oh, sure, I'll try that. And for a while, it was fun. And, now it's still useful. You're not wrong, but it's not what I had envisioned.
I'll tell you, I was forced against my will by programming folks. You got to get Twitter because, you're hosting shows. You got to be Twitter. You got to interact. And all the guy, I really don't want to. They were like, you got to. And so I started doing it early, and maybe a week or two, and I'm like, yeah, I didn't want to do this. Now I see why. Oh, my God.
Now, I can't remember, Charles. You'd have to help us out. Did Mike Slive have a Twitter account?
No, never did.
Okay.
Never. In fact, I think I created one for him and never used it.
Right. Which is actually pretty smart. That way, nobody else grabs it and tries to. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I will say this. So for Commissioner Slive and Twitter, we had for an experiment, we did a press release. I don't know if you remember, but we did an arrangement with the Cotton Bowl. Wanted it to be, I'm sorry, it was the Sugar Bowl. We wanted it to, with the Big 12, to be kind of like the Rose Bowl of the CFP. This was years ago.
Right.
And so I was in his office. We were working on, I finished up the press release, and I said, Commissioner, I'm going to get ready to press send button. Here's what I want to do. I'm going to stay in here with you. We're going to be on Twitter. We're going to follow the the news and the responses, and just trying to show him that it's a real time PR tool
Yeah.
that you can follow what people are saying.
Yeah.
So I think he appreciated that. He didn't appreciate posting,
Right.
but he appreciated that.
Well, that's cool. No, that's good. But yeah, I wonder now. Well, look, even when people try to migrate to other similar services, I don't know that they're escaping the element that they would like. You know what I mean?
You never
Yeah.
can.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's just part of it.
I will say this: the responses to Commissioner Sankey's tweets are quite creative.
Yeah. I mean,
quite creative.
But and you can't turn them off. So Steve, you got any Twitter memories?
I do have a Twitter account. I'm old, so I don't quite understand why we need to share every thought we have with everyone on everything. But they taught me into starting a Twitter account. I just try to have some fun with it. And obviously, promote South Carolina athletics with it. But from a personal standpoint, just try to have fun with it. And
Shane uses his pretty well.
Shane uses his well.
And
Obviously,
Dawn
uses
is
his.
very active.
Absolutely very active. And yeah, we encourage our coaches to get involved with it because, like you said, it's people like to get to know you, so to speak, and kind of feel and touch you. And it's a great tool for coaches to get their messages out there, whether it's to fans, whether it's to recruits. So yeah, we encourage that, but there's a downside to it, of course.
Oh,
as
there,
well,
there-
too.
yeah,
If
there's
you're not winning, and it can be rough. You got to have some thick skin for sure.
or just either thick skin or just actually just
don't pay attention.
just
to
don't
it.
miss. Just tweet whatever you need to tweet,
Right.
hit send, and then move on to the
And
next.
don't read the comments.
Yeah, just stay.
Keep going, man.
Just stay away. Good stuff there. Charles, when you think back to the growth of this, like now it's what is it, Terry? Digital Drive.
Digital Drive. man.
Digital Drive. How did you guys envision what this might become in terms of what Radio Row was for years? I guess you left right around the dawning of the some of the digital age. But when it came to you mentioned credentialing as many people as possible, but I gotta think there were even things that you might not have thought of back.
Well, Radio Row I think it's a popular feature amongst the media and amongst fans listening at home. We had to sell it to our coaches in schools, and depending on the coach, it was a tough sell. But it's grown. It gives you a presence in a big event, to see it grow now to where it's digital drive, it's a nice word.
Yeah.
It's more encompassing and probably more accurate than Radio Row now.
I just like sounding like old guy.
I'm an old guy too. But you can just say, hey, it's like a lot of other things that Steve and I may have been a part of that, we're old. And so it's like, hey, do you remember when? Or, hey, I was part of that when it was this.
Right.
Those are some of the things I catch myself saying a lot. But it's a successful tool.
No doubt. Well, speaking of old guys that have been around for a while, coming up on the other side, we'll keep Steve and Charles here for a little bit longer. But Heath Klein is going to join us from Digital Drive for Radio Row, and he's been a part of even more of these than I have. That's where I first met Heath, and he was still working down in Florida. I was like, hey, who's that guy? A friend of ours that knew him, and I've known Heath that long. So obviously you guys both have worked and dealt with Heath on many, many occasions. Heath used to always get the one-on-ones with the coach. Steve would make sure that got done for us, and then I had a couple of those myself. But Heath will join us. We'll get his take on what's going on around media days, a little bit on Georgia from Heath as well. Now that he's working in Atlanta, lots to do as day 3 of media days rolls on.
And we talk a ton about the men's clinic of South Carolina here on this radio show because, again, it's a thing. Guys don't like to talk about it. We're guys. We don't like to talk about anything, much less, kind of getting weak at the gym. I kind of don't bounce back well from workouts. I don't sleep like I used to. I can't remember crap. I've kind of lost my vroom, so to speak. We don't like to talk about that with anybody. Things are happening. You gotta find out what's up so you can make it better. 803-875-MENS. You call us, have a free consultation with Dr. Dan and the crew at the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Tell them your story. They'll do a testosterone test on you, then put together a program specifically designed for you to get back to being you again. 803-875-MENS. Call the folks at the Men's Clinic. Go tell them your story. Get back to being you again with the help of the Men's Clinic of South Carolina.
This is Kale Wilson from the Schroeder's Towing Traffic Center, giving you a look at the traffic. 2 accidents to report so far. One in Lexington County on Pisgah Church Road at HC Lorick Lane, and then another one in Columbia on Richland Street at Gadsden Street. Then long-term road construction in Columbia on Bluff Road at Bluff Industrial Boulevard, Blythewood Road between Winsboro Road and Wilson Boulevard, Broad River Road between I-26 and Dutch Fork Road, I-20 between exit 61 and exit 63, I-26 between exit 108A and exit 125, and then McNulty Street between Blythewood Road and Main Street. Coming up, special guest Keith Klein on the postgame show.
All right, welcome back in 4:33, excuse me, on this Wednesday afternoon. Jay Phillips inside the studios in downtown Columbia. Terry Ford on Radio Row / Digital Drive in just retired SID Steve Fink hanging out with us here, as is Carolina's Charles Bloom, a veteran of many, both of them, a veteran of many an SEC Media Days event. And I don't know if is our next special guest ready to go there, Mr. Ford?
Oh, we've already blown that one too. It's Heath Klein. And it's funny, Steve Fink spent the last segment just telling terrible stories about you at SEC Media Days.
He probably could. I'm sure he didn't want to have to get another text message from me over the years. That's for sure.
Well, none of us really want to have to bother Fink, but we that was.
Oh no, we had no problem bothering Fink. Steve, don't listen to Jay. We had no problem bothering you, Steve.
I know what has to be his number one though. That's the time that Spurrier agreed to do some one-on-ones beforehand. Not just, normally, obviously, because we have the radio affiliation, they would help us. But he agreed to do some extra one-on-ones beforehand because it was the Tebow investigation year. Who didn't vote for Tebow? And the thing is, South Carolina was on the last day. If it had been the first day, no one would have even asked whether or not Spurrier was the way. Well, of course, Spurrier would have voted for Tebow. But because it had been process of elimination to the last day, the game of Clue had led us to conclude it was Steve Spurrier, although it was actually Jamie Spironis with the lead pipe conservatory not voting for Tebow. But I remember that day very well, and I imagine for Steve, that was probably a real fun couple of days.
Well, because Charles told that story, but Steve, from your perspective, what was that like?
Well, I remember being in the football office that morning and kind of all heck was breaking loose. And obviously, Jamie Spironis was in the middle of it with Coach, and Jamie did fill out.
And for Jamie used to be like director of operations for football.
Exactly. So our coach would look it over as well and make sure there were adequate number of Florida Gators on that list.
Right.
And surprisingly, though, he chose John Snead that year, and which really wasn't a bad pick.
No, it wasn't
necessarily.
It wasn't.
I'm not quite sure, especially in a preseason.
Exactly.
What differences? I mean, you don't get any trophy for it. There's no certificate given to those who make it, but for some reason, I guess it was slow news day, so to speak, or SEC media days.
Media days,
yeah, exactly. So it became a story when it probably didn't need to, but then Coach trying to kind of walk it back a little bit and change his vote midstream. I remember him calling Charlie Bloom. Got to change that vote for me. It was something.
When Charles told us the other day that he said, Charlie, like that's classic. That's classic. I imagine he still can remember that one too, Coach. Like, don't do that again. Never forget. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, Mr. Klein, again, I hate not being there. I was saying, now there's one story that I have with you. I'm not going to say you got mad at me. But one year when the Phillipses had planned our vacation in advance of the Southeastern Conference announcing dates for media days, and Heath and I were working together here at the station, and Heath in so many words was like, so you're going on vacation instead of going to media days? I was like, yeah, I am. I think that was like 2009. Does that sound right to you? 10 maybe?
Oh, I remember the year. I just couldn't believe. I'm like, you have to go to this particular beach house this particular week. Like, you can't go to a different beach house some other week.
Nope.
I don't understand the Phillips family sacred rituals. Like, I don't know. We never had anything like that where we had to go to the specific spot at the specific time, like the Swallows returning to Capistrano. That was not really a thing for us.
Yeah. No, it was. We went to the same. We went to the same beach house for like until COVID, like 16 straight years with the kids. So yeah, it was a thing, man. It's a thing. I don't listen, Heath. I don't ask the questions, right? I just follow the orders. So
he follow. That's the thing. Is he just goes, okay, honey, where am I at? What week? What place?
Right. Well, you got to keep in mind too where I'm coming from on this, Jay, because remember, Mandy and I, our anniversary is July 12th. And the reason we got married when we got married was specifically because it was the week of the Major League Baseball All-Star game. Yep. And so the thought was that's the 1 week we would, no matter where we went, basically almost always be able to safely take off time if we wanted to, take a break, celebrate an anniversary, whatever. But we planned it that way to be ahead of SEC Media Days in part. And then, of course, the SEC, what did they do? Hey, guess what? You know where I'm going to be my anniversary next year? Nashville for the SEC Media Days on July 12th because they started moving them up further and further. But that was how we planned things. So yes, it's got to be this house. It's something about the china that's just special.
We love that porch.
Yeah, and that was a little odd to me.
It is.
I gotta admit,
No, it is. Hey, listen, I get the sentiment, but when you rent a house on the Atlantic Ocean in South Carolina, you don't just get to snap your fingers and go get another one. You gotta plan in advance. Anyway, we're all here, but I'll be back next summer, Heath. So don't worry, I'll be back there drinking a lot of Dr. Pepper with you, and we'll.
If his family doesn't take vacation, he'll be here.
Well, maybe. I mean, we'll see. I don't know. It's not, again, not up to me, man. Not up to me. I'm just.
Hey,
some
if it makes you
schlub.
feel any better, Jay, I mean, like people who I have never seen not come to media days have not come this year because the reality is it's Tampa and it's a little inconvenient for some folks. And so the guys, for example, that now do the show as the next round out of Birmingham, they have someone here, but like the host of the show, they're not here. And I never thought I'd see them not here. There's definitely some stations that
Sports
didn't make
Animal
the trip.
Knoxville.
Yeah, just didn't make the trip because it's just, they between flying as opposed to driving and whatnot. The event should be in Atlanta or it should be in Nashville. Those are the two places the event should be that are the good-sized cities enough to host the event correctly and also centrally located enough. Tampa's home. It's been fun for me to be in Tampa for a few days. This is not a good fit for this event. It needs to be more centrally located than this.
To your point, Vince Ferrara from the Sports Animal in Knoxville, he's from Tampa too. He was doing his morning show from his mom's kitchen on the Comrex, on the kitchen table, because he came because he's from here. But the rest of the Sports Animal in Knoxville were like, too far, too much money, too this, too that. So Vince was sitting home eating bacon and eggs, wasn't he, Jay?
Yeah, he said mom was cooking and making coffee. But now that Charles is here, so Charles, will you pass that along from Heath to whomever that you know, Atlanta or Nashville every year?
I will.
Or just, you know what, do me a favor, Atlanta.
It's closer.
Yes. That way I don't have to.
I'll share with you a story, and Steve might fill in the gaps here for a little bit. But as Steve knows, and you probably know, during my entire 17-year time at the SEC, we were in Hoover or Birmingham.
Yeah.
But we did investigate it around. And it was at the time of where the NFL was expanding into some of our markets. Nashville, Jacksonville. I think there had already been Tampa. But, so we floated, we talked about it in SID meetings is, how about, where would we move it around if we had to move it around? So one of them was Jacksonville. We talked about Jacksonville. So I'm not going to mention the reporter, but we had a conversation. And I was asking him, hey, Jacksonville came up in our conversation. Or should we be worried about the NFL coming into Jacksonville and taking market share from us? So about a couple of months later, maybe a year or so later, he sends me an email, and it's a story out of the Jacksonville Times Union, and it says like 20,000 tickets remain for Jaguars games. And so my guy emails me and he says, hey, Georgia, Florida does not have to worry about that. Right. You do not need to worry about Jacksonville. Right? So we didn't worry about Jacksonville. Oh, yeah, sure. But yeah, so we kept it in Hoover, kept it in Birmingham. But to your point, and I have an affection for Hoover and Birmingham. I live there. I work there. The property is a nice property, centrally located. But I get what the league is doing, and I understand it. Atlanta and Nashville are tremendous markets. They're places. The College Football Hall of Fame.
Mhm.
And Nashville is a both of them are SEC towns.
Yeah.
So
And melting pot towns too.
Yes. So I think I understand what Heath is saying, and I get it, and I'm good with that.
Yeah. I'd be for Atlanta every year. Nashville's fine, but I'd be for Atlanta every year. But again, I'm being selfish. I don't like to drive, so 200 miles is plenty.
So from an SID standpoint, we actually like Birmingham because once you got the hotel, it was the most convenient setup, just going from room to room.
Right.
Everything was right there, and it was easy to get to, and so you did your thing. You go to Atlanta, you go to Nashville. There's a lot of walking, and they have to build in more time between stops for some of the places, just because you had to walk so far to get to the next
Well,
you know,
that's true. A lot of the
close.
stuff in
And
Atlanta is
so-
in the Omni, and then there's the
Exactly.
big
And then
room in the
right.
Hall of
Yeah.
Fame.
It was cool to be in the
Yeah,
Hall of
it's cool.
Fame.
Yeah.
And see, but we really didn't get a chance to see a lot of
Right.
that either. But we go in and do our thing, and we're out of there. So that doesn't. move
Well, the
needle
first time we
much
were in Atlanta, they had us in a ballroom somewhere, and
Right.
it was terrible.
Right.
And then the last couple of times we've been in the Hall of Fame museum itself, so that's been a whole lot more fun. Heath is hanging out. Heath, sit tight. I want to get back to you with a couple of things going on at Media Days. Terry's down there in Tampa as well. Steve Fink and Charles Bloom hanging out. And again, Terry and I got to speak with the commissioner, Greg Sankey, earlier in the program. If you missed that, that'll be coming up again as part of our 5 o'clock hour coverage of day 3 of SEC Media Days from Tampa. Jay or Nay will eventually return. We could sit here and talk about the Phillips family's travel habits or the fact that I'll be flying to Nashville next year because I hate driving. All kinds of questions Terry could hit me with, but we'll save those for another day. I'm here in Columbia. Terry's in Tampa. Our good friend and former colleague, Heath Klein, down there with him. Steve Fink and Charles Bloom hanging out. Cale Wilson is running master control, so a full crew. Heath, before we get you out of here and say goodbye to our special in-studio guests, you're in Atlanta now. Obviously, Georgia takes a lot of precedence for what's going on, and Terry and I have been debating the merits of Texas and Georgia to win this conference. I'm of the mind that until somebody knocks Georgia off the pedestal, there's no reason to go against them. I'm not sure how you feel about them, but I know there's a heavy expectation yet again in Athens.
Yeah, there is. I am fascinated to see what Texas is this year because, look, we all know that Will Muschamp knows defensive football, but it's also been multiple years that he's been out, and now he's suddenly jumping back in. That hire, when it was made, was just so out of the blue. People who covered Texas had no idea at all that was something that Sark was thinking about to make the move on Kwiatkowski and go to Muschamp. It's a different style. I don't know if the personnel, how much there's an issue with transitioning from one style to the next. We know they're talented players, but there are still some guys that are just better fits for one scheme than another. And so how does that look with Muschamp that place again? He's a guy who was supposed to be in that job as the head man at one point there. It's just a really interesting thing. I think Cam Coleman is going to give them a huge weapon at receiver that they have not had with Arch yet. They've had it before, but not with Arch. So I'm curious to see how the receiving hierarchy merges there. I think Arch is going to be really good. But again, just this Muschamp thing, I'm mighty curious about that.
To your point, the reason Texas, quote unquote, underachieved last year wasn't the defense letting them down week after week. The offense had its clunkiness. It went slow, and Arch had struggles. And when they got rid of Kwiatkowski, I was like, so that was the problem? Help me out with that from your perspective.
I mean, the people there thought he had done a really good job.
Yeah.
Now, again, there were some things that were concerning. I mean, they played overtime games with teams like Kentucky that they had no business going to overtime with. So it was an underachieving season for them, but that also gets back to the core of the issue with Sark, which is throughout his career, he's shown he can get you from not good to good, definitely, from good to maybe even pretty good, but he hasn't shown he can get you to elite and keep you there. And so there's at least until you do it, there's always that question of, can you have consistency week in, week out? Remember, they lost to Florida last year. That was not an easy thing to do. They lost to Florida last year in a year where they were about to have to fire their coach. So I just, can Sarkisian get out of the talent that they have 10 weeks where they win games? I don't know if he will or not. He might. He probably should. But I can't say, oh, yeah, he'll definitely do that. If you can go to overtime with Kentucky with the talent that they had versus, again, a team that's about to fire their coach, you can sure find a way to lose some of the games they've got on their schedule this year.
Heath, in the first half dozen for the Gamecocks, there's road trips to Tuscaloosa and to Gainesville. And then you've got State and UK here, plus the non-cons. 5-1 feels like where Carolina needs to be. Would you agree with that going into the second half of the year?
Yeah, certainly that Florida game in particular is one that is going to be real interesting. The fact that Summerall just put it out there today, and he said it before, but to say it in the big room just kind of drives it home, that he clearly thinks that their offensive line just was a bunch of wusses last year by SEC standards, that they were not physical enough, that they were not strong enough, just flat out not strong enough, not putting the time in the weight room well enough to be the kind of players that they need to be. So they've brought in a couple of transfers, and those guys supposedly are leading the way a little bit, and talking to a couple of Florida kids here, they seem really optimistic about things. I really like everything that Summerall's done so far, and his track record of what he's done at the two places he's been is very good. But if that line is not better, and boy, doesn't that sound familiar to people in Columbia, but if that line's not better, all that elite talent they've got around is still going to be really vulnerable. And the thing we don't know about Florida is we don't know about their quarterbacks. We don't know if Tramel Jones can do the job. I saw enough of Aaron Philo at Tech to know I think he's pretty good, but that was, again, limited action at Tech. That doesn't mean he's necessarily ready for winning 8 out of 9 in the SEC or anything. So that game to me, Jay, is the one, because it's a first-year head coach, even though a first-year head coach with a lot of talent on that team, that one I think is going to tell us a lot about what this team might be able to do this year.
We got 1 minute.
Yeah.
What team should we be talking about more?
We should be talking about more. Now, this year, it feels like we're kind of talking about the teams we should be talking about. Weirdly enough, I don't think people are talking much about Bama. And that sounds strange to say. Has any team ever won a playoff game and had no one remember it before? Because no
I
one
saw the
remembers.
next week, right?
Yeah, no one remembers that they beat Oklahoma. All they remember is that they got used as a foot rag by Indiana. No one even remembers they won a playoff game last year. When's DeBoer going to win a game that matters? Like, he won a playoff game. No one remembers it at all. It's the wildest thing.
Heath, good stuff, man. Appreciate you. I want to say goodbye to Steve Fink here before we get him out of here. Congrats.
Appreciate it.
You're going to go to football games still, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just
I'll be
gonna
around.
a fan?
And Charles trying to figure out if I got a role.
Yeah, Charles needs to just
game
get
day
you some
or
tickets. You need to sit in the stands and just have a Coke and a hot dog and
12:45 on September 5th.
Be that
Too much
guy.
institutional knowledge.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that's good stuff. Steve Fink, Charles Bloom, thank
Congrats,
you guys.
Steve.
Appreciate
Yeah,
it,
great
Charles.
stuff.
You still owe me something.
Yes, I do. I'll cash in, my friend.
All right. Appreciate it.
This is Kale Wilson back with you, giving you another look at the traffic from the Schroeder's Towing Traffic Center. Few accidents to report. First in Columbia on I-20 westbound between exit 63 and exit 61. There's an accident with the right lane blocked. And then in Lexington, stop and go traffic on I-26 westbound between Highway 76 and exit 107. And then in Calhoun County, I-26 westbound before Old Sandy Run Road and exit 125, an accident in Columbia on I-77 northbound at Forest Drive, exit 12, and then in Lexington, an accident on Church Road at HC Lord Lane. Coming up, it's the final hour of the post-game show.
Five o'clock on this Wednesday. Welcome back in. It's the final hour of the post-game show. Split duty all week long. Yours truly, Jay Phillips, in downtown Columbia's Herndon Chevy Studios. Terry is down at Marriott on Water Street, where he is staying out of trouble. It's good. Drinking Dr. Peppers, eating desserts. And you had Cuban night last night, did I see it was like, okay, he's not there. All right, he'll be back in a second. All right, well, they had Meet the Press, MEAT, and the folks from Kinder's were sponsoring that, and I was kind of jealous because I got a lot of Kinder's rubs and sauces in the house. Those people do good work, man. So I was a little jealous of that. But, nevertheless, I'm glad that all right, Terry will be back in a second. Kale tells me, and we'll have our interview with Greg Sankey coming up again. We spoke to him live in the 3 o'clock hour. For those of you who missed it, we had a lot of good stuff from the commissioner, so we'll be replaying that in its entirety coming up in just a little bit. Also today, Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, and A&M. 3 of those schools are on Carolina's schedule: Bama, Florida, and then A&M coming to Columbia later in the season. This rolls off. But, looking at those, and I've listened to everybody but Coach Elko today. I didn't get a chance because he was talking in the big room when we came on the air, so I didn't get a chance to hear Mike. I'll go back and watch his comments a little bit later on, but did listen to everything that the other 3 head coaches had to say. And I think with Kalen DeBoer, there's still a lot of mixed reaction around him from across the conference. Bama fans, felt like half of them were supportive of him being extended and given a really big raise. I mean, a nearly $2 million a year raise.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other half is incredulous, that you would do that and sort of negotiate against yourself. Although I don't think that's what happened, because I do think Michigan did have some kind of interest in him.
But you know what, Jay? I've said this to you before, but I like Kalen DeBoer. And who knows what Kalen DeBoer does at Alabama, right? We don't know. He could go on a heater and start winning big and maybe get another national championship. I just think, though, and it's not just with Alabama, it's with all these schools, it's that fear of letting a guy go and he goes off and does something big, right? But in that situation, if Michigan wanted Caleb DeBoer and DeBoer's agent, probably Jimmy Sexton, he represents everybody, goes to Alabama and says, well, my guy is Michigan is contacting me about interest in Caleb DeBoer. Okay, go, feel free to go talk. Let me know what happens. If they offer, come on back here and give us a chance to sit down with you before you make any decisions. This run to extend everybody all the time, and this is one of the reasons why these athletic departments, they bleed money sometimes. I mean, Jimbo Fisher's buyout's insane. Look at some of these other buyouts we've seen. Only reason Mike Norvell still has a job is Florida State doesn't want to pay the buyout.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think it's the point where, again, Kalen DeBoer has had a good season last year, not by maybe Bama standards, but a good season by what, Jay, 90% of college football?
Well, to Heath's point, they did win that playoff game. And look, and I'm one, by the way, I'm kind of guilty of one of the things Heath said there, because look, sometimes what have you done for me lately? And the lateliest, if you will, that's not a word, but for Alabama was getting curb stomped by Indiana.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, I guess what I'm saying is he did a good job last year. His first year, they were underwhelming, but it's the first year. And the way he came in, it was clunky. So I guess my point is, after 2 years of the resume, if Michigan wants to talk to him, okay, go ahead. I mean, we're Alabama. I think we can go get it. We can go get it now. Now I don't have a guy following a guy anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now, if you want to go talk to Michigan, go ahead. And come on back. If Michigan wants to give you some ungodly, crazy offer to be their head coach, hey, you know what? Thanks for hanging out for 2 years. Love you. I got to have confidence in me, Jay. A, that I know what I'm doing as an AD, and B, that I can go find somebody just as good, if not better, because I'm not going to play this dance every time you have a good year, you're in my office wanting more money. I just think somebody's got to stand up for themselves at some point and say, enough's enough with these ridiculous contract extensions to where everybody's got these massive buyouts like they're buying out the continent of Africa.
Yeah. John Summerall also spoke today. Again, maybe the most notable thing John Summerall did was break FCC violations twice, but he did have some things to say. Cale, if you would please cut number 7 on our list today. This is the new Florida coach. Again, Carolina will be at Florida for game number 6 of the season. It's been a while since the Gamecocks have seen the Gators, but here's Coach Summerall on taking over down in Gainesville.
I do feel fortunate to maybe have only been a head coach since 2022. And so the transfer portal and NIL and all the chaos that maybe has ensued in some ways is all I know. So it's not like I've been doing it forever and had to maybe shift midstream. It's like, well, it's all I've known. Every time you walk into a place, it's different. The most important thing you do as a new head coach is you listen to maybe what's gone right and you listen to what's gone wrong, and you try to identify where you have to recalibrate. Try to get the right people in your building. Maybe some people it's okay if they leave, but every situation is different. You know, I walked in at Troy, friends, they had been 5-7, 5-6, 5-7 for 3 straight years. And I went to the first few weeks of workouts, and I thought, I think we got a chance to be okay here. Like, I think we can be decent. And my athletic director at the time, Brent Jones, who hired me, I met with him. I said, I think we can go to a bowl game. Be decent. Well, we won 12 games. The roster was a lot better than I realized, or probably anybody realized. There's about 7 guys off that team that are NFL training camps right now from 5 years ago at Troy, and they hadn't been winning. Compare that to Tulane. I walked in, and they had been winning for a couple years, and I walked in, and there were still some good players left, but most of the guys that had won a lot of the games that occurred right before I got there, they weren't there anymore. I'm like, hang on, where did that running back go? Well, he's with the Titans now. And where did that guy go? A lot of the guys were gone. And so sometimes you walk into situations and think, man, it's going to be really adverse, and you're not set up to have immediate success, and you find it because maybe there's more pieces in place to be successful than you realize. And then sometimes you walk into a situation and it's been going good, and you're like, man, we got more work to do here than I thought. It takes what it takes to be great. There are no shortcuts. I don't care if you've been winning or you hadn't been winning. But every situation you walk into, I think you have to evaluate, okay, what needs to be recalibrated and what's been going good. There have been some really good things going on at the University of Florida before my arrival. There have. We haven't won enough games. We need to win more games. Like 4-8 last year is not okay at the University of Florida. We got to fix that. But there's been some good things going on. And so you just try to evaluate, okay, what's been working, what's not been working, and find the right things you have to maybe address.
Look, 4-8 is not good at Florida. He says, well, that's a vast understatement. Let's face it, Terry, 8-4 at Florida is not really considered all that good if you do it for an extended period, because Florida has the resources necessary to be better, but for a variety of reasons of late, they've been underachieving. There's no other way to put it. They're not, punching at their level. They're not. And that's got to change. I thought you made a great point earlier in the show. That maybe it just takes somebody who's different. And are there reasons why it's only been Steve Spurrier and Urban Meyer to win national championships. Will Muschamp had a year that was okay, and Mullen had a year that was okay, and everybody that's been there has had a year that was okay, but okay doesn't cut it down there. And I'm not saying John Summerall is or isn't that guy. I don't know. But how much longer can Florida go with a level, at least a relative level, of underachievement and have people continue to believe in them?
I mean, we talk about this all the time, Jay. It's that hiring the right guy, right? And then all of a sudden, remember, people forget something. Alabama stumbled around in the wilderness for a bit before they got Nick.
Mike DeBose went 3-8, man.
Yes, I mean, Mike Shula struggled. The Mike Price era, none of us will ever forget.
Never got off the ground, but it's rolling, baby. It's rolling.
Mike, you should never use your own credit card or the company credit card. Just saying. But that's just the idea.
That God bless that man. He wasn't from around here, and so he figured, well, I'm not from around here. It's like, no, bro, you're the coach at Alabama. They all know you now. Even if you never coached a game, they all know who you are, sir.
Yeah, you ready? You ain't at Washington State
No,
anymore.
you're not in Pullman, man.
But it's just the idea that the right guy is the great deodorant, right? I mean, look, here in South Carolina, Steve Spurrier averaging 10 wins a year for 5 years. That was the right guy.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, I think if you get the right guy back at Florida who can navigate, again, that swamp of Gators, to be real, that's what it is there. You got a lot of people who want to meddle, a lot of people with their own agendas. That's why it takes a strong personality with a strong ego, like Urban Meyer or Steve Spurrier, to be able to fight it. And you got to have the confidence to know that you're the dude, right? That's what you got to be there. You got to feel like, look, I'm the dude. Get the heck out of my way and let me get it done.
And was that dude supposed to be Lane? I say supposed to be, but I think a lot of people wanted Lane Kiffin for that that's why they wanted Lane Kiffin.
Right. You and I had the conversation. And Kiffin's personality, not to say he was going to go win big, but Kiffin's personality is the kind of personality that has to win at Florida. You gotta give no bleeps. You gotta be extremely confident. You gotta have a big personality, and you gotta be able to own the room and demand the room.
Mm-hmm.
And God love, look, again, Billy Napier might do really well at James Madison. Billy Napier just wasn't the right fit at Florida.
Right.
Didn't mean he wasn't a good football coach.
Right.
And I just think that you got to have the right fit. Florida's one of those jobs, Jay. You've got to have the right fit. Not just the right coach, but the right fit. And we'll see if Summerall's that guy. But we just don't know yet. Forget his resume right now, right? Forget your record at Troy and Tulane and everything. Can you go into Florida and fight all of those things outside of coaching, right? That's really
well, and that's what's interesting to me about Lane, and it's that. Look, I don't know. As I look at it and what I know, and I don't know all the inner workings of some of these things, but I've been around long enough. We know how meddlesome people can be in Baton Rouge. And I don't think there is that level of meddling that's happening in Gainesville. And it's not because, look, there's not that level. Let's just go to a capital city. It doesn't happen here. That doesn't happen in Tallahassee. It's just very different in Baton Rouge for a variety of reasons. I don't even know if that level of meddling is happening in Austin, Terry, to be perfectly honest with you. But to the point of just that kind of environment, right? But I feel like Lane would have had a better opportunity to do what he wants to do in Gainesville relative to Baton Rouge. Now, he took the job for whatever reasons, and I'm not here to like rehash history, but I just man, some of that stuff that you're talking about that you have to navigate at both places, I feel like is a lot more manageable in Gainesville, perhaps, than Baton. Again, maybe I'm dead wrong, or maybe Lane or maybe they just dazzled him with even more in Baton Rouge. Who knows?
Yeah, and it could have been. But look, to your point of the meddling, who hired Lane? The governor.
Right.
Let's just get honest here.
Yeah.
The governor's the AD. I mean, that's how crazy it is in Baton Rouge. And you might be right, Jay. I mean, look, we always talk about the meddling at Texas, Florida, LSU. It feels like LSU has become the king of all meddlers, right? And Florida and Texas aren't on that level, which how funny is it to say that out loud? But it does feel different in Baton Rouge. Plus, we've seen stuff in the past happen there as well. The only time, again, it really didn't happen was when Nick Saban was there, right? I mean, Nick has a way of taking care of those things. So yeah, it is odd that Lane took on the Goliath of Medley.
Yeah.
But maybe they made him feel loved.
Well,
And,
there's yeah. I
Lane
mean, look,
needs love.
I mean, he got a lot of perks, and that's fine. Again,
Yes.
but I for Summerall to come back around to what we were listening to there. Again, they're back on Carolina's schedule, and we asked Keith Klein about that. Like, yeah, that's a manageable game for Carolina, and maybe one where you feel like you may not have an advantage or an edge, but there are things to like about that road trip that can go in your favor. But that's week 6, so by then, exactly where is everybody? We'll see. We'll come back on the other side. We've got to speak with Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the SEC. That'll be part of our coverage here in the 5 o'clock hour. And again, Ole Miss, A&M, Alabama, also part of today's docket at SEC Media Days. You're listening to the postgame show. Welcome back in. 20 minutes after 5 o'clock on this Wednesday, day 3 of SEC Media Days. Split coverage this year. Terry, Elijah, Tyler, all down in Tampa. Yours truly back here with Gunner, Hales at Master Control. Captain Dave working hard on our audio edited. Gamecocks went yesterday, Terry, and by all accounts, good visits for Coach Beamer. I think a lot of the media, and I talked to a few people afterwards, that love Lenora Sellers, and a lot of talk this morning about Lenora Sellers, including some high praise from Roman Harper on the fact that maybe this is a kid who, if all goes well, has the highest ceiling of anybody, including Arch, perhaps, who's getting a lot of love, or Trinidad Chambliss, at least when it comes to, what he can be and what he can achieve. But like so many in this sport, it takes a lot more positivity around him for that to happen. And I suppose that's just the big burning question for South Carolina. Will the O-line be better? Will the run game be better? Both were solid 2 years ago, neither very good last year. That has to be fixed.
I'll say this, and I've got my ballot in front of me before I click submit to it. And obviously, I ask you for your top 3 quarterbacks. And I went with Arch because I think, my God, I mean, with all the weapons, Texas went out and got 2 excellent running backs in the portal, got an excellent potential receiver in the portal, and Cam Coleman with a ton of ability. The offensive line is looked at as a strength with a bunch of starts coming back. Stark's supposed to be a genius, whether it was a play call or an offensive structure. Everything's set up for Arch Manning this year, right? Everything. His last name's Manning, right? I mean, everything. So he should have a great year. There's no excuses. Zero excuses at Texas for Arch Manning not to do all these things everybody's talking about, because he has been built to succeed, everything around him. He did play really well the last 2 months of the year. I put Trinidad Chambliss second because we saw what he accomplished last year, right? And they bring the EC from East Carolina, who was the co-EC at Ole Miss before leaving, so he really knows that system. So there's consistency there, right? And my number 3 quarterback in the SEC is Lenora Sellers. Dude, I mean, I've drank the Kendall Briles concoction. I am totally into what he did with KJ Jefferson in Arkansas. I love just hearing what Lenora Sellers and Nick Barber said about the offense yesterday, about it's free, there's options, it's fast-paced, it lets you play and not think. Look, we talk about Coach Clem, the offensive line coach. He is highly thought of, Jay, as an excellent offensive line coach. So they've upgraded there. They brought in all these offensive linemen. They got a ton of highly touted wide receivers out of high school. They got a couple of running backs that people look at as 4 stars coming out of high school. It's all there for Lenoris, is what I'm saying. I'm totally in, dude. I'm not going to lie to you. I think this offense is going to be a lot better. I think they're going to score points. How that equates to wins and losses, I got no idea right now, but I do believe Lenoris is going to have a hell of a year. I really believe that.
Well, and we talked with him, you and I did yesterday afternoon, about being sort of back in this system. And he mentioned, he likes, we said Dow Loggins, he likes to call him D-Lo. But he said, a lot of the things that he learned from Coach Loggins back in the day are coming back to him. The verbiage, the cadence. And I have to believe, Terry, that those are things that are going to be such a welcome breath of fresh air for Lenoris, because of the confidence and the familiarity to go back and remember those things and almost have them be like muscle memory type actions, almost of like, hey, this was good for me, and to where you don't think about it as much anymore. And I just look, last year a lot went wrong, but I do personally believe, and I'm far from alone in this, and there's a reason there was a change, right? Is that just, it's not that they didn't like each other when I say relationship, but what was happening between Lenoris and Mike Shula. Look, I'm going to break some news here, kids. Didn't work.
Hey, you hot taker.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I know. I'm going out on a limb. But in all seriousness, you could just, again, Lenoris never seemed comfortable. He never seemed relaxed. And I know it's a job of sorts, right? Or whatever we want to say these days. It's a business and they're all pros and whatever, but it's still sports. and you still have to enjoy it. If you're not enjoying it, if it's not that it's too hard, but you could just tell, right? I mean, we all could. Shane could. Again, that's why Shane made a change during the course of the season, and to have something like this come back, and I don't know if it's a step up, from Dowell. I think it is. That's not the knock Dowell. Dowell learned from Kendall, right?
I was going to say Dowell learned from Kendall.
So
yeah, that's not a slap.
And you go back to, and look, think what you will, and you gotta separate sometimes, but if you go back to the old, the Briles system that came up through the ranks in Texas high school into Houston and Baylor, and what Kendall has learned and what Randy Clements has learned, and how those things translate to today's game. Those things, it's today's college football. And I just don't think what was happening last year was today's college football. It was yesteryear's college football, and you could tell.
Well, it's funny. We have. I was with Tyler earlier today, and Brooks Austin, the film guy, was on with us, and he talked about last year. You're trying to put he said square peg in a round hole with Lenoir's last year to take away his gifts and force him to play in that type of system made no sense. And so now we get back to a system that makes sense to Lenoir's skills, where you're saying, dude, go play football, go be free, go be instinctive. And you and I had this conversation, I believe it was yesterday, is look, Lenoir Sellers plays the way he plays. And he's an instinctive football player. And there might be times he leaves progression 3 wide open on the right sideline. That would have been a 20-yard game by throwing, and he took off and ran for 15. It's going to happen because he plays instinctively, right? But he's going to make so many instinctive plays that they're going to far outweigh the time, Jay, he misses progression 3 down the left sideline. Does that make any sense?
It does. We'll come back on the other side with our interview with Greg Sankey. Before that, Kale letting me know here there's some breaking news via our good buddy Jack Veltri, South Carolina, just a little while ago, landing a big commitment from shortstop Ethan Bass, who is from Glenbrook, Illinois. He is the number 21 shortstop in the country and the number 61 overall player in the country. He had been committed to Wake Forest, got out of that letter of intent when he didn't get drafted. So maybe he was kind of leaning towards the draft, but has instead chosen to come play at South Carolina. Jack puts in his piece on this that Perfect Game calls him a high-energy athlete who can really play defense, big arm strength, top of the line agility, and the bat took a big step forward. So, again, it sounds like it. Ethan Bass, shortstop from Glenbrook, Illinois, will join the Gamecock baseball team, and he is class of 26, so he'll be coming into school here in just a few weeks. Good stuff there for Coach Snall's group. All right, good stuff there in the Gamecock Notebook. We'll come back. Interview with Greg Sankey, who joined Terry and me earlier as SEC Media Days coverage continued. Football season is getting closer and closer every single day, kids. We're into the 40s now in terms of our countdown. That also means we're that much closer for you to call Integrated Media. Time for your home theater system to be upgraded. Maybe you're starting one from the ground up. Maybe you love the setup you have, but you want today's equipment, right? And today's technology. Maybe you need to upgrade that Wi-Fi because instead of getting your entertainment through a big wire in your wall, you're now getting it from the air, and you need commercial-grade Wi-Fi that is meant for the home. Integrated Media can do all of those things and more. Maybe you've got all that stuff. You don't have an outdoor system. Integrated Media can do that. Maybe you would like to link up everything with your home theater into your home security system and your thermostat. They can do that for you as well. Or maybe you just bought a video doorbell camera and you don't know how to hook it up. Integrated Media. Yep, they do it all. 803-948-8327. Work with my friends at Integrated Media.
This is Kale Wilson giving you another look at the traffic from the Schroeder's Towing Traffic Center. Got a few accidents to report. Accident on I-20 westbound between exit 63 and exit 61. And one on Harbison, Lexington on I-26 eastbound at Harbison Boulevard, exit 103. One on I-26 eastbound at I-77, exit 116. Then Calhoun County, one on I-26 westbound before Old Sandy Run Road and exit 125. One in Lexington County on I-26 westbound at exit 110 Sunset Boulevard. One on I-77 northbound at Forest Drive, exit 12. And then one in Lexington on Pisgah Church Road at H. Lorick Lane. Coming up, it's our interview with Greg Sankey.
All right, let's jump right back into it. Jay Phillips here in Columbia. Terry's down in Tampa. We got to speak to the commissioner, Greg Sankey, earlier in the program. And we start off this Q&A asking Greg what made this off season, if there is one, a little different for him.
I haven't realized it's an off season. The level of activity has been continual, and I look forward to the off season. Usually, people will say like, "When's downtime?" I'm like, July 4th weekend is usually quiet, and it was not quiet this week. Even on July 4th, dealing with incoming issues around some of these congressional ideas. but that's okay. I mean, that's awesome. It's great to see our football coaches refreshed. Just introduced Mike Elko, went to Italy. I saw Shane when we were flying out to Phoenix for the women's Final Four together. They all look great. So they've had a dead period. But I told my wife coming down here, I said I was inside on the phone so much. We have a lake place in upstate New York, and it was sunny. So I have no tan at all because I've been inside on the phone or trying to knock out some documents or on video conferences. We're trying to restore national standards for college sports. That's the expectation. We have national championships and Final Fours and College World Series is predicated on some commonality of standard in this enterprise.
Commissioner Greg Sankey with us here on the post-game show live from 2026 SEC Media Days in Tampa on the game. One of the things you're going through is this college football playoff situation, obviously. And just curious, I mean, it felt like 16 is where we were at, right? Everybody was like, okay, we're going to go to 16. You as a conference, you get a 9-conference game, 16 feels like the playoff, and all of a sudden, out of Big Ten land, there's this 24-game thing. Just out of curiosity, was that something where you started to feel a change in the Big Ten, or that thing not come out of nowhere, but came out of a road you didn't see? How did that process lead up from? You thought you had a deal in 16, maybe verbally, and then all of a sudden it came to 24.
Right. It was one of those exercises in independent decision making. And I think you have to go back to the work to move us from 4 to 12 was substantial and sought to answer as many questions or identify the workflow that needed to follow to implement a 12-team playoff successfully. And you go to June of 21, it was introduced, and then it was announced that we were expanding, and everybody pulled back, and we just stopped. We stopped answering questions. And then during a period of time, all the personalities in the room changed. Literally from 21 to 24, you had different people occupying the leadership chairs, and all of a sudden there are different ideas. So as we go through the actual final votes on a 12-team playoff, 14 and 16 were introduced. And there hadn't been any work done on those, but those were the focus points. There was nothing beyond 16. Then you fast forward last year to 25, and it was 16, but we want automatic bid numbers. And we're just, in my view, picking numbers. There's no data to justify why Conference A got 4, Conference B got 4, Conference C got 2, Conference E got 2. Intuitively, I may have felt that way, but we may have deserved 6.
Right.
And somebody else 3, and somebody else 2, and somebody else. I mean, you can make up all these numbers. And so what happened is a lot of ideas started to become generated rather than a disciplined decision-making approach. And that introduced 28, 32, 30, 24, 20, 16. We had 14. We didn't land the plane because there were so many ideas that rather than do the work on answering the key questions, when are you going to play these games? Who's going to populate the games? Is there really media interest in expansion? We were just identifying ideas, and then we got stuck. So the reasons for that is, probably there are a number of those reasons. But what we want to do is make well-informed decisions. And that supports the Southeastern Conference. I think it supports other conferences and the future of college football, both the regular season and the postseason.
Commissioner, staying with the playoff discussion, you mentioned in your remarks on Monday, and some of your coaches have echoed it in certain ways, that when you added the 9th game to conference play, that you thought maybe you'd go to 16 to stay with that. But then you mentioned as well that, and I'll paraphrase here, that you maybe had some disappointing conversations with some members of the CFP selection committee about how they would view strength of schedule. Take us more through that, if you don't mind, A, and
Sure.
then B, where you see that conversation going in the coming months ahead of their decision-making process beginning, halfway through the year.
Well, I'll be transparent that when we met with our coaches in February of this year, I spent time with them, just me and the 16. I said, look, you can be mad at me. Here's why decisions played out the way they did. If you have questions about what I said to you or why I said things, let me know, and let's clear the air and turn the page. It was always a reality that our need to make a decision on our football schedule for the 26th season was going to be out of sync from a calendar standpoint with the college football playoff format decision to expand or stay at 12. And we made a decision that's right for us. And the problem is not the 9-game conference schedule. It's that it is attached to other things, because when you look at the reasons why we made the 9-game decision, those are really solid reasons, and it's justifiable. We have a set of important annual rivalries in the league that will continue without disruption on an annual basis. We get to see everybody every 2 years, not once every 6 years. And every 4 years, you have everybody home and away, so there's a freshness to things, not once every 12 years. And in addition, it's pretty clear our fans want to be part of the big events, the big games. But that makes it hard on coaches, and I respect that. We will go through the season. I think we're well positioned to have multiple teams in the college football playoff yet again. But the decision on the college football format, because of that attachment, will help inform our next set of decisions about our schedule in the future. The discussion that's out there about the championship games continue or not. And I think that can be healthy. What we do have is a 9-game schedule, and so it's time to turn the page and, hey, that decision's made. We're going to focus on playing at the highest possible level during those 9 SEC games.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey with us here on the post-game show live from SEC Media Days in Tampa. Commissioner, obviously things going on Capitol Hill, and there's been other bills introduced before and things that never gained any traction. This, I don't know how much traction it'll gain before it's over with, but two things in that, obviously, in that legislation is a sticking point. One is obviously super leagues or expansion or whatever, and the other one is about being an entity of one negotiating TV rights. If this thing gains more traction, is that the impetus for more conversation or breaking away? Because it's almost feeling like, not that they're pointing at the SEC and we want to just stop you, but these things can stop you from growing and generating revenue and getting to where you need to be as a conference. How much of this congressional conversation is an impetus point to push you?
The congressional conversation itself is not the push on this, let's go do something else conversation. In fact, people in Congress have said, well, we've heard you're going to break away, so we have to control that because we need to have continuity in college sports. And the breakaway question was asked of me, and I simply responded, yeah, has it ever been talked about? Honestly, it has, but that's not our focus. What is our focus in solving the frustrations I then talked about? When you go to the bill itself, I mean this in full respect, our condolences to the state of South Carolina at the passing of Senator Graham. That's someone who I had met with and had a really helpful conversation with in late June. Never imagining that we wouldn't visit again. We had visited previously during winter and talked about issues during COVID. He wrote me and called me about how we were handling things, and I just appreciated each of the interactions that I had with him and his interest in college sports, big picture in college football, specifically in the state of South Carolina. It was clear that the inclusion of the SEC and Big Ten based on revenue in the bill being treated differently was about restraining us. And I was accused of saying that we're going to create a super league. I've not said that. We are a super league. And I say that flippantly and with great pride. But it's unfair to single out two conferences for disparate treatment. And in fact, when people succeed, other people aspire to that success, and everybody gets better. The rising tide lifts all ships sort of phrase. And so that is problematic in our view. And you have private equity companies out there presenting a couple of things. One really is a super league idea. We're going to combine all the media rights. We're going to control it at the private equity company out of New York City, not your college presidents doing that. We're going to determine when you play and who you play and what time you play. And then the promise is, to your second observation, everybody's going to make more money. There is not a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow for 130 bowl subdivision schools. We want to make, I'll go back to my earlier conversations about the 9th game in the college football playoff. We want to make well-informed, wise decisions for our league. That will position us well. The Big 12 gets to go to the marketplace with its media rights first. Good for them. I hope they succeed. That's good for us. There's no envy. when the SEC trailed and was like third and fourth place in media revenue in the 2000s, early 2000s, we weren't going to Congress asking them to limit everybody else. We were trying to figure out how to better position ourselves to get better. And lo and behold, we've done that really well. I think that's the American way. I think that's how we should be treated. And it was surprising to see the way the initial draft was crafted. And we've obviously commented on, we think those elements need to be changed.
Commissioner, staying with the subject in Washington, a lot of fans around the country, in so many words, might say, why don't they just do what the NFL does and have it go that way? And it's because the NFL has a collective bargaining agreement. I'm curious, and I know Danny White at Tennessee has been a pretty vocal proponent of some form of collective bargaining. I'm curious as to how much those conversations come up in private, as much as you can share, and where maybe lines are drawn in terms of, my words here, a fear of collective bargaining relative to congressional help.
Well, I don't sit in fear. So to the end, it's how do we inform ourselves of options? And we have opinions in our league, and those opinions are shared regularly and directly. And Danny's not alone. On the other hand, at the beginning of your question, why don't we do what the NFL does? You don't get to pick and choose what the NFL does, right? So the NFL plays 17 games. They're talking about an 18th game. They have a roster of 53 players, not 105. Their playoff games are all at stadiums where the home crowd dominates, and they have a Super Bowl. They do have collective bargaining. You can kind of go on and on. They also have players that stay for 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 years. We have them that stay 3 and 4 years. They don't have players who are students. Maybe in the off season, we do. Our participants are 19 to 22 years old when we get this thing right, not 35 without that maturity. So there are important distinctions. We also have state realities that prohibit some level of either job action or collective bargaining of public employees. And we have to be sensitive to those dynamics. We want to be as informed as we can be, and we will be, depending on what decisions need to be made in the future.
Jay, we have to let the commissioner go.
All right. Does he have
because
a quick
the CEO has spoken?
I know Catherine is here. Do you have a quick Charles Bloom story? Because Charles is coming on with us in a few minutes.
Charles told me for years that I needed to have a Twitter account, and I disagree vehemently now at this point in my life.
All right. We'll pass that along. Thank you.
We didn't get to ask about all this
All right.
cussing. I mean, it's going.
Final few minutes of the program on this Wednesday. Even though I'm here all week, down there I lose track of everything. At least you're in a Eastern time zone. But even here, I'm like, what day is it? But tomorrow, the final day of SEC Media Days, Texas, the big star on tomorrow's docket. But today it was A&M, Mississippi, Florida, and Alabama. And tomorrow we'll have the votes. So again, I don't get one this time.
Yeah.
Again, you should have gotten me one. You should have just.
I filled this out like that was you. I put your name on it, so you're good.
Thanks.
I will tell you, I got the Gamecocks 8th.
Okay.
That's how good I feel. I put them ahead of the Tennessees and the Missouris and the Floridas and the Auburns. I just think you got a quarterback returning. You brought in some legit coaches of fixture issues. You brought in some players of fixture issues, which are offensive. I think if the defense and special teams where we typically see, Jay, I think South Carolina can finish in the 8 hole. I just do. I'm feeling, for some reason, I'm feeling confident.
Well, again, there's that middle of the pack, and there's there's sort of a blurry line somewhere around Ole Miss that then gets its way into Tennessee, Florida, Missouri, South Carolina, Auburn. You know, and some people have Oklahoma in the mix. Again, I'm not so sure about that.
I think they're a little bit better than that. The rest of that crew, they're a little bit better in my mind. I got them 4th.
Yeah, I think Oklahoma's gonna. I don't know. Just some people seem to not believe a lot in the Sooners.
I will tell you real quick that I went with Georgia first, Texas second, Bama third, Oklahoma 4th, and I went A&M. That was my top 5.
All right, that sounds about right. Well, we'll get into more of that on tomorrow's program, and then we'll have the results on Friday. LSU, Arkansas State, and Texas tomorrow. So. Again, a couple more Gamecock opponents to close things out. Thanks again to the commissioner for joining us, Steve Fink and Charles Bloom as well. Caleb, good work. Dave, thank you. Terry.
He's crying. Thank you, everybody. He's crying.
Of course, that's right. Even though he yelled at me again. We'll see y'all tomorrow. And one more word from our good friends at Griffin Pools and Spas on another hot day like this when, you're like just jealous of the neighbors, right down the street that have a pool. You wish it were you. Maybe you don't know them as well, so you can't just go jump in their pool. Well, time to call Griffin Pools and Spas, y'all. 803-957-2121, 957-2121. Get them out to your house. Get them into the backyard. Talk about the budget that you have. Get that custom pool designed and built. They'll get it done, relatively quickly. You can't snap your fingers. It's a pool after all. But maybe you want an above ground pool. They can do that a little quicker, right? Yeah, hey, whatever you need when it comes to in ground or above ground, spas and hot tubs, they've got it all for you. Already have one. They can help you keep it nice and clean all year long. They want to minimize the disruptions to your life and just get you to enjoying your backyard. They've been doing this for more than 50 years. They know what's up. Go see them on North Lake Drive. Check them out online at griffinpoolsandspas.com.
This is Cale Wilson giving you one final look at the traffic from the Schroeder's Towing Traffic Center. Stop and go traffic here in I-20 westbound between Monticello Road on exit 68 and Bush River Road on exit 63. And then we've got stop and go traffic on I-26 westbound between exit 110 on 378 and exit 107. And then accidents in Lexington on I-26 eastbound at exit 103. Accident in Lexington on exit 116 on I-26. And then an accident on I-26 westbound at exit 110 Sunset Boulevard. That wraps up day 2 of SEC Media Days. Sorry, day 3. We'll be back tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on the early game with Elijah Campbell, Preston Thorne, and Jen Jensen.